Oh my god. Someone's a little late today. That someone's me. That someone is me. Hello! Good morning, chat! Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. My gamer subscript is broken. I always spacebar to start the day and it's broken. Hold on, let me fix that. Let me fix that. Ow, wow, 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 wow. Late, wow, wow, wow. Master Gola, thank you for the $2. Your good friend Zed answered in stream suggestions. Oh shit, I will have to check that out in ein moment. Big boy, fuck along. Seems like everything happens when I'm not streaming, huh? we had a little bit of an explosion Sunday night. It was kind of better late than pregnant. That's true. That's true and real. Boy, fuck along. What is my take on the Niji versus Selene issue? I don't really, I guess, like talking too much about graduation stuff. Cause it's mostly, I don't know, like it feels weird. I think my take can be encapsulated in, I hope Selene is going to do much better now. She said to spread her new account, so hopefully she's going to be happy on Doki Bird. She said she didn't mind people linking to her, so I'm just gonna fucking send it, right? I hope she's gonna be much more happy on that account. I hope she's going to do things that make her happy. Selene and Pamu were the only two Niji Sanji people that I even remembered the names of, right? I'm not a big name rememberer. So I feel like, in my opinion, Niji Sanji's basically lost the face of their company. But I could be wrong about that. It just feels like Azehara, I would love to agree 1000% with his take, and I'm very happy to see people like Merch and people like artists being like, I'm not going to deal with this company anymore. Because that's not exactly directly affecting the talents that are left financially. I don't feel okay saying, like, do not spend money on Niji Sanji, only because
you should take your meds.
There are talents there left, right? And I don't want to, like, harm the talents that are left there.
Chat are super mega duper cute and wonderful less than 3.
Hi. It seems like the company is doomed. Yes. I was like, I would love to agree with Azehara's take, and my response is basically like, I just don't feel good saying, like, don't support, right? Because it's like, as much as you hate the company, the other VTubers that are left there are still people. They do still rely on the company. Even if the company is shit, it's just like, the best you can do is hope that you can explain or show them that it might be better outside the company. English branch is doomed! Niji Sanji's definitely a black company, dude. Like, I retweeted Lucy saying, like, if you're an aspiring VTuber, don't fucking join Niji Sanji. And that is the best advice I could give to anyone. You don't need a company to succeed. You don't need a company to be able to do something on your own. Does it help? Absolutely. Joining a company gives you a massive audience base to start building upon. You're going to be able to come from nothing and have something instead of working exponentially harder without the backing of a company. I'm not going to deny it would be definitely way fucking easier with a company, but you don't need one. You don't need one. There's plenty of indie VTubers, even way, way larger than myself. And I don't think dealing with the kind of bullshit we've seen happen with Selene, with some of the other graduations and terminations, I don't think it's worth dealing with that. I talk about how, like, stressed and busy I am all the time, and I would rather be stressed and busy of my own volition than have to deal with some of the shit that I have read from people who've been terminated. The talents are all affiliates, at least the Niji ENs. They're basically Amazon workers. Stop supporting the company and they will find it easier to move on. I hope that the people who are left that care about VTubing and who care about the communities that they've built can be successful still. Not be surprised if Palmu ended up in V-Shoujo, but you get the feeling Selene will stay indie. I'm not a big fan of, like, I guess, it's funny that Vishoho is basically a reincarnation center at this point, right? But I'm not a big fan of like posting, especially when people have gone through, for lack of a better word, like traumatic events that led to their termination. It just feels like incredibly insensitive to be like, hey, when are you joining this other corporation? Or like, other rat kind of stuff. I don't know, it just feels weird to me. VTuber company. Considering what happened last month, she'll almost certainly stay independent at least for a few months. I think most people who face that termination will probably stay indie. Or at a very minimum, wait a few months before they go somewhere else. They want to have as many talents, but they seem to want to avoid investing in them as much as possible, and that hiring more management staff. Yeah, and I feel like that is a big differentiating thing between like Niji Sanji and Hololive. Like Hololive, I feel like grew a bit slower. And they released generations slower, so they were able to invest more into each wave of their talents. Help. I wonder if Sakana's strategy is just to look at whatever Niji does and then explain, or does the opposite. Yeah. Yeah, I remember I distinctly said that FaZe has a better reputation than Niji Sanji. I didn't say it in the correct place, mind you. Sometimes as an indie I can forget that there's certain things I can't say in certain places. What about Yuri then? What about Yuri? Like what specifically do you mean in regards to Yuri? You think Fishman has, unlike Niji, learned from his mistakes? Probably. I don't have like super insider information. I'm not in the company, remember? Kirsche Corpo arc when? Probably fucking never, dude. I like being indie. I just want a manager, dude. I just want a fucking manager. Aggressive Butter, thank you for the $5. You're a strong, independent VTuber. You don't need no company. Clicks nails. I don't know how to nail click for the kind of thing. Wait, you aren't a part of FaZe Connect? Never have been, man. Common Fishman W. You love the brand risk, Foxy. Thank you. Keep forgetting that Fox is a lone wolf. I don't know how it's hard to forget. I'm gonna be real. One positive out of this is that people seem to be giving Sayu's case a second look instead of just disregarding her. I feel like I saw a lot of, I guess not a lot, but I've seen like 3 or 4 people on Twitter being like, this is not a comparable situation to what happened to the quote unquote tourist girl. And like I've raided Sayu a few times. I've never spoken to her. Like I'm not close. Like I have no reason to like fucking super defend her, but it's just like, man, that feels kind of fucked up to me. That these people are so fucking angry over perceived like sexual assault joke that she did in a Chillizart game where rape was a topic, that they're going to just ignore all of the mental anguish and issues that she had gone through. Like, that is fucked up to me. That's absolutely fucked up to me. People that disregarded Sayu are still tribalistic. It feels like tribalistic is a kind way of putting it. People who should be angriest right now are the innocent bunch and Niji En who are still being dragged down because of management. Yeah. Yeah, I just... The people who are in Niji, who work hard and who want to succeed and who do right by their audience, I hope they can see that they might be better off on their own. But again, it's like, I don't like pushing that to the point of saying, no, don't support them, right? Because they rely on that. And I don't want to ever take any sort of income source away from another VTuber, I guess, unless they're accused and proven to be a groomer or some shit, right? Like, it just feels weird to me. Hate the game, not the player. Yeah, and like, I understand if you keep giving money to Niji Sanji, they're not gonna have any incentive to change. Like, I get it, dude, but I don't want to say like don't give those VTubers money, you know? That makes me feel sad. If you like your Oshi and support them, you're better off supporting them after they leave Niji. They don't make shit off of Niji. It's a scam. I mean, we know they don't make shit off of merch, but I don't think we have their other numbers. I wish more companies would do what Idol did, honestly, where they release all of like their splits and everything publicly. I don't think we'll see that happen more often, but I liked that Idol did that. That's how Kirsche starts her empire, hires all the Niji refugees. No, I don't want to start my own company, man. Find some way to support them without Niji getting a cut. Yeah, if you can find a way to do that, go for it. But I could be wrong. I don't think the Corpo VTubers have any sort of links to get paid that would bypass the company. Probably has a structure shaped like a triangle. Oh my god. They dropped 5% stocks in their company. Good. Good. It is crazy to me that after the last time they pulled something like this, they thought that they could do it again and the damage would be minimal. Background music, where at? Oh, somebody mentioned that earlier and I went to go find it and then I got distracted. Everyone's responsible for their own finances. You can and will say what you want. It's up to people to decide what to do. Yeah? Yeah, I'm just not gonna be one of the people who jumps on the don't give Niji Sanji any money whatsoever under any circumstances train. Because, again, you have to remember that there's more than just Niji Sanji and their shitty management and their shitty company. The talents should not get any of that flack. You think if a talent has a direct link to circumvent the company, it's a direct violation of the contract? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Kirsche's Sakuna with a voice changer. I'm no fishu! No fishu! Monya. I know, I asked somebody to explain what they meant about something and then I fucking didn't see if they responded to me. Dual-wielding chat and also trying to explain my stance on something very delicate is a difficult thing to do. Monya. I wish I could click on people's names in YouTube chat and like see their previous comments just like I can in Twitch chat. That would be nice. Okay, I found who said it. Okay. You're not sure what happened with Yuri's situation, but it seems similar to what is happening at Niji, and obviously was less severe than Selen. It's not really my place to talk about what happened. And it's not really something that I can speak about, but I feel like a lot of people don't understand what happened, and they say harmful rat things, which is unfortunate. And because of a lot of different things, you can't really correct anything, and it sucks sometimes. Oh no, rats! Yeah, I fucking hate rats, man. The talents have been losing many subscribers. You saw Enna losing like 4K. Yeah. Yeah, and I understand people's position with that, right? I understand people's position with wanting to like unfollow everyone and then maybe Niji will actually fucking do something. The split was amicable? Yeah, the split was amicable. Company put a target on the livers and people are angry and acting up. Yeah, like, I don't like seeing people who didn't really do anything get flack about it, and like the way that Niji Sanji worded stuff in their thing made it impossible to tell if like the harassment came from other livers or from inside the company, and so it was like they tried to like sort of explain things, but were still too vague, and so they made it even worse, and it's like, what is you doing, baby? The Niji post was a PR nightmare. It absolutely was. Like, when Idol came out and gave explicit information on why they were terminating somebody under their company, it was so fucking descriptive that there wasn't really room for ratting about it.
And his name is John C.
The liver harassment part of the statement planted a target to all of their EN livers, and that's really unfortunate. That's really unfortunate because it's like if you are someone who has like literally done nothing wrong, and now you have all these people just angry at you, Like, that doesn't feel good, man. Niji took 3 pages to say fucking nothing here. You stopped watching Niji like a year ago because you don't want to support that company? That's understandable. Like, I'm not gonna blame people who take that path, because, like, I get it. I just personally don't want to say, don't support the talents, right? Like, I know Niji Sanji takes a big cut, but it's like, I don't, or probably a big cut. I know they take a big cut of the merch. We don't have the other numbers. I just don't like saying don't give money to the other VTubers. That makes me feel really bad. That makes me feel really bad. The best thing at this point would be if Selene went after Niji through legal means. What they did was probably illegal under Canadian law. It's really hard for people to take legal action in some cases. Like, even if, like, you're being threatened, it's still hard to take legal action sometimes. And so, like, would I like to see people be able to take legal action when they've been done wrong by a company? Abso-fucking-lutely. Especially when, like, and again, I don't have insider information, but especially when you have the like, Selene spent like $15,000 or whatever of her own money to, like, make something for her community, and then the company kind of screwed her over in that regard. Like, I feel like there should be some kind of recourse, but I don't know the details of contracts or anything. Yeah, lawsuits are expensive, and it's like a single person going up against a company. Sometimes lawyers will give you, you know, a decent deal because you're a single person, and a lot of lawyers will just be like, if we don't win the case, I don't get paid. That's also something that happens sometimes.
Power back on after 40 hours. New job tomorrow. Tax return came in. Feeling like things coming up. June bug.
Oh, hell
your
yeah!
week doing ish.
Things are coming up, June bug. Congratulations, dude. I'm glad to hear things are going well. Thank you for the $13. Thank you. Also, goddamn, you already did your taxes and got your tax return? This man is on top of shit. Goddamn. You don't even need to take actual legal action. All you need to do is threaten it and make the company aware that your case has legal weight. You see, the problem with that is that you are an individual threatening a company, which is a lot less scary than a company threatening an individual. So if you, as an individual, threaten lawsuit, the company can just turn around and be like, well, if that's the direction you want to go, here's our retort and what we'll be seeking from you in damages. And that's going to scare off a lot of people. You hate is that Niji and JP is probably going to barely even get any coverage about it. From what you understand, and JP, a corpo can sue you for saying true things about them if they can argue it, damage their reputation and profits. Yes. Yes, libel laws are really fucking strict in Japan. It is crazy. That sounds like you're just a coward. I mean, most normal people will prioritize self-preservation over doing the right thing. That's a shitty thing to hear, but that is what the majority of human beings will do. And Matt Walsh typed that, yeah. Matt Walsh or Tim Pool typed that, man. And it's like, I've talked about before in regards to myself. Like, yes, I have been cowardly before. I was worried about speaking out about certain political opinions or certain things that were affecting my hobbies because I didn't want to get canceled. I didn't want to deal with, like, Twitter hate mobs. And after a while, I was just kind of like, you know what, fuck it. I'm kind of tired of just seeing everything burn down around me and not being able to say anything. If Twitter freaks get riled up, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. But, like, not everyone can do that. Not everyone wants to do that. And it's like, you can't push people who prioritize their self-preservation. You can just hope that maybe they'll do more at some point. There's a difference between cowardice and getting into a fight you literally can't win. Japanese defamation laws are written to protect people from the little guy, just like their gun laws. There's a lot of good stuff about Japan, and a lot that makes you never want to actually live there. I would love to visit other countries. Living in other countries, though, I don't think so. I don't, like... America's got a lot of shitty things about it, but I could not imagine, like, planting my permanent residence anywhere else besides this country. It's weird to see, or it's weird that you use Kirsche audio as a comfort audio. I don't think so. Thank you. Not being overtly brave is not necessarily cowardly. It's not necessarily cowardly, but it can look that way to a lot of people, and a lot of people struggle with, like, the nuance of things. That's, you know, it's something that struggles a lot. Hey! You can't make me!
Best thing to do right now is not support Niji Corporate and support DokiBird. She is almost at 250k subs on YouTube last I checked, and showing support there is gonna help at least somewhat with everything she has gone through. Work now. Have good stream.
Have a good day at work! Karsaban, thank you for the $5. And yeah, I can 1000% agree with that. And I'm glad that she herself was just like, tell everyone where I am, let everyone know who I am. Her mods, based fucking mods. I can only dream that if I get in some fucking sort of weird hot water, I'm not in a corpo, so it won't be similar, but like, I can only hope my mod team will be just as fucking based as hers was. Literally taking over her corpo channels and telling everyone to go follow her DokiBird channel. Like, fucking actually unironically based. That's what you need. You need based mods that are gonna support you. Not whiny mods that try to control your content. I feel like Niji has the similar problem as Office Space, where they hired useless managers and not enough staff. I mean, probably. I don't know the inner workings of Niji Sanji, so, you know. Absolute kings. Yo, Nim does that for me if I ever get kicked out of Phase Connect. I'm not in a company. Ziz will have all the evidence. Ziz will have everything. He is our Library of Alexandria, and I hope he never burns down. Channy's love? I'm confused. She's at 277k now? Yeah. Her Selena account was at like 800k or something, and so I'm hoping she can at least see like 400 or 500k back on her DokiBird account. That is what I'm hoping for her right now. You hope Silent's gonna be alright. Said he had signed an NDA and those can carry heavy punishments. Yeah, I mean, especially, like, see, that's really fucking based. Even, like, these people were like, well, I have an NDA, and I'm still gonna do this. I know there was a screenshot of one Janny saying that they didn't sign an NDA, so they don't care. But I'm not sure. I have no idea what the contracts in Niji are like. Did I hear that right? Kirsche's not in Phase Connect I was never in the company! She don't need to go corporate anymore. Kirsche has mods and they're good mods. I'd like to think my mods are all good mods. I've had struggle with mods in the past. I've had issues with mods I've brought on in the past. But my mod team I have now, very, very happy with. They do very good things, and I don't think they're too harsh on the community either. They're just out to make sure I don't get fucking slammed by Discord. Ooh, black guy.
If I was ever a mod, I want you to know I would do literally nothing cause I beat a busy Earl. Vote for me for mod shit.
Earl. Thank you for the $13. That was an issue I had with mods. They would get mod and then they would just never do anything. I don't know their level of busyness IRL, but it's just like, if you're gonna sign on to be a mod, I need you to like be here. Did you just see that right? See what right?
In Los Angeles, at your house.
Your mods are how I found you after PC let you go. I was never in the company!
I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him. Wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat, like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's
I'm the winner! Thank you!
Once again, I'd like to advise you to prepare Patreon alternative and possibly another channel in case they come for you.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was thinking about, like, even if I can't read a third chat, maybe I should cycle in some alternative streaming site, like Kick or whatever. I don't know, man. I'll have to figure something out, but right now, there's too much going on, man. Facebook Live. I can get all those bot views. I'm gonna be genuinely honest here. When I've scrolled Facebook and I see, like, a video of a streamer, and they're, like, not even talking, right? Like, they're just dead silent. And it's like, oh, this has 1.5 million views. I'm just like, fucking how? Who is watching this? Like, what? You don't know about Niji NDAs? There's a number of stories about commissions through them, and they repeatedly screw up and send forms with the wrong names or just never follow up. Ooh, that is some crazy incompetence. God damn. How cool is Kirsche? She streams as Indie Foxwoman during the day and is Face Connect Pink Bunny at night. I know, we sound the exact same. Parrot 4chan said the JP division of Niji is aware of the EN branch and are pretty livid about their conduct. I wouldn't know. I have no information relating to that. Are VTubers even on Facebook? I've never seen a VTuber on Facebook, only like flesh streamers. Do not underestimate boomers on Facebook. I mean, I guess so. It pissed off YouTube so much they're trying to sue him for it. Wait, what? Louis Rossmann developed an app for creators called GreyJ, so users can find all their content under one app. Ooh. Ooh, that seems kind of helpful for some people. I could be the top VTuber of meta. What's wrong with you? It was amazing to see Niji claim Selene wasn't paying commissions, but then artists started coming out to say Selene paid them out of pocket because Niji went months without paying them. Yes.
Someone and sob, or bastard then won when he proved the plaintiff was won in court. Doki might get gold button by Chinese New Year's. For real, not on a white table.
Hell yeah. She would deserve one as well. When it came out that like Niji didn't let their talents have their play buttons, I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What did they mean by this? That seems like the weirdest fucking thing to me. There was an Argentinian VTuber in Facebook, but she switched to Twitch and then got cancelled. Oh, how did they get cancelled? That's a chunk of metal we can sell? Yeah, it's just like, why would you keep that from your talents? That's so weird. Average viewer age would still be the same on Facebook, probably. Niji is just advertisement for other corporations. Oh, God. That's very unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. You should have a clip of Pippa and I to your boss, and he said, Pippa sounds Mexican! Oh, God, you should tell her that. But yeah, Zilsmare, your comment about the artists. It was really nice seeing all of the artists stand up for her as well. As like, that's as beautiful coming together of multiple communities to simultaneously dunk on Niji and be like, bitch, what the fuck is you doing? Is it true that Niji put up an ad looking for an EN CEO? I don't know. I haven't seen anything about that, so I do not know. I do not know. The talents don't own the character, and Niji takes it to the most logical conclusions. It's Niji that earned those play buttons. That's still kind of fucked, though. Hayden, thank you for the $10. They build the yachts out of the dreams and the play buttons of their talents.
You don't even know that well?
Imagine the floatability of YouTube play buttons. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the $10. Here's a white pill. Recent Bloomberg financial report stated that 4.5 billion, or 660 billion yen, has been removed from JP ESG funds, 4 times the outflow from 2022. If the land of the samurai can be like, hey yo, we see what's happening, we don't like this, get the fuck out. I have hope, man. Holy shit. I can only hope they continue doing that. I have an article up somewhere. About the Ukrainian model. When I first saw that, I was like, there's got to be something else here, so I'm not going to talk about it immediately. I didn't even open a tab. I was like, I'm going to sit on this one, and I'm going to let it cook, because something else is going on here. It's very weird that Japan, a very isolated country, a very nationalistic country, 2 years in a row, would have someone not Japanese win Miss Japan. They fear the samurai. Damn straight, nobody fucks with little bro. Oh my god. The failure of Suicide Squad killed the Justice League makes you pretty happy. Yes. I love seeing them fail. She had some Japanese in her. Not enough. And she turned over the award after they found out that she slept with a judge. Yes. Yes, I have that tab open. Before I get to Japan Woman, though. Wrap up the Niji Sanji segment. I wish Doki Bird very, very happy future. I wish all current Niji Sanji employees a very happy, please leave the company, you would be better off. Suicide Squad is this year's new lol cow. I feel like that's Sweet Baby. And seeing lots of people finally learn what Sweet Baby is makes me really fucking happy. Like, seeing people try to defend shit like Alan Woke because they're just like, what's woke and Alan Woke? I don't understand. I don't have two brain cells to rub together to understand what they've changed in this game and who's writing it. A very happy run for your lives. Hot damn, Miss Japan is Ukraine born. Your favorite game of the year? Fuck you, Vinny. We talking about the new Senate bill at some point? I don't have a tab for that, but yes, I would love to. It might be in stream suggestions. Maybe someone posted it for me. Niji-Sanji's taking the cake right now. Who is Sweet Baby? You've heard about them recently and you have no idea who it is. So this woman, Amy Layshaw, posted the script writing credits for the story team and showed that she's on here twice because all of these people who corrupt what you love can do nothing but brag about it. They can do nothing but brag about it. They enjoy the fact that they have infiltrated something they don't care about and that people they hate enjoy so that they can co-opt it and fix it to be more in line with what they like. Just be glad I didn't get to the anti-white scene in Alan Wake 2. Yeah, I saw the scene and I talked about it a little bit on stream at the end, where she was just like, I'm not gonna be controlled by another white male narrative. And I was like, oh god. I don't want to hear some fucking Mary Sue can do no wrong character who shouldn't have been in this game in the first place as the main character, because it's an Alan Wake fucking title. I don't want to hear her bitch about white men in my video game. White men. Like, the only time I want to hear bitching about the white man in my video game is if they manage to make some sort of Red Dead Redemption-esque game from the Native Americans' perspective, and you gotta fend off the white man from your lands, right? That would be a fun game to play, and the hating on the white man would make sense. Congrats on the cop tangent, Foxy. Thank you! Thank you. Now I have to figure out a design. The hardest part of anything for this Foxu is kicking around the brain cell and thinking of designs, man. Native American point of view, scalping and eating your enemies sounds fun. I don't know what this is, but I feel like I should pick this up. Hold on a second, chat. I'm sorry, hold on! You can give me butt scratches! Like I'm a real pet!
I heard the guys on Sargon's podcast talking about Sweet Baby. I'm just happy they're finally being outed for ruining games.
Nim.
Shut up! Silly woman!
You having a stroke?
Alright. I knew that was a call that I should have taken, and I was correct. It was my gynecologist's office. She's talking to her inner demons. Last time you got a call, it was to donate to some cop charity, and you interrupted their speech with, hello? Kill yourself? And then hung up! What the fuck? Hello? Yes, ma'am? We've been trying to reach you about your pussy warranty. Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what they said. Is the pussy healthy? I mean, I'd like to think so. You get a checkup on your pussy once a year to make sure everything is in good operating condition. Wait, what? Why does a large black man need a gynecologist? Because as an autogynophile, I enjoy taking resources away from women. Good day, Kirsche. Hello! I'm sorry, it's expired. Is it true that male gynos are gentler than female gynos? 100%. In my experience, the male gynecologists have always been better than the female ones. Pussy oil change scheduling. Jesus Christ. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the $2! How are the Bogdanovs doing, Kirsche? I don't know! They're not my gynecologist. Blaze Foster, thank you for the $2. Damn, didn't know that Kier hated me. Are you a female gynecologist? Why do I hate you? She was indeed talking to her gynecologist. Can confirm I was the speculum. What the fuck? Boomer, wow, thank you for the $5. Just wanted you to know this is immaculate. Top tier. Have a nice day. Hello, Talon. Is it wrong to use my pussy doctor powers to pick up girls in another world? It sounds like isekai heaven. What the fuck? It's kind of your first stream, you know, the basic rules, but out of curiosity, what's the furthest extent of unhinged we can be? Please do not break TOS. And also try not to glow too hard when I talk about certain subjects. If you feel like glowing, we have an emote for that. Hang on, I got a phone call. Maybe they're more worried about hurting you than the ones that know what you can take. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It'd be funny if her doctor was a chatter. He is a Korean man, so, you know, very, very happy with him. Master Goa, thank you for the $2. Kirsche getting a tune-up or a hot date? The only time I feel the physical touch of another human being is during my yearly gynecology appointment. Please do not talk about Minecraft in chat. Astabid, thank you for the $4.99. Chipping in for the Kirsche oil change fund. Thank you. I don't have health insurance, so I do have to pay out of pocket. Part of why female gynos are less gentle might be because they assume, hey, I have a pussy, I can be a little rough with this. Well, men probably think I have no idea how this feels, so I better be as gentle as possible. I mean, it's not even just with the, like, actual exam portion. It's just, like, I don't know, the male gynecologists have all just been more sympathetic when like, something is wrong. And they've also, like, been up on prescriptions instead of being like, I don't want to give you that, I don't believe in it. Love paying for the world police and not getting healthcare, pog! I love paying for the world police, and I also love looking at house prices and seeing how exorbitantly expensive they are. And then looking at news stories and seeing how migrants are getting housing for free. It almost is enough to make me want to burn down government buildings, but that would be illegal, and you shouldn't do that. Can we get a monthly healthcare jar goal on screen? We can hit it every stream if you need so. Oh my god. I don't even know how much monthly healthcare would cost if I try to get it on my own. The last time I, like, tried was when I got rejected for Obamacare.
I'm the only glowy here. Nobody glow more than me. I glow so much I should run for governor, which was my plan in 4 years. Need 6k to run though. Vote for Junebug for a based California.
Junebug can fix California. Thank you. Thank you for the $13, Junebug. Thank you. Thank you. You don't mind not having government healthcare? Because, I mean, look at Canada and Europe pushing for the same MAID stuff. I'm not saying I want universal healthcare. I'm just saying, like, I wish our healthcare system wasn't as fucked as it was. Because it's expensive. California's now underwater. I'd be okay with that. You'd vote for anyone unhinged enough to be in this chat. Come to the Mud Empire. It's like $150 a month for healthcare. I like how you call it the Mud Empire because, like, what else could it be when your entire island gets decimated by hurricanes at least 5 times a year? I think men in such a field don't have the benefit of the doubt if any lawsuit happens. That's where you're wrong. I haven't had a female gynecologist in so long. I don't know if female gynecologists have this, but when you have a male gynecologist, when it's time to do the actual physical exam, a female nurse comes in and stands there and holds tissues while the male gynecologist is performing the exam. So there's always a witness so that there's no foul play for either party. And the gynecologist has someone watching them to make sure they don't do anything wrong. The patient has someone watching them to make sure they don't try to do like weird false accusations later. You're okay with it? You can swim! I haven't swam in so fucking long, but I like swimming. Tissues for the male? No. They use copious amounts of lube to get the speculum in, and also for the finger touchy part of the exam. And so, like, when they're done, they take off their gloves and they're washing their hands, and the female nurse hands you tissues so you can clean yourself up. I hate lube. Lube is just, it's so fucking gross. It feels so bad, dude. Do they do a taste test? No. What the fuck? You had yours recently with a woman? It was just her in there? Okay, alright. I was like, I haven't had a female gynecologist basically since I was a teenager, so. Kirsche talking about a gynecologist, new idea for AI. Is this man about to fucking AI stirrups? What the hell? Your ex made you go to the gyno with her? The lady gyno asked if you were being abused by your girlfriend. Was a weird experience you never wish to deal with again. What? Why would she ask you that? That doesn't make any sense. You get lube for your test? You never got it when they do coloscopy? I don't know why they wouldn't have given it for you. We'll confirm as a doctor, the men in gynecology are more afraid of any kind of negative accusations, which makes them extra careful. Which makes sense, you know? Like, the nurse watching is there for them just as much as she's there for you, so. Gynecology sessions are a good way to buck break character AI bots during training. What? Fun fact, Canadian healthcare system was ruled a violation of human rights in 2005. But they have universal healthcare. And healthcare is a human right, so how can it be a violation? You get a prostate exam 3 years ago and you jumped? How many people in chat got anal thermometers when they were young? I remember being a child and having anal thermometer, and even when I was like, I hated it, right? I cried every fucking time, but I was just like, why is this a thing? And I remember being like a bit older. I don't remember exactly what age she finally switched over, but when my grandma finally switched to like mouth thermometer, I was so fucking happy. I was like, yeah, I'll take my temperature whenever you want me to now. Aren't you supposed to stop when no longer a baby? I don't know if true, but my grandmother claimed that the anal thermometer was a better test of temperature than the mouth one. My grandma also thought that the internet was a way to steal your identity, and she also refused to get cable because cable was a scam. Cable was a scam in order to try and give you more propaganda. It's called dependability-based grandma. You never got that, but holy crap, you're glad not to have. Jeez, Sally, your boyfriend lets you technically have two she isn't wrong on any of those counts. My grandma's where I get my questionability from. Question everything thanks to grandma. What happens if the doctor and the nurse team up? I don't think that'll happen. Andrew B, thank you for the member! Thank you for 7 months of member. The internet is a scam to steal your identity. Yeah. I was like, all my friends had the internet and they could do all their fucking projects online and come to school with everything all sorted out, man. I couldn't. I had to still go to the library. I hated it. Based grandma. Montana trying to force trans surgery on a teen as the adopted parents are told not to be public. I think I have that. I do have that in a tab. But before we get to other tabs, we're still on Sweet Baby. Not the Sweet Baby gang, the bad Sweet Baby. And, basically people just congratulating her all over the comments. Queen, icon, and legend. That's why the game story fucking sucks. Thank you, Dead Fox.
Just actual fucking
Thanks for ruining it. Thanks for letting us know so we can avoid any games you've worked on. Huge congrats. How do you feel? I'm glad to see more comments of people calling her out, because when I first scrolled this, it was like so many people just being thank you for butchering that was which impossible to butcher. How can you get something that is inherently so right, so incredibly wrong? I'm so glad she's being called out more. Sweet baby, hey! Yeah. And like I also posted, like, besides thinking that it's crazy that like they're just overtly bragging at this point. Like, that's all they have because they're narcissistic. But I also posted that, like, it is cathartic to dunk on these people because you know that they're there for bad reasons. But also, if you want to stop your games from getting corrupted, dunking on them isn't going to do anything, and it's only going to give them more ammo to claim harassment. You need to contact the companies directly and be like, hey, this company, Sweet Baby, is bad. It's bad for you as a company. It's bad for the games you want to put out. 90% of blue check responses and big threads are just bots posting related pictures or generic stupid posts. I hate opening a post and wanting to read the comments, and all I get are like a million TikTok videos completely fucking unrelated. You need to not buy that stuff and slowly they'll starve out. Yeah, that as well. Like, 1000% don't buy shit from these companies. But, Sweet Baby, and we've gone over Sweet Baby before. We've gone over them before. And I hate their website. I hate, like, all, like, their color scheme. Their fucking, like, little spiral bullshit. Like, it just feels... It feels gross to look at this website. Sweet Baby Inc. is an inclusion-focused narrative and consultation company. We're building a team and a process in hopes of building a kinder, more sustainable industry at every scale. Whether you need a fresh pair of eyes or a guiding hand, we're here to work with you. This is basically like, we're going to give you a struggle session so that your game isn't offensive to anyone. We begin with an all-hands review and discussion of the project material. Everyone at Sweet Baby sees your project and shares their thoughts, feelings, and ideas. We do this because it kicks the project off with a multitude of perspectives, beginning a conversation that ensures the work is richer and more resonant before it's even put to paper. We then create a complete narrative, deliverables by keeping the player in mind, with a focus on user experience and emotional design. We aim to consult with honesty, transparency, and a conversational approach to help find the best direction for your project. They do services in writing, narrative, representation is a service, development. Oh, man. We bring excitement, emotion, and character to the forefront and aren't afraid of breaking something down to build it back up. What an ugly character. I don't even know what game this is from. I was just like, maybe it's the lighting. I hope it's the lighting, because that... Man, whatever your story needs, we're here to help. We tackle narrative and character in any form, keeping emotional resonance and authenticity at the heart of our work. We do story pitches, world building, character creation, narrative design, story feedback, and tweaks. They're not afraid of breaking something, yeah? Yeah, pretty much. Dreamworks face. Risk videos, they give it $2. Abort Sweet Baby, yes, please. It needs a giant abortion. Do you think there'll ever be a time where we can go back to the days of just wanting to make actually good content without worrying about offending that one person? I don't know. I would like to go back. Representation. We believe that representation is key to connecting players and audience. And we offer a few ways to help your team and project gain the perspective needed to make it happen. We're part of an inclusive and knowledgeable community of diverse consultants, able to cover a wide range of cultural and sensitivity topics. Our approach leads with the creation of joy in marginalized players. Shouldn't your approach lead in sparking joy in consumers of an IP, not specifically someone with a certain skin tone? That's really fucking weird. And look at the flagship that they're posting here, along with this sloppy nonsense. It's Alan Woke too! Wow! And seeks to be additive rather than strictly corrective. We do cultural consultation, sensitivity and inclusivity reading, risk and opportunities assessment, and more. Check out Alan Wake too! Chat? Hayden75, thank you for the $10 doodles. One of the streams you're a regular in had a chatter mention he was putting in an application for Sweet Baby and intended on getting inside to see what the fuck was going on in that company. I hope he succeeds. I would love to fucking hear what that man finds out, dude. Holy shit. Getting them from the inside. Andrew B, thank you for the $5. Representation as a service? That sounds like automated identity theft, right? It's that game Kirsche played once and during the Game Awards, and she was very, very something about it. I loved Alan Wake 1. Look how they butchered my boy. Xander225. Sorry I'm late. You're never late. Don't worry about it. Thank you for the 3-month resub, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We can tackle development projects, big and small, whether you're making smaller, more focused games or bigger, full-fledged multimedia projects. We can assemble and lead an amazing team of new and marginalized voices who can bring it all to life. Again, I don't think that someone's skin color or sexuality matters when it comes to game development. Can they make good product? I don't like how the eyes follow my mouse on this website either. Like, it makes me feel weird, dude. It makes me feel weird. But another thing I found while I was looking at this woman bragging about butchering a game. In her bio is Loud Whisperer, Dragon Fanatic, writer and narrative designer, at Sweet Baby Inc., previously at Rocksteady Games, partner to at Dom96. And I was like, oh, well, who the fuck is that? Why is it partner? Can't say girlfriend,
Wait,
I guess.
the clown horn to be squeezed.
Go ahead.
I think we may. Is he leaving the room?
Entire site feels like MK Ultra. It does. Like, I feel uneasy being on the Sweet Baby website, dude. Wait a minute, hold on. I have a tab for that. I have a tab about gay duck necrophiliac sex.
I have a vague dream of making a dystopian game and tricking Shiat Baby or similar to do the villain's propaganda and speeches. For real, authentic evil.
Yeah, I don't disagree. So I saw this Dom guy, and he's SWE at Cloudflare, and I was like, huh, I don't know acronyms, so I had to look up what SWE, and apparently that's software engineer at Cloudflare. And I was like, isn't Cloudflare that company that, like, fucking dropped Kiwi Farms on its ass after people kept reporting them? And, like, originally the Cloudflare guy, like, stood up on principle and was like, hey, we don't want to censorship anybody who's not, like, breaking the law. And then eventually just, like, did a 180 and dropped them anyway. I was like, that's the only reason I know the name Cloudflare. So I was like, okay, all right, interesting. Let's look into this guy. And I found that apparently there's a programming language called Nim, and apparently he had something to do with creating Nim, right? It's Dom, let's find him. Nimble is the standard package manager used by Nim to package Nim modules. It was initially developed by Dominic Picheta, who is a core
Don't
Nim
let your
developer.
brain get in the way of using my brain to do things.
Nimble has been included as Nim's official package manager since October 27, 2015. And I was like, okay, all right. So he's a software engineer. He works pretty heavily on something called Nim. I'm not an engineer. I don't know software languages, so. And then he wrote like a little book here. He wrote a book here called Nim in Action. Nim in Action by Dominic Picheta. And I was like, okay, all right. A general purpose programming language that offers support for systems programming. About Dominic Picheta is one of the main developers of the Nim programming language. He's also the author of the Nimble package as well as many other Nim tools. And I was like, okay, all right. He's a big dude here. That's interesting. And then I've been moving away from Nim for a while now, and sadly this is the reason why. I want to be a part of a community that's inclusive and welcoming. Just to be clear, Iraq is completely wrong, and these kinds of statements have hurt the Nim community in the past. That's really weird that someone who is supposedly like a big creator of this programming language is moving away from it. I can't see this post because it's been deleted, so I have no idea what he's referring to. I have no idea. I have no idea what was posted that he's responding to. But the fact that he's out here saying he wants to be part of a community that's inclusive, and he's the partner of this woman who works for Sweet Baby, and both Cloudflare and Sweet Baby are groups that are seeking to insert like ESG nonsense in everything that they're doing. I feel like that's an interesting connection here. That's interesting that these two have managed to come together and are doing the same exact thing in two different companies. Really activates the almonds. When is Kirsche gonna work with Crowder catching pedophiles and glowies? I don't think I'm anywhere near as experienced as someone he would want to work with. Look at the little pips! Didn't Sweet Baby botch the Suicide Squad page, which was done by a company of LGBTQ programmers
Go ahead.
and have nothing but lorem ipsum messages? I have no idea. I have no idea.
There we go.
These are the same kinds of people that wanted to change Linux. What is this,
I actually kickstarted Anita Sarkeesian's project for the perk of a review. I wanted it for the box quote, so god, istophobe, femme freak.
I can't open. I hate not being able to open links naturally anymore.
Nice cock.
Nice cock. The cringe lore reposting the Sweet Baby VoD. Thank you, sis. Thank you, sis. Archive takes a hot second to load.
The bad guys have been putting a ton of energy into infiltrating software engineering for decades. Look up the contributor covenant.
Just actual fucking degenerates.
There we go. I was like, where the fuck is this archive?
I love giving Nim cock and ball torture.
Don't let your woman brain get in the way of using my brain to do things.
Can we listen to the Ben Shapiro rap? I'm not letting Ben Shapiro claim another one of my VODs. I'm nimming. Crowder kind of cringe. I mean, I really enjoyed the Change My Mind series. I liked watching that. I also, if anyone does investigative journalism, I'm going to applaud them for that. And considering Crowder is the one who released the Tranifesto, I'm very happy that he did that. Oh, this is, like, really fucking bare bones. I mean, it's weird they made it go live like this. Did I hear about Tucker Carlson going to Russia to interview Putin? I did hear about that. I did hear about that. So Nim is just a language. Nim is just a language, yes. Nim is just a language. Just a language. And then somebody gave me this Cloudflare tag ESG. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. But when you have employees that seek to push these kind of propaganda things in your company, if you think it's not happening, I feel like you're being very naive. I feel like you're being very naive if you think it's not happening. Cloudflare is not ESG aligned, but they do intentionally provide resources to actual humanitarian causes that need services that they provide. They have no score. I don't think that matters. I genuinely don't think that matters if they have employees that are seeking to drive ideological things. You tried to, but you got banned off of everything for doing actual journalism. What the heck? You thought ESG cut the funding. I'm sure there's probably funding cuts, but ESG is basically just getting started. ESG and DEI are very, very similar concepts. It's the investment mechanism. ESG and DEI are very similar concepts, and we've gone over bridge multiple times. We've gone over bridge multiple times in this chat. Cloudflare's supporting the InfoWars website right now. Good. Good. I'm glad that they still have some sort of leg to stand on. I'm looping. Sadly, open source Linus got captured years ago. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Die is what ESG was made to push. You mean most companies that do a lot of fundraising, donations, etc. typically don't do it out of the kindness of their heart? They do it for tax write-offs? Yes. Agree? Always be on the lookout for the communist freaks that infiltrate companies. Yes. Have I seen Japan pulling out of ESG? Yes, we talked about that this stream. We'll go over it again, too. Do your reps, chat. Do your reps. Same thing, different name. TEI seems like a much bigger threat because ESG stocks will just fall if they're not profitable. ESG is fundamental for DEI, and ESG and DEI are also fundamental for Bridge. And Bridge is what both of them are morphing into. Again, I did an entire stream on Bridge when I accidentally found out what the fuck it was by Googling soup. Ziz has posted the VoD. It's all connected, man. Looping can be helpful when people such as yourself are late to stream. Yeah, sometimes I don't mind looping, but we have looped Bridge a lot. There's no new information from what I found out. There's a couple of new videos on the Bridge channel, but I haven't, like, cursory looked at them yet to see if any of them would be interesting to look at on stream. You blame Seth and his people. What does that mean? What does that mean? Not the soup and spices. Hello, you're cleaning your basement while listening? Ah, I hope you get very clean. Bridge is the synthesis of them? Yes. Seems like Cloudflare's in a civil war, depending on which server base we're talking about. It took Indian money during the PewDiePie T-Series scandal. Yeah. Yeah, they've done some shady things, and it's like, it's a good thing that they're still supporting the InfoWars website. But they did also, very controversially, drop Kiwi when they were getting harassed about it. Worm-sounding loop Bridge. I remember that loop. I remember that loop. And it's just, it just struck me as interesting that a sweet baby lady was involved with a guy, who has very similar opinions to it, and doesn't even want to stick with his original programming language, because it's not inclusive enough. I just, you know, I find that interesting, to say the least. Same thing, they just changed the name to give a false sense of security, that they're being defeated, but that's not how this works. They're clearly not giving up. I mean, we're making progress, right? We're making progress. We're doing good things to push back against it, which is why they're doubling down this way. They got scared, and they're like, if ESG and DEI separately aren't enough, if people are seeing this as mindless marketing placations, we need to kick it up a notch. We need to make sure this is something that people believe in. We need to make sure that companies structure themselves with this so it's not just part of a marketing department that can get cut out. Only good Sweet Baby is Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce, yes. You think someone's getting murdered near me? God, I could only hope, but no, unfortunately it's just children. People should never stop noticing. When you stop noticing, that's when they win. If you made Nim, you'd distance yourself from it too. I don't know anything about Nim as a programming language, so I don't know if it's bad or not, but apparently it's something that has a lot of information on Wikipedia, so. They would not be pushing this that hard if they were winning. Exactly. Did I see that Gina Carano is suing Disney?
guy.
I did not. I did not.
Never relent. There's no rest for the wicked/evil.
Very, very true. Very real. Massive Doggo, thank you for the 690! Never relent, never stop noticing. But sometimes you have to glow. You have to glow instead of noticing out loud. Good save, they almost got suspicious of the basement screams. How about the programming language of relations with people's mothers? Like, Chris-chan? I feel like Chris-chan isn't a fun thing to talk about too much. Like, unless he does something new that's crazy. It's just, I don't know. He's been around for so long. Everybody knows everything about this weirdo. The imagery of him with a breast pump on is seared into my brain, and I am worse off for it. He used to be, now he's a legit abuser. I mean, yeah. Yeah, people running defense for him. It's like, it's fucked. Stop following him back after the Liquid saga. Don't ever show us that, please. I don't think I can show it on stream. A breast pump? Yeah, when he was first trying to tell everyone he was transgender, he would, like, wear a breast pump. Praise TOS. The only time anyone's ever said that, the merge is happening. You would have never heard of Chris-chan if it wasn't for you and Pippa. I was just like, I don't expect anyone to know any other lolcows, but like Chris Chan is just so fucking prolific. Even normies had heard of him. At least some normies had heard of him prior to him fucking his mom.
Giving Nim cock and ball torture.
They mentioned the tangent fox. I have words. Keffels gave him a platform. Keffels is a weird fucking person. Like, yeah, I would agree with Maniacal Ford. Keffels is a disgusting fucking person. Fun fact, the Kirsche is capable of bioluminescence thanks to a small organ that compresses and ignites stockpiled tangent juice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Isn't actively pushing bathtub hormones? Is that... I feel like that was a partial thought. Keffels also gave Chris a script. What the fuck? What the fuck? You heard of him, but you don't know what he does, and you don't want to know ever. Oh my god. Sorry, that was split by your stupid enter key. Relatable. I've done that before. Did you just confirm that Kirsche is a glowy? I also glow. Why do you think I have the glowy emote? Keffels pushes do-it-yourself hormones and stuff. Yeah, that was a long time ago, before they were caught spending money on cocaine. What do Keffels and Chris Chan have in common? They're... I really don't want to know. Oh my god. Keffels lied to Chris to get him into an interview? That's fucking rude, if true. I didn't watch the Keffels Chris Chan interview, so... Well, it's the first time I read your comment. I try best. Dual-wielding chats is hard. Beard! Thank you for the $4 doodles. Yeah, you know, that's a good point. All these companies wanna fix oppression and give representation, but they're not gonna do anything for the most oppressed group of all. Gamers. Toast Engineer, thank you for the $10 doodles. Bad guys have been putting a ton of energy into infiltrating software for decades. Look up Contributor Covenant. That sounds spooky. I don't like that name. Hugh Jackman, thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. Thank you! Thank you. It looks like maybe 6 months pre-sub? I don't know how to read this when Stream Elements fucks up, but thank you for 6 months nonetheless, Hugh Jackman. Potato Radio, thank you for the $5. You kickstarted Anita Sarkeesian's project for the perk of a review. You wanted it for the box quotes, oh god, istophobe, femme frequency. I don't understand this comment, but thank you for the $5, Potato Radio. Thank you. Adise, thank you for the 585 biddies. Were you prepared for the NIM sound alert spams following this topic? I figured it would happen a couple of times, but I was not prepared for the amount of spam. No, I'm not prepared for the amount. Toast Engineer! Thank you for the $25 doodles. A vague dream of making a dystopian game and tricking a sheet baby or similar to do the villain's propaganda and speeches. For real, authentic evil. That would actually be pretty fucking fun. I don't know how you would keep the actual developmental process a secret from them, but that would be pretty fucking fun. The contributor fucking covenant, also known as why the Rust programming language was the vector for the infection of the dev spaces. Remember that argument in 2017 like it was yesterday? I do not know much about programming, so this is a sector that I have like little to no knowledge about. Tiguini! Thank you for the $5. Chris Chan has an 80-part documentary for those interested. It's like a car crash you can't look away from. He is, I would wager, the most documented person. Like, I can't think of anyone else who has just so much of their fucking life put together in just like a documented fashion. It is crazy. Hayden, 75, thank you for the $10. Fun fact! Sweet Baby Ray's is a barbecue sauce that was created by brothers Dave and Larry Raymond. Dave's nickname in basketball was Sweet Baby, and the Raymond brothers are white. What? Why is that a Black History Month fact? It's a decade of what the fuckery. It's a lot more than a decade. There's so much, dude. There's so much. He's said to be the most well-documented person to have ever lived. Isn't it crazy to think about how, like, when we're all ancient and decrepit and falling apart and nobody remembers much about what Chris Chan was at all, and he's probably already dead at this point once we're in our, like, 80s, right? There will be an entirely new generation of people that will learn about the trials and tribulations of Chris Chan. And then, like, hundreds of years from now, as he is the most documented person, there will be, like, fucking space archaeologists reviewing and restoring the archives of Chris Chan. He belongs in a museum. You love that for our next generation. Statues of the almighty Chris. The Sonichu medallion will be in the Smithsonian in 100 years. I wouldn't doubt it, and it would be like this was the personal medallion of the world's most documented man. Who should the Netflix cast be for the special? Oh my god. Aliens wanted to make contact with the human race, but then they saw the Chris Chan docs. The Chris Chan documentaries will be what the aliens show their planets and be like, this is why we avoided Earth. We know more about Chris Chan than we know about Abraham Lincoln. That's a very sad thought. Who was Chris Chan? Why was he the most documented person in the history of humanity? Welcome to Ancient Aliens, as we go on this journey to discover who Chris Chan was ourselves. Don't tell Pippa this, but you're my favorite phase member. I'm not in the company! Super Iron Bob, thank you for the $5. As the most documented person someday in the far future, someone will misunderstand his behavior as normal. For some reason, in human history, in the 2010s era, incest became increasingly popular. And from what we know in current year 2500 about the humans in the early 2010s, it was that they really enjoyed having sexual relations with their parents. Parent and child sexual relations were so common, in fact, in this era, that the most documented person in history even had sexual relations with his mother. The Chris understanding. Welcome to Ancient Aliens, where we will discover why the hell our name became a Doom mod. Sounds like a real manga. Yeah. Where's the Netflix adaptation? I don't know if they can make Chris black while he's still alive. Pulls up Andy and Lele as side evidence of a narrative game beloved by the humans. Hermit Hal, thank you for the 500 biddies. It's been a while since you had the energy to catch streams. Good to see you're still crazy. I don't know how to be normal. Thank you. Xander225, thank you for the 3-month resub. Dryax, thank you for the 8-month resub, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Bleezy Love, thank you for the $5. Gynecologist talk reminds you of a pickup line. Hey, baby, what's the name of your gynecologist so I can go and lick his fingers? I don't think that'll work. Please don't use that pickup line. Agent Warlock, thank you for the $2. Abe Lincoln, Razor Fist vid tells you all you need to know. That's like the third time that video has been mentioned here, and I still have yet to watch it. Why is incest so popular? I mean, time is a loop, and if you think about it, royalty back in the day used to partake in incest quite often. So I guess we're due for another incest arc in humanity? I don't know, man. That line sounds kind of gay. Kirsche chat is smooth as butter, and that's why we put the butter on the dog. The butter dog. Zero Talvos, thank you for the 4-month resub, my guy. Thank you! Thank you. Nade1371, thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you. The 9th Circle, thank you for the $5 doodles. You're the guys on Sargon's podcast talk about Sweet Baby. You're just happy they're finally being outed for ruining games. Same. I'm glad they're getting more traction as being shit cunts. They deserve that attention. When will the mullet loop back around? Because you missed the mullet. Oh my god. It's like when people legit think that the Romans had communal shitting with no stall walls, when really the material that those stall walls would have been made out of is probably decayed into atoms. True. True and real. Sweet baby turning into salty baby. The salty sweet baby? Hell nah. Some Japanese lady, you think they were a lady, hypothesized that the fictional fixation is actually about being close to someone who can't separate from you like non-family can. But family can separate from you. What do you mean by this? Hell nah. The Romans shit while looking at each other directly in their eyes. They don't break eye contact. Nobuyuki, thank you for the sub, my guy. Thank you. Coyote Briggs, thank you for the 6-month resub, my dude. Thank you. Booma Papa Oni, thank you for the $5 doodles. Supposedly, a guy was sued after calling someone a son of a bitch or bastard, and then won when he proved the plaintiff was won in court. Doki might get the gold button by Chinese New Year. For real. I hope she does. Manya. Eker on hate, thank you again for the 1985. I'm the fucking winner, thank you. Manya. Lunchbox, thank you for the 1.1k biddies. Good Tangent Tuesday to you, Foxu. Admirable that you don't support cancel mob culture. Never used to be this way. I try my best. To apply principles evenly. Sometimes you can't, but you know, I try. A Neon Swaglord Chen, thank you for the 3-month resub. Unrelated, you lately found my ASMRs and you will we ever see more? Because unironically, they were rather pleasant. Thank you for accepting my meager offering, Mistress Kirsche. You're my favorite Findom streamer. I'm not Findom streamer! I would like to do more. Finding time to do recordings has been really fucking rough recently. Been real fucking rough. I still have some recordings to deliver from the Donathon. I wanted to possibly try and do something for Valentine's this year since I did Valentine's last year. I'll have to see what I can get done. Thank you! Thank you for the 3-month resub. Vinny Shitward, thank you for the 6-month resub. 6 months of sounding tabs and other bullshit. Can't wait for more. Thank you. Eker on hate, thank you for the gift sub to Shadow the Sausage. Thank you! Thank you for your sausage, man. Bailey, you are super duper cute and mega lovely. Thank you for the $5 doodles. Taji57, thank you for the 3-month resub. Ikeel Omega, thank you for the 7-month resub. Massive Doggo, Jesus, it's been 7 months already. Thank you for 10 months. Thank you. A Gail Boir, thank you for the $2 doodles. Hello, much love, Gail. We can't ask, would you still love me if I was a worm here anymore? True. A Kirsche Doer, you bitch. Kirsche model mod on Nexus made by Potion Dweller. Get it now! It is very cute. It is very cute and wiggly. Thank you for the $1. ASMRs make your soul hurt mainly because they're really well made. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you enjoy the ASMRs. I'm sorry I'm not an actual girlfriend experience. I feel like it would be a very bad day for a lot of people if I did switch to doing that. Risk Video, thank you for the $2. Why is Taco Night and Anal Night on the same night? I don't know, I'll let you figure that one out. Used to be way more wiggly, terrifyingly so. Oh my god. Good job on the cute Kirsche potion, man. You are. Aurelia Circus the Third, thank you for the 1 full fucking year, baby. You sounded with a toaster, and now you can't stop crumbling. How the fuck did you fit a toaster in your foreskin? What the fuck? How did you do that? How did you do that? Anal Taco Night. We get enough skitchos as it is. Imagine if I did unironical girlfriend experience. I prefer the political schizos to the unicorn schizos, let's be real. You don't want the girlfriend experience from Kirsche because I already get stabbed in the arm with a fork. Why are you getting stabbed with a fork? Girlfriend experience with you is a date to McDonald's as we double dip chicken nuggets into our sauces. Excuse me? I'm a classy woman? If you're going to take me on a date, it better not be at no fucking disgusting McDonald's. I'm a Wendy's woman, okay? Show some class. Girlfriend experience, goated fox experience. Oh my god. Applebee's. Apple Bapples is like at least a 4th date kind of place because I'm not rubbing my feet on your crotch on the first date. That's gross. Best I could do is Cheesecake oh god, I love the Cheesecake Factory, man. I hate it here. Why? Wendy's is as expensive as a sit-down restaurant these days. Yeah, fast food isn't really worth the money anymore, considering how expensive it is, unfortunately. Speaking of unfortunately, Ukraine-born Miss Japan relinquishes her crown following an affair.
I never did hear your opinion on this, but what worst sounding or ball buzzed? Also, had lobster, crabs taste better?
I don't like lobster or crab, and I don't know if I can pick what's worse between sounding and ball busting because they're both bad. I don't like either of those things. But when I picture both of them in my mind, Right, ball busting. I just imagine like there are these guys that like lay on the ground, and then they put like a big plank of wood on top of the guy, and there's like a little hole in the wood where the balls poke through, and so the woman can like delicately stand on the wood on top of the guy, and it like puts pressure on him, and with her high heels she can then like stomp directly on the balls because they're pushed through that little circle. And so I think of that, and then I think of sounding. And sounding, I can only think of that one like GIF where the woman takes an entire finger and sticks it inside the urethra. And I feel like with that mental imagery, the finger is still worse.
Shut up! Silly woman!
So I got to start with Wendy's, then work my way up to Apple Babbles before reaching the crescendo of
Shut
Burger
up!
King.
Silly woman!
I'm gonna take the day off from chat. The combo. Did the finger have a long nail? No, it didn't have long nails. Thank you, Kirsche. Very cool. You're welcome. Do not allow this woman around peepees. No, do not damage the peepee. I don't want to step on it. I don't want to gape the urethra. I'm not into urethral gaping. When the most weirdest thing I want to do to a pee-pee is I want to put cute little hats on it. I know, like when you wake up with morning wood, I'll be in the kitchen making breakfast, but you'll take off the blankets and your pee-pee will have like a cute little cowboy hat on it or some shit. That's cute. That's cute. What if the semen flows better if you dilate it? I hate that you said that. You're at work and she's on mute. What did she say? Oh, no. As long as it's not a fedora, your penis will have a veritable doll's closet of tiny hats. I'm still waiting on someone from Peru to steal one of the little guinea pig hats for me. The Cooey Festival. They have cute little Cooey hats and I want one for future penises. Getting flashbacks to the opening of Jackass 4. Oh, no. I want a Chulia? Is that what the hats are called? I don't know what the hats are called.
Glad that I asked. Very glad. Got to grab groceries and fingerprints, so see you soon.
Wait, what do you mean by grab fingerprints? Are you replacing your own with someone else's? That's kind of cool. I want to do that. Thank you for the $5. And GD, thank you for $5. You gotta start with Wendy's, then work your way up to Apple Bapples before reaching the crescendo of Burger King. Fucking crescendo, dude. Jesus Christ. Thank you. What if your man is dying and the only way to save him is to sound his penis? I can't think of any situation in which that would be the real case. I don't think you can choke via urethra. It's not linked to your throat. I guess he's dead. Oh my god. Back to the Ukrainian woman, who hopefully doesn't do sounding. See, Thomas Peasant, they give the $2. Back to sounding, I see. Every time! Sometimes time is flat. Caroline Shino, the Ukraine-born woman of last month's Ukraine-born winner of last month's Miss Japan contest, has relinquished her title. The contest organizer said Monday, following a magazine report that she was having an affair with a married man. It is the first time a Miss Japan winner has relinquished their title. The organizer said that the post will be vacant for the year. Shikan Bunshin reported last Wednesday that Shino, 26, was dating a doctor who's married. However, the Miss Japan organizer rebutted the claim on Thursday, saying he had claimed that he was single and that she was unaware he was married. I don't believe her for some reason. I don't want to mod it yet either. Infidelity in Japan too.
Five Guys AMD in N-Out is the only best burger fast food joints. And our screaming kids.
A lot of people look at Japan and they're just like, based Japan. I want an Asian woman because white women are corrupt. And then you learn that in Japanese culture nowadays, it's practically normal for both parties in a relationship to cheat on one another. Is it you, or is it weird that she is not only doesn't look Japanese, but she's not even beautiful by Western standards? I feel like people who are not beautiful by any standards have been winning beauty pageants for years, so this just seems par for the course that she looks like an enemy in an indie horror game. Reminder, oh god. She's a long goblin. Miss Japan Association believes there was no fault on the part of Carolina Shino, it said on its website. But the association said Monday it had come to light that she dated him knowing he was married, and that she had apologized for lying about it. The association accepted Shino's offer to step down as Miss Japan. That's crazy that even the association was like, well, we believe her because she said it. And then afterwards she apologized, and she didn't even inform them that she apologized. They had to find out all on their own. Like, oh my god. This fucking woman. This fucking woman. Her agency, Freewave, said in a statement on its website on Monday that the doctor initially said he was single, but Shino continued the relationship even after she came to know that he was married. The agency has accepted Shino's offer to terminate her contract with it. Shino posted a message on her Instagram on Monday saying she had been unable to speak the truth due to confusion and fear. She looks like she could unhinge her jaw and just like eat you. What is that movie where fucking that one actress does that shit? Jennifer's Body? Cheating's been normal for at least 30. It was fine if you didn't embarrass family. Yeah. Your public perception matters a lot, which is why you just don't get caught. You don't talk about it in public. Prog Maestro, thank you for the 2 Canadians. The NTR Dojins are real. Stop, Kirsche, no! Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the gift sub to Ravenous Beat. Well, at least that one's Ravenous and not Neon. There's a Vor movie. Yes, there is a Vor movie. I'm pretty sure it's Jennifer's Body. You'd love it if a girl could unhinge their jaw? Oh no, I don't think you would, because she would be eating much more than just Yaboopus. What is she, an anaconda? Shino, who was born to Ukrainian parents, moved to Japan at the age of 5 after her parents divorced and her mother married a Japanese man whose surname she now bears. So whoever in chat said that she had Japanese in her was just straight up fucking wrong. Literally just straight up fucking wrong, dude. She revealed in an Instagram post in September that she had become a naturalized citizen. Shino was crowned Miss Japan on January 22nd, rekindling a debate about what it means to be Japanese. During the ceremony, she tearfully said that she felt grateful for finally being accepted as Japanese. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy, but if you become a naturalized citizen, but you have no ancestry tying you to the ethnicity of a place, you can be naturalized, like, as a Japanese citizen, but you cannot become Japanese. Right? Like, am I crazy? Because that's kind of how I see it.
Sorry to
right?
hear about your pussy.
Like, if I went to Japan and I became a naturalized citizen, I could say that I am a Japanese citizen, but I couldn't say that I am Japanese because I have no Japanese blood inside of me. In Japan, being a citizen is by blood alone, though? I don't know if that's the case, question mark. Being Japanese, quote unquote, and being Japanese are for sure different. You can become Japanese by saying "des enough." Jesus Christ. Foreigners can't become legal ethnically. Yeah, that's like I don't feel like I'm crazy for saying that. I'm going to beat you for not understanding a sex joke. What? Can you say the same for America? I feel like America's a weird kind of place, right? Because it's like... Is American an ethnicity? Like, America was built as, like, a melting pot of people. So we have, like, tons of people from everywhere else. And, like, American is also not a race. American is also not a race. You think anyone can become an American? That's like, yeah. Americans are British.
Cheeseburger.
It's a culture, not an ethnicity. Yeah.
No, you don't understand. She's possibly had Japanese in her before, as well as other races.
Oh. Oh. Everyone here can be an American, but not everyone is Native American. Yeah, I would say like the Native Americans would be the ethnic Americans. Technically, right? Yeah. You still don't understand the difference between race and ethnicity. You just hate the census forces you to put down white. I'm not fucking white. The cheeseburger alert always makes you giggle. It's very goofy. American is a creed rather than a bloodline, so anyone can become an American. Yeah, I feel like America is the one country that works like differently, right? Because American Indians are also divided between tribal ancestry. Yeah, it's like I could not go to like Japan and become native Japanese. I couldn't go to China and become native Chinese because I don't have like that sort of blood ancestry. And I guess the Native Americans would have been the ethnic Americans. But after America was colonized and was basically built as a colony, right? We had people from Ireland, we had people from France, from Spain. We had all these different types of people ethnically coming to build the country.
Native American are dead. They're no red skin, and anyone nowadays look whiter than Irish.
Junebug, thank you for the $6. Thank you. I wouldn't say that. There's still some Native Americans.
She gives off those hello fellow whites. Diversity is our strength vibes from Twitter.
She definitely do, Spider God. Thank you for the $7 glowy dollars. Thank you. And Colgrave, they give the $5 and explaining the sex joke to me. Thank you. Why do you want to add cheeseburger and paradise sound alert? There was another sound alert. Nyam! Nyam! There's another new sound alert in the sound alert channel. Can you please figure out where it should go? Nim. Can't become regular Japanese either in Japan. Only full-blooded Japanese are considered citizens. You may rent and live in Japan, but never be considered a citizen. I don't know how that works. I remember when I was way younger, I looked up like Japanese citizenship, and there was something about like you could only become a Japanese citizen if you renounce your citizenship from your previous country. I don't know if that's still true. I don't know about like their immigration stuff.
What the fuck?
One of your best friends is half American Indian. You've seen his dad. He's a walking stereotype. Oh my god. Looks like he's about to shed tears at littering. Yeah. And Chatter's talking about socially, not legally. Nim will upload the sound alert, or Kirsche will hide the sounding rod again. Jesus Christ. Hayden75, thank you for the $10. America was built by the most courageous and ambitious people from around the world. A country at one time that was full of rebellion and is now filled with cheeseburgers and seed oils. Learning more about the food in other countries versus the food here. And I think Kirsche posted some images as well. I can't remember what it fucking was. I think it was like an aioli sauce or some shit. I don't remember. But in America, it was like made with seed oils, whereas in Europe, if you bought the same exact thing, it was made with olive oil. So I'm wondering when we all became okay with our food essentially being poison here. Potato Radio, thank you for the $5 doodles. Japanese don't even consider 100% ethnic Japanese from South America that moved back as true Nihonjin. Huh. Why wouldn't you use olive oil? What the fuck? I don't know, but it would explain why a lot of Americans suffer from crazy health issues. Y'all became okay with that around the 70s, well before my time. It kind of makes me want to do some sort of a deep dive into like how seed oils became so prolific instead of just using what we had been for a gajillion years already. It was heart healthy. Well, apparently it's heart unhealthy. I have a friend who refuses to cross over the border to the US because your food is poison. He's not wrong.
Stop believing the propaganda. There is a genuine American spirit. It's easier in an ethically homogeneous state, but doesn't matter that you can't precisely delineate a hard line. It exists. Be the red-blooded Yank that you are in the chat, cowboy.
No, see, I would agree with you there, right? America as we know it today isn't like an ethnicity. We have all of the different ethnicities who have grown up and built America. And now, like you said, it's like, it's a red-blooded spirit, baby. But I feel like the American spirit has been beaten out of the generations, much like Bezmenov said in the 80s, where he's like, people aren't being taught American values anymore, and you need to reverse the tide of what's indoctrinating your generations and start pumping them full of American ways again. And we haven't done that. We haven't done that. And I guess maybe that's why. I don't even know, because like the UK has become incredibly corrupt. Canada's become incredibly corrupt. France is finally fighting back. Germany was buck-broken because all they can do is apologize for World War II. I was going to say, maybe that's why America was so easy to infiltrate with Marxist ideals, because we don't have a cohesive ethnic identity like other countries do. But that wouldn't really make sense, again, because of like the UK and Canada. But implying USA is not corrupt. That's not what I'm implying at all. That's not what I said at all. In Canada, we had a bunch of rapeseed oil to lubricate steam engines, and after steam stopped being used, they essentially started feeding it to people as canola. Yeah, I remember learning about what canola's old uses were for, and I was like, why do we eat that? Italy, Hungary, and Poland are also fighting back. Yeah, Hungary's fucking based, unironically. America's a melting pot. Diversity is our strength of the 1900s. Yeah. It was the first country to try something like that. Something 1965 Immigration Act. You know, I would agree that we used to have a cohesive identity, even if it wasn't ethnically tied, but what happened? I guess. Scandinavia politics are also corrupt and fucked. Butter, lard, and tallow for the win. Hard agree. I was so fucking sad. There's a lip mask that I used to love. It was from a company called Bite. The Bite lip mask had tallow in it. And so it went on really smooth. It made your lips very supple. It's just like, it was a perfect lip mask. And then the company was like, we want to go animal cruelty free. So we're going to not put tallow in our products anymore, and we're going to replace it with seed oils. Kirsche, take your meds. Meds hate! You can't make me! And,
American isn't an ethnicity, it's a state of mind. True Americans hate their government and love their freedoms. Read Guns.
Hard agree!
What time?
Hard agree! Thank you, Uncle Sam, for the $5 doodles. Thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you! And then, the new recipe for the lip mask was so shit that the company went out of business. The company went out of business, and if you could find on eBay, like, the old tallow version of the lip mask, it was like $100. It was so fucking expensive. New alert is set to $10 doodles. Thank you, Nimothy. Somewhere along the way, the people in charge of immigration became infested with line go up GDP enthusiasts. Unfortunately. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Orismador. Reminds you of when Vans, your favorite shoe brand, decided to go full vegan bullshit and stopped using leather. It's shit now. Is that why their shoes fucking fall apart like crazy now? I still have a pair of Vans from, like, when I was a freshman in high school. And they are still holding together. Shit just ain't built like it used to be,
Today
dude.
I fucked up by trying to inflate my penis like a dick balloon. I want to read that one.
Test. It's RNG,
Test.
probably. Nim, how many alerts do we have at $10? Acheron Hate, thank you for the $10. Would rather make leather out of vegan skin than go vegan? Yes. Verip, thank you for the $5. McCarthy did nothing wrong. He didn't notice hard enough. Vans still uses leather and actual suede. Whoever that was, they're lying. I haven't bought Vans in a hot fucking minute, but I also do love that company. So I'd be very sad if they started cucking again. Doc Martin was the same way. They outsourced to China, and they barely last a year. Danner boots are overrated pieces of shit. What is a Danner boot? What is that? Leather quality has indeed lowered. It's suede. Your Vans are all suede. Vans the Shoes Company? Yeah, Vans the Shoes Company. I swear I heard that Vans made an insulated boot a while back. That's very random.
Nim's a retard.
The guy at the van store literally told you they don't use leather at all now. What are you on? Is it time for me to look up Vans and leather? Does Vans still use genuine leather? I love giving Nim cock and ball torture. So, it seems like they do still sell some authentic leather shoes. Seems like they still sell some. But while our product line has expanded over the years to include the use of leather in some of our shoes, many of our current models were intentionally designed to avoid using animal products. So I would be willing to bet the majority of their shoes don't use it anymore, based on this. Alpha Wolf, thank you for the $5. The laws McCarthy put in place were never rescinded, so we can technically put communists on trial and surveil them. What a wonderful year it will be when we can finally do that. Buy some pretty good boots if you import from other countries. Places like Africa still use actual leather and actually put work into their shoes. I hate when I see advertisements on Facebook for fucking nice looking shoes. It's like I can never tell if they're actually gonna be good or not. Fake leather hate. I hate fake leather so much. Fucking poo leather, dude. Get that shit out of here. Get that shit out of here. Environmentalism and its effects have been a disaster for the human race. Agree. Agree. No. Where was I? Where was I in my tabs? Ukrainian woman. Ukrainian woman. Loa boots are good, but you're gonna pay for them? Never heard of Loa. Never heard of them. Pleather's awful and it gets so nasty after a year or two. It does. Most new sneakers don't last as long because of the cushioning component they use deteriorate after a few years. A lot of different shoe brands have had the issue of like the rubber sole part separating from the actual shoe part as well. I don't know why. I don't know why. Hayden, thank you for the $10. Back in the day when McDonald's had good fries, weren't they using lamb fat? An animal rights activist or something freaked out and McDonald's fries were never the same. Could be remembering wrong. What if the animal rights activists were playing the long con the whole time? We've been distracted by the communists and their shitty attitude, but the animal rights activists have been the ones trying to push all of the poison into our foods, right? They're just like, you can't do anything with animal or animal product that's dangerous, but if we kill off the humans by putting poison in their food, then there'll be no one left to torture the animals. And then the animals will rule the planet once more as God intended. The real noticing is that the activists are almost always commies. Fair. True and real, you're noticing. You remember that you had a sofa with fake leather? It was the worst. It peeled off in a year. Ew. Ew. Unfortunately, they're not that cool. We diverted a bit from the article because I got distracted by thinking about America versus other countries. Why don't we just start eating animal activists instead? I'd be down with that cannibalism. Country Bumpkin, thank you for continuing a gift sub, my guy. Thank you! Thank you.
What a sub. 10 out of 10.
Look at that, I thanked before the alert went off. Somebody in the chat knows Vans is like 90% suede, especially in their skate line. I'd literally just read off the leather thingy to you from Google. What do you mean?
Ooh, black guy!
I found a channel called Evil Food Supply and man, the coincidence is funny. Found out alternatives milk are worse than soda.
You cannot make me drink the alternative milk. Ain't no way. I'm gonna drink regular cow milk and you can't stop me. Jinbagu, thank you for the $13 doodle. Thank you. Started home cooking your own fries with beef tallow. The taste difference is night and day. Can't go back to anything else. I'll have to get myself some fucking tallow.
More milkies. More milkies.
Anonymous gifter, thank you for the gift sub to Outen of the Empire. Thank you! Thank you! Have I seen the bug larva butter replacement? Help, I haven't! And that sounds terrible! Hayden, thank you for the $4.99. As God intended, do I need to remind you who was made in his image? Me! I don't know about y'all.
Attracted to a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
It's good with olive oil too, just gotta watch it. I don't know about frying things in olive oil. Like, I'll use olive oil when I cook stuff in a frying pan, but I don't know about filling a pan with enough olive oil to, like, deep fry things in, right? That just feels weird to me. Maybe I'm fucked in the head, right? But I feel like olive oil smoke point is way too low for frying. That's what I thought That's what I thought. It'd be expensive. That too. Olive oil is expensive. It's butt time. Country Bumpkin, thank you for the gift sub to the cock chair. What? What? That account was made last year too. What the fuck? I don't want to mod it yet either. I'm gonna put
Why are immoral people allowed to tell us what to do? America is fucked because of it. Hashtag just watch Fox Girl while world burns.
Says, thank you for the $5 doodles. I guess it's because immoral people seek out ways to gain power more than moral people do. And even if you started trying to gain power for a moral reason and you wanted to do something good, people are very easy to corrupt. So you could get like fucking black-pilled by the way that things are and then just say fuck it, just become like them. Immoral people are really good at convincing others. Trust no one, not even yourself. The short answer's boomers. Most good people look at politics and say, I don't want anything to do with that. Yeah. Yeah. Also, Ghoul Natick, you got stuffed in there. Ghoul Natick, thank you for the gift sub to Hairco Blairco. Thank you! Thank you. Normie collectivists are the giants of our world. Those who can control the normies control the world. Jesus Christ. As you do craft with leather, let me warn you, look out for bonded leather. It's literally a sausage mixture of top grain scrap mixed with poo glue and sprayed onto a cloth surface, literally micrometers in thickness. It's a con, so they can still technically say genuine leather product.
I will say, nothing is made as well as it used to be. Products, food, etc. Many Americans are so pampered they decided to self-hate and just dive into crap convenience.
That is also spooky. I'll have to keep my eye out for bonded leather. Don't want no bonded shit. I want genuine, baby. Alpha Wolf, thank you for the 1 month member. What am I gonna do in a culture collab with V? Romania's really based. Vlad the Third was right. Oh my god. Visit Kursaki, thank you for the $5. I agree. I know planned obsolescence is a thing, and I fucking hate it. The fact that, like, refrigerators used to be built like bomb shelters, cars were, like, incredibly tough, right? Built fucking Ford tough, you know?
What the fuck?
I was like, I don't know. Everything just seems to have lowered in quality and rose in price, and people were willing to forsake quality for convenience. But I don't know how we all got placated, and everyone just whole-ass accepted the planned obsolescence nonsense. Like, how did it come to be that everyone was just like, yeah, okay, I'm okay with my products being made cheaper? How did everybody get convinced to be okay with that? Collab with Raging Golden Eagle. It's in... Oh. I thought I was reading two different comments because it didn't make any sense. Collab with Raging Golden Eagle. It's in the food and in the academia. I don't understand your sentence. Cars are better now. They were strong, but you weren't surviving a crash in one? I don't know. Watching some, like, car crash tests where the cars, like, just crumple into little bits. I don't know, man. Didn't planned obsolescence start with Apple and Steve Jobs? I am not sure, but I feel like it started before then. Why do I pronounce obsolescence as obsolescence? How should I be pronouncing it? The crumpling reduces the impact. But it also kills you. Crumple zones are a good thing, woman? Man, I wish I had that car crash video. That just looks like obsolescence, I'm gonna be real with you. Obsolescence? Obsolescence? No, obsolescence sounds better. Fuck you, chat. Feel like leather and how it's been replaced with shit is a good rabbit hole for me to dive into? Man. Look up 1959 versus 2009 crash. Kirsche had a crumple. I am the crumple zone. Fox who pretends she understands cars. I saw the one car crash video and I was like, wow, they're dying. The force of the crash can either be absorbed by the car crumpling or it can be passed on to you crumpling. Maybe I'm using the wrong terminology. Because you guys seem to think that the crumpling I'm talking about is something that's, like, intended, but it's like, it will kill you. If I type in car crash, maybe it will be
Shut up!
in my
Silly woman.
history? Crash? Bad neighbors? No. NASA astronauts. Chat! Chat! Hold. What do I do? What do I do? I want to look at the car crashes, but I have NASA tabs that are very weird. Oh god, what do I do? Oh god, what do I do? She doesn't have the tab. I do. That's the problem. Use your words. Cars first. Okay, all right. Maybe it was like speed? No, there's a car sonar. California require governor limit speed limit.
Close the fucking tabs, you psychopath.
You're in a chat of hundreds of autistic men. We like our cars. It's like if we were just to talk about some old stupid bullshit about makeup. What do you mean? Not NASA. No, NASA. NASA first. NASCAR second. The 1959 versus 2009 car crash is bullshit. The 59 Bel Air is full of rust. Yeah, that's not what I was trying to find. I was trying to find the car crash video that I watched to, like, demonstrate the crumpling that I was talking about. Because this is definitely not crumpling that would save you. This is the entire car turns from a car to a ball of metal. Like, you are dead. Car. I'll type in car. I'll type in car. Oh god, that doesn't work. Okay, what if I type in crash in my history? On YouTube, no, I can't, no. High-speed boat crash on the Potomac River. That's not what I want. Mountain of Hell 2019, big crash. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's not here. It's not here. Your store notepad. MH370 not deliberately crashed by pilot. Top shootout boat racers killed in crash. Learn to crash a waste car. God warrior parent daughter dies in car crash. I know Foxplane crash. That's me. I crash. Raytheon director and his wife killed in plane crash. Boston City Councilor. That's the Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy. Oakland is a Mad Max hellscape of crashes. Okay, all right. No, it's not here. It's not here. And I don't think... Oh, maybe hold on, I got a second browser. Hold on, chat. History. Was I watching BMG car crash? I don't know what BMG is. Oh, no, it's not in my other browser either. There ain't no way. No. It was revealed to her in a dream. God damn. BMG is a simulation game? Oh, no, it wasn't a game. It was real life crash testing. Car crash. Car crash. Testing against car. Car crash testing against car. Oh no, that's not against the car. That's just against the wall. It was they were using one car, and they were crashing the one car into another car to show what would happen when the cars collide. And they were using the same car to do the crashing, but they were changing the car crashed into. Which kind? I don't remember. Was it in my YouTube history? I don't know how to check, like, YouTube history. Mid-size car reviewed. Crash the safest cars. Most unsafest cars. Crash test. Mid-size car? Oh, no. Luxury car crash test? That's not what I'm looking for. I guess I'll just bring this up, because, like, maybe it'll illustrate my point. That I'm trying to, like... I'm gonna mute it, because I'm not gonna get demonetized, man. I'll mute it. Maybe this will demonstrate point. Oh, that's a sturdy car. That one seems to be sturdy. It's the same car. Yeah, this one's not doing the crumple thing. Yeah, they're just doing it into, like, a little wall. None of these are doing the crumple thing that I'm talking about. You work in NASCAR, you can tell me that I want the car to crumple enough to take the impact, but strong enough to keep the driver safe. That's why they can wreck at 200 and walk away. Yes. 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 Yes, that is what you want. When I'm saying crumple, I think it's getting confused with, like, some official term for crumple zone. I don't know what a crumple zone is. I don't care what crumple officially means. When I say crumple, I mean you are dead. That car has crumpled into, like, a ball. You are not surviving, is what I'm trying to convey. And that's why I was, like, trying to find the video that I watched, but I can't. I can't. Sounds like Chinese-made car? Nope, not Chinese-made car. Am I talking about pancaking? When someone says pancaking to me, I think of, like, the top of the car being smushed down. That's not what I'm talking about, though. I believe the term I'm looking for is crushed. Unfortunate that my layman's term overlaps perfectly with an industry term. That is unfortunate! I'm looking for the scientific term squimped. What speed is a car going to get smushed like that? 40? About 40 miles an hour? Wouldn't that depend on the speed of the impact? That's why I'm saying, like, it doesn't seem like cars are all that much safer than they used to be. I know. Car-to-car crash test demonstrates double standard? This doesn't look like it, though. This doesn't look like it. Yeah, these are just, like, normal impact. These are normal impact. Worst you can find is Ford Escape crash test, man. Pickled cucumber, thank you for the $2. You want Kirsche to crumple me? Ha! Kirsche enjoyer, thank you for the $4.99. If you hit anything hard and fast enough, you probably won't make it anyways. Just drive safe, friend. Yeah, drive safe. Drive safe. But I wish I could find this video so that it would make sense what I was saying. But none of these look familiar. I know I watched it. I don't know why it's not in my history. I don't know why it's not in my history. Should see a Ford Explorer get hit by a semi. Perfect amount of crumple while still being built like a tank. There's a reason cops use Explorers. That's not what I'm talking about. You're like using the actual crumple zone thing correctly the way that it's supposed to be. I never use the word zone. I just use the word crumple. Crumple zone? Sure, fine, whatever the fuck. That's good, whatever. That's not what I was talking about. Kirsch's brain has been crumpled. Ben Grogan, thank you for the £2. You want tests when a truck? It's a stationary car. Yes. Matt? Yeah. You want tests when a truck? It's a stationary car. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what you mean. The feds are watching stream and removed it from your history in real time. Fucking probably, dude. Did the video make it clear it was a final version released to the public for purchase or just a test model? I have no idea. I have literally zero fucking clue what the context of the video was. I can just see it in my mind. Eternal Emperor Rex, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Just call it crushed. Do I want something like this? Hold on, let me try and copy this link. Let me try and copy this link. Wired design. No. No, not something like this. These aren't exactly getting crumpled in the way that I was seeing the cars get crumpled in the other video. I swear to God, this was a real video. I wasn't dreaming. I don't know what's happening, man. You drive a motorcycle most of the time. You're not really worried about impact safety. There's a video with a variety smooshed by 2 semis. They were definitely not semis. Definitely not semis. So NASA. Yeah, I guess we're going to fucking NASA because I can't find it, question mark. This is why men will never understand what a woman means. Just understand that if I say something, it's probably not an industry correct term. I don't know shit about that. Just watch crash videos until you find it. Crash test videos aren't exactly fun, though. Where are my NASA tabs? Because this was fucking weird. This was fucking weird. Where are my NASA tabs at? I know they're way back here. What is this? I went home with a couple for a threesome. That's not NASA. Foot fetishism goes mainstream. That's also not NASA. What is this? Crimson Star. No, what is this? Transgender man found to be pregnant. Oh, I think we're getting closer. I think we're getting closer to NASA. Hold on. Kyoto animation arsonist given the death penalty. Yeah, that's what we like to see. Oh, is that? No, that's Philadelphia ESG bullshit. Where? Kari Lake bullshit? Texas bullshit? I got designer vagina surgery. I want to read that one. Oh god, I'm getting so distracted by my tabs. I can't find
the fucking
NASA!
tabs, you psychopath.
They're so unorganized. Usually I spend time organizing my tabs, but I didn't today! I haven't organized my tabs in a hot fucking minute, chat. I haven't organized them. I haven't organized my tabs. I'm sorry for being an unorganized tabular mess today. And I don't think I can just type NASA in my search bar.
Sally, your boyfriend lets you have 2 comms?
I'm sorry, but I'm tired of life.
Tabs, you psychopath.
That wasn't me saying I'm tired of life. That was me reading a tab. That's bridge tabs. That's too far back. What the fuck? Where did they go? What the fuck? Where did they go, chat? Where's all my QVC tabs from Mari? What browser do you have? Firefox! Firefox. Honkai nonsense, Riot Games, Future, Pal World tabs, Nintendo. And I know it's not from Twitter. Historic breach of data. I don't know, visitors to Colombia. It's probably not these tabs, right? Inclusion at your organization. I don't know what this is. I don't know what these are. Leadership gap indicator, Alaska Airlines. Oh, I remember the Alaska Airlines crash. Okay. Security finance derivatives news. Okay, alright. International Schwamp. Ayman Mohaledin. Anime consulting practice. Oh, that's that fucking weird pedophile guy. Went home. That's the threesome tab again. What the fuck? Oh. Hold on. No, these are other ESG tabs. What the fuck? Oh! I know! What does this have to do with NASA? Hold on. I don't know where this tab came from. I don't know where this tab came from. Quotas, targets. This is a 2018 article. I found where I'm supposed to be. But I don't know how I got here. Commercial case for action. Numbers aren't necessarily a critical path. ESG lab in January. What is Pi Partners? What is this? Maybe that'll give me a clue. I hope day's going great. Thank you. I hope your day's going great. I don't know how I got to this one, so we'll look at that one last. But okay, I saw a thread on Twitter at one point for Soup Now Pies. I saw a thread on Twitter talking about the I think it was the Challenger explosion. Challenger was the one in the 80s that killed the entire astronaut crew, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, Fox, was it this short? I don't think it was a short. Yes, Challenger. No, it was not that. I've never seen this in my life.
10
I've never seen it.
15 comes. 20 comes. 25 comes. 30 comes.
Ikaron, hey, thank you for the 35 subs! Thank you! Thank you! Damn, Sally, that's a lot of comes. Ikaron, hey, thank you. Thank you for big fucking dick and 35! You're nuts? You're nuts? I get big, thick 35 dick and gift subs and I found my tabs? We're fucking gaming, chat. You just realized you hate the way I say comes, and I'm not sure why. Well, what? That's a lot of comes. I don't know what you guys are talking about with Big Bird. I have no idea what that is. But, only 30 comes for 35 gifts. What a ripoff. What the fuck? Did I switch browser? Am I looking at the right one? I am looking at the right one. I know where to go for my tabs. Cum levels are off the charts. Jesus Christ. But, there was a thread. There's like this Twitter account that just posts stuff that happened in history. And they posted like the Challenger explosion and whatnot. And so I like clicked on it and I looked at it and the comments were filled. Absolutely filled with people talking about how the Challenger explosion people actually didn't die in the explosion, and that there's like a conspiracy theory about how like all these people are still alive and shit. I don't think that's true. To be fair, I don't think that's true. But a lot of people seem to believe it for some reason. And I was like, I wonder if, because the Challenger explosion is before my time. And so I don't know a whole lot about it. I wasn't there to see it, obviously. And so I'm wondering if, like, people back in the day were complaining about any kind of ESG-styled nonsense at this point in time. And somehow, I didn't wander into like a crazy rabbit hole, but I found a couple of articles that were a little strange. It was just a little strange to me. The Challenger astronauts are hiding with Elvis. I bet they're living it up in Argentina with Hitler, honestly. Why would someone blow up a rocket and keep those people hidden? I don't know. I don't know, man. It was primarily about accounting and timetables, but the inclusion of a teacher on board was just cheap feminism. You were in low grade school. You remember the teacher trying to play it off as okay to a classroom of traumatized kids. Oh, no. The Challenger is why we don't do rocket launches ourselves anymore. We piggyback off of other ally nation launches. That seems kind of silly, though, because, like, I mean, like, it's awful, right? It's awful that it happened. But that doesn't mean you should stop trying to go into space, right? I was 15 when the Challenger blew up. What do you mean before your time? What do you mean? Kirsche, enjoy. Thank you for the $4.99. Do you remember seeing the Columbia space shuttle in 2003 burn up in the atmosphere in the news? Yes, I do remember that one. Challenger was ultimately caused by shitty O-ring seals. Yeah, and what are these people called? The people that design the shit. Not like an architect, but like the spaceship designer mans. He even like warned the higher ups and he was like, hey, engineers! He even warned his higher ups and he was like, hey, yo, they can't handle this kind of temperature change. It's not gonna go well. And right before the launch, because like the higher ups didn't fucking believe him, they were like, we're gonna launch anyway. He told his wife, he was like, that spaceship's gonna blow up. Like, I know it is, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. And the spaceship designer mans, yeah, very, very technical language from the industry. Dude, the new going to the moon initiative is fucked. DEI is not only taken seriously, might end up with people killed. I mean, we're already seeing it with our airplanes. So, like, again, I was just curious. And I got a couple of articles that are a little bit strange. A little bit strange and odd.
Consider the following. The discrediting of legitimate conspiracies would benefit those performing the conspiracies and obfuscate the truth from the people. The easiest way to do this is to pump the internet with fictitious conspiracy theories.
And while none of it pointed to any sort of ESG back in the day, because they're current year articles, I still thought that they were an interesting read. There's this one at owlesg.com that says, it's time to stop politicizing ESG. And I was like, what do they mean by that? Hidden, they give the $1.99. Kira's an 8-year-old lolly, remember? No! I am fully grown adult woman! You think a lot of Americans seen the SpaceX satellites? You did, and it was a line of satellites? I don't remember. I think they mean it's time to stop ESG, period, right? It's time to stop politicizing donations to political parties. The worst nuclear disaster in history, the 1986 Chernobyl nuclear plant meltdown. Imagine having a nuclear plant in 1886. Holy shit. Occurred because Soviet officials were certain the conditions that caused the explosion were impossible, even though the exact same thing, something called xenon poisoning, had taken place in 1983 at the Ignalina nuclear power plant in Lithuania, a plant with the same RBMK reactor design as Chernobyl. The disaster happened during a safety test, ironically, where the staff conducting the test was woefully untrained. Soviet officials were so positive that a nuclear meltdown could not have occurred that evacuation did not begin until a full day and a half after the explosion. I remember watching a TV show about the explosion, and it was pretty fucking good. I don't know how much was like real and how much was fictitious, but it was a pretty fucking good show. ABMX, thank you for the $1.99, my guy. Thank you. What propaganda does to a motherfucker? Communism stifles innovation and safety protocols? Yeah. Yeah, radioactive poisoning, trip of a lifetime. Yeah. The people responsible for the fuck-up should be severely punished or else more fuck-ups will happen? Hard agree. Hard agree. A 19th century nuclear plant would have been an utter disaster. The Great Famine, which killed anywhere from 15 million to 55 million people in China between 1956 and 1961, was the result of a population explosion of pest insects and subsequent massive loss of crops, because Mao Zedong ordered the Chinese people to eradicate voracious insect-eating sparrows, which he considered to be one of the 4 great pests. Had absolutely nothing to do with communism. Don't worry about it, chat. Just 5 more hiccups until current year. The Titanic only carried 20 lifeboats, though it had capacity for 64 that could have saved an additional 3,547 people, because the engineers believed it to be unsinkable. The Challenger shuttle exploded because NASA ignored warnings about seals on the solid rocket boosters at low temperatures. Early continued reliance on ventilators to treat patients hospitalized with COVID might have led to an increase in deaths as much as 70%. Both the dot-com crash and the global financial crisis of the late 2000s were largely because of people's belief that they could never occur. You can give me butt scratches! Like I'm a real pet!
That wouldn't have happened if they had Kirsche's waifu cup.
This is such like a weird reading of historical events, in my opinion. I'm blind, I can't see patterns. Oh my god, they spent the entire time loading and launching boats. More boats would have made no difference. We know who caused the 2008... Mao killing more Chinese than the Japanese did in World War II. That's fucking nuts, dude. All of Mao's policies were widely incompetent. Communists will never admit that Stalin's regime was the most successful implementation of communism in human history, because that reveals that communism isn't humanitarian at all, and it's just state power. I feel like successful is a weird way to put that, but I understand what you mean. The list of mistakes, crashes, disasters, death, suffering, and destruction driven by humanity's propensity for myopic thinking and allegiance to a narrative over willingness to embrace fact and nuance is as long as human history itself. Not long ago, the United States and the entire financial world held its collective breath in fear as Silicon Valley Bank, the 16th largest bank in the US, failed, followed by others with predictions for even more dominating financial headlines. Man. This is an incredible propaganda piece, and by that I mean idiotic. Yeah, it's like surreal to read, I suppose. If only they were allowed to fail. In the wake of catastrophes like the one at SVB, it's easy to say that trained professionals should have seen it coming. Though predictions like that tend to be simpler in hindsight, what is more predictable, unfortunately, is the backlash of finger-pointing and politicians from both sides of the aisle trying to capitalize on the latest crisis to score political points. SVB CEO Greg Becker served on the board of the San Francisco Federal Reserve, the entity...
6,000-year-old lolly cum demon vampires.
Commies also ignore scientific standards such as evolution on the grounds of its capitalistic. This single unjustified rejection of science led to millions starving to death.
What? I have not heard that one before, actually. Ty, thank you for the $15. Are there actually commies that reject evolution theory? There's no way. That seems too dumb even for them. Lysenkoism and the plants are communist. Oh, it's called Lysenkoism? What the fuck? That is crazy to me. They seem to imply that ESG is a disaster that only exists because they don't think it can go wrong. That's not exactly what they're implying. That's not exactly what they're implying. Where did I, The entity that was supposed to provide oversight of his bank. 2 days before SVB failed, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell assured Congress that rising rates presented no danger to the economy. And yet, we are being told by some politicians that SVB failed because its leadership was overly focused on the new boogeyman, ESG. While the factors that led to the second largest bank failure in U.S. history are almost certainly more complex than the political ideology of its leadership, it remains possible that a myopic, rigid adherence to that ideology took focus away from executives who should have been paying more attention to the expanding risk caused by the company's portfolio concentration. Those same people are making accusations that SVB failed because of its executives' political leanings, have adopted the same singular stance in opposing anything with the letters E, S, and G attached to it. The same absolutist posturing taken by proponents of the immediate elimination of fossil fuels. Fox News. I find it interesting. Because I didn't know anything about the SVB Bank's board members' politics. I find it interesting that the people in charge of this bank were against ESG. They were against, like, the one world government nonsense. And somehow theirs was the bank that had the, oh no, it might fail. They don't believe in God nor evolution, so what happened? His politics was that he was that year's largest Democrat donor. Lysenkoism rejects genetics because it supports inequality and human differences, i.e. racism, thus distracting from the economic man basis. What the fuck? What the fuck? And then to say that being opposed to anything with ESG in it is the same as being the same absolutist posturing taken by proponents of the immediate elimination of fossil fuels. So if you're someone who wants, like, the immediate elimination of fossil fuels, that is the same as being against ESG, that feels a little strange to equate. You're just as bad as us, fluff piece. Hey. Your YouTube stream is having hiccups? Oh no. Oh no. I hope the stutters fucking slow down. It's almost as if everyone who has a stake in the direction of the popular narrative, politicians, corporates, lobbyists, and legacy media, for example, is interested in promulgating a viewpoint that benefits them with no regard for accuracy, nuance, or negative impacts. The backlash against ESG has been building for years, and SVB is by no means the first instance of seemingly misplaced blame, with ESG as the villain. Just the latest. The intensity of the blowback feels like it has increased recently, not just in volume, but in action. Good. Good, I hope it continues to rise until we completely destroy it. Congressional Republicans passed a bill that would reverse Biden's ESG investment executive order, which Biden promptly made his first veto. Interesting. I didn't even know that happened. Florida and Texas are the two most high-profile of the now 19 states that have passed some form of anti-ESG legislation. Companies that have earnestly adopted sustainability initiatives.
Is he leaving the room?
There we go.
Arismador, thank you for the 300 biddies. The statement is equivalent to saying that opposing shitting yourself is the same as supporting constipation. Oh, God. This article is written by a person who is smartly retarded. True! Companies that have earnestly adopted sustainability initiatives as part of a long-term strategy face scorn and calls for boycotts and bans. I like how they're trying to call ESG sustainability initiatives when it is like the exact opposite of that. The only way to sustain the things that ESG and DEI espouse is with like a heavy hand where you control what people think. Not that myopic thinking. How many times myopic? He's typed myopic 4 fucking times in this article. Not that myopic thinking and lack of nuance is reserved for one side. Nuclear power has withered under the pressure of fear campaigns, even though more than 10 times as many people die annually from coal and oil accidents than the total number of deaths from nuclear ever. I do think it is a little weird to be against nuclear energy. I'm gonna be in agreement with that one. Wind and solar are inefficient, subject to the whims of the wind and sun, and have a host of problems. Wind turbines, in particular, are devastating to birds and is now proving to be a direct cause of a significant increase in the deaths of whales and other sonar-guided animals. Abandoning fossil fuels in favor of these green sources of energy threatens significant human misery in Europe this winter, with coal as the savior. Hidden amongst all of this is the hypocrisy of bad faith actors who publicly tout ESG-related strategies while embracing practices that run utterly counter to what they promote. Greenwashing is a recent buzzword because it is a very real concern, with public outcry, regulatory scrutiny, and even penalties as a consequence. Companies that claim to embrace DEI on paper do the opposite in reality when they think they can get away with it. And this is also one of the reasons why DEI is morphing into bridge. DEI and BlackRock pumping these companies full of money wasn't enough. They were getting just placation, and they were getting marketing campaigns. And they want it to be more than marketing campaigns. They want this to be an embedded ideology that companies build off of, and it's how they even create products in the first place. This article is pro-bridge propaganda. It's pro-bridge propaganda sprinkled lightly throughout with, hey, look, I'm also on your side, and that's why you too can understand the benefits of DEI and ESG, because we have common ground. And if we can find common ground in a few places, surely we can find common ground here. They're going into hibernation to try and hide and wait out until the pendulum swings again. I don't even think they're doing that. Just listen to what the fox woman says. What's bridge? I'm a bit behind on the streams. Look up bridge! Look at my tweet! Look at my bridge VOD! They do this just like any other organization. Real ESG has never been tried. ESG does not have to be a boogeyman, nor does it have to be an iron rod driving extreme behaviors in the pursuit of nebulous goals. That is literally what it is. What do you mean? That is literally what it is. Big soup. Don't let big soup feed you the xenoestrogens. Oh god. Iron Rod sounding us all. Skewky trolling. I don't think Skewky's trolling. I think he's heading off the people asking me what bridge is so that I can put the information in chat. And by I mean my mods. Who gets to decide what ESG actually is? That's the real question. It stands for environmental, social, and governance. And it's a platform for what exactly is being done in these companies. Like, it has a definition. It's not just some sort of ephemeral concept that people can put their own meaning to.
My father to fight back on this shit at his company, and they have sided with him. Go honorable chatters.
Hell yeah, Danny DeLito. Danny DeLito, thank you for the $5! I'm glad that you showed your father all the bridge shit and he fought back at his company. I'm glad that they're siding with him. Good fucking job. You too can make a difference! You can make the difference, honorable chatters. I believe in you. I believe in you. Thank you, Danny DeLito. Fucking based dad. Did Kira ever get her Gamer Subs cup? We're talking about designing it. It's gonna take a while before it comes out, but it is in process of talks. There's actual scientific reasons to reject evolution by looking into the flaws of it. Commies, on the other hand, only reject it because something capitalism. Very weird. Very weird. Down with bridges. Fuck bridges! Big white pill moment? Yeah. Whenever I talk about ESG isn't going away, it's just ramping up, it's getting worse, and it's going to get worse before it gets better, I'm not trying to black pill you, chat. I'm trying to say, don't stop noticing. Don't get complacent. Don't think just because we had a few victories that the entire war is actually over. That is when they will come behind you and gape you so hard you don't even know what happened. Take the white pill. Keep fighting. Keep noticing. Be like Danny DeLito's fucking dad. One man making a difference multiplied 1,000 times can change a great deal. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Will the cup have an upskirt? I'm trying to think about what I want for the design, so I don't want to release any information yet because I don't know what the final thing will be.
Degenerates.
Be the change you want to see. Be the change you want to see. No matter what someone's stance is on the best way to improve our world, the term ESG should not be a political tool to ignore the negative consequences of whatever position that person is promoting. No, ESG is a negative tool. It is a poison that is not only killing companies that try to adopt its positions, but it's making everybody who wants to buy normal products fucking angry. Be the change you want to see. How do I be a large pile of money? Short skirt and ass cheek peek is top tier cup design. Just saying. The AI gods have told you so. It is a socio-political tool. It is. It is a tool. At its core, ESG means taking all factors into account as part of a long-term strategy. It means considering the impact on the larger world in each decision. It is a far less controversial topic. What does this say? New poll shows surprising point of consensus for voters from across the political spectrum. Broad majorities agree. I don't get the full context from just the title. What is this? Poll found voters in some predominantly red Western states are overwhelmingly in support of clean energy and conservation initiatives. Recent conversation in the West poll conducted at Colorado College found that 2/3 of voters in the Americas, or in the American West, want to see 100% of their energy come from clean, renewable sources like solar and wind in the next 15 years. More than 60% of voters said they'd like members of Congress to prioritize clean air and water and wildlife habitats and recreation. Poll spanned more than a decade and surveyed voters in Arizona, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming. Somewhat surprising stance, considering 34% of voters voters polled identify as conservative, 41% describe as moderate, and 22% identified as liberals. Despite their political standing, voters in the poll overwhelmingly supported a number of climate initiatives. I find that a little hard to believe. Like, I feel like if you ask a question like, do you want clean air and water? I don't think political position matters. People are going to say yes, right? Like, from a fucking college? Of course, college students would find something stupid to be a smart idea. Studies can be bought. Also that. I just wanted to see what they were putting here.
Oh, I found it. Oh, I found it.
Tony the Mighty, thank you for the $1. Got a shaker cup. You'll buy mine when it comes out. Viva la Kirsche! Thank you! Thank you. Thank you. Braden, 4141, thank you for $5. Remember, phrasing is everything in these polls? Yeah, it is. And sometimes they can be phrased, like, really fucking weirdly. Help. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the $10. If you think communism under Mao and Stalin was bad, look at Cambodia. A full quarter of the population was cleaned because of this. We're talking, if you wear glasses, you must be a capitalist intellectual. What the fuck? I do not know jack shit about Cambodia. If you asked me to point to Cambodia on a map, I would not be able to find it. A phrase like those Save the Children bills that just fund the Ukraine war for some reason. Yeah, that's fucking weird. It is a far less controversial topic among the actual American public than the most popular news programs would have us believe, with Republicans, Democrats, Independents, and all others having fairly similar viewpoints on the need to be good stewards of our environment and work for a society that is more beneficial to more people. Even as we disagree on the best way to get there. What did I fucking say, chat? What did I fucking say earlier? It's literally the propaganda of, this evil thing isn't actually evil. Look at all these positions that are shared by people of different political beliefs. ESG is not a boogeyman. In fact, you already support it in so many ways. And since you already support the core concepts of ESG, clearly you would support all of ESG as well. They said the thing! I fucking called it. I am a Nostradamus. When can we start breaking their legs? Good question. Next question. Cambodia, you don't drink, but Cambodia makes you want to drink. They fucked up so bad as a communist nation that a communist nation to invade the nation on humanitarian grounds. What the fuck? It's actually happening and it's a good thing. You are here. It isn't surprising that people take this seriously, as the symptoms of our impact on the world are increasingly apparent. The planet is increasing in temperature, and the correlation with increasing atmospheric carbon ppm is clear. This shouldn't be surprising. It gets colder higher up a mountain because the air is thinner. Climate change operates under the same basic principle. If it gets colder higher up a mountain because the air is thinner and climate change operates on the same basic principle, isn't that just normal? Isn't that just normal weather changes? Like, also, we've seen so much shit that makes it clear that they don't actually care about climate change. Like,
Oh, nice God.
I cannot take any of these people seriously while they're trying to do things like, you need to control your water usage, Western countries. You need to do all of this crazy shit with your trash and your recyclables. You can't have plastic straws. You can't do any of these minor, tiny, itty bitty things. But like, India and China can continue doing what they're doing. They don't need anything to help reel in their pollution. They are perfect countries, actually. Maintenance. Warm climate equals a lot of precipitations. India, China, the Philippines. Yeah, I cannot take them seriously. I cannot take them seriously. China has carbon emission rates higher than all the other Western nations combined. It's just like, once they start looking at those countries, maybe I'll be like, all right, I'll look into what kind of points you're trying to make. But like, seriously, when they say they want to reduce carbon, they mean they want to reduce you? Absolutely. Absolutely. You are the carbon they wish to reduce, which is why they want you to live in the pod, to eat the bugs, to think having a wife and kids is a bad idea. They will stop at nothing to reduce you. And they tell us to keep shit down, but say nothing to wealthy fucks about their private jets. They can get dressed as Kirsches and thrown to the chatters. Jesus Christ. So true. Carbon reduction is anti-human. Yeah. China's considered a third world. That's why they're allowed to continue. Just because a place is a third world country doesn't mean that they should be able to pump out way more, like, harmful products than any of the other Western countries combined together. Have you played the India Google Map game where you click on a random part of India with Street View and you get the camera 360 to try not to get to an area that has a pile of trash in the photo? That sounds like a fun game. Hold on. Google Map. Google Map. Google Map. Google Map. I do not want that. So I want to go India. All right, we're on India. We're on India. Let me just make sure everything's fine and I can pull up my Google Map. Wowza. We got Google Map here. I'm gonna click on Rajasthan because that sounds fun. That sounds like a fun place to be. And I'm gonna click on Nagwar. Oh, that looks cool. That looks pretty fucking cool. And we're gonna paradrop. Where are we gonna paradrop in Nagwar? We're gonna go here. All right. Well, there's a man on a bike. That looks like an animal. Oh, We found the trash, chat. We found the trash. Trash spotted. Trash spotted. What is this? That is an unsafe looking staircase. My God. Well, that was easy. Yeah, that was easy. That was quick. It's quick and easy. All right. Can I go out of street view? Can I go back here? Can I go like back? I don't. Off of street view. Okay. All right. We went there. Let's go to the Nehru colony. Let's go up here. This looks like an empty area. This looks like it has like housing, so we'll go like here. Does dilapidated building count as trash? We got does that count? Does that count? It's I don't think so. No, clean kills only. Okay, so it has to be plastic or like fucking regular garbage. Yes. Do we have a judge? Do we have a judge to tell me if this pile of like scrap rock is trash? I guess there's like a plate there. Why am I in like a tornado right here? Why is there like a blur that I'm standing on? Oh, there's trash. Okay, we found trash in the other direction. 5 out of 10 edge case. Can I like go this way a little bit? Why does it blur what's directly underneath me? That's so strange. They have door corn! Chat! I want door corn! That looks cool as fuck! They're censoring the trash. Yeah, I guess I have a poo shield? I don't really know. That's very weird that like I can see stuff on the ground, but directly below me is censored? Was a blur on the street the other time too? Probably so you can't see the piles of shit. Jesus fuck. Oh, they got little house tassels too. That's cute. That's cute. All right. We'll go one more place in Neguer. We'll go well, there's a hospital. Surely the hospital will be clean, right? Surely around the hospital will be clean. There's an RTO office. I don't know what that means. I'll go like right here. There's a couple of streets. Oh. Okay, well, I guess the hospital's not clean. Holy fuck. There's another pile of trash, like, slightly down the road, too. Good. Oh, there's donkey! The donkeys are eating the trash! They're helping! Where the fuck is the hospital? I think it's that building right there. I think it's that building.
Giving them cock and ball torture.
It's not even any buildings around it. I'm pretty sure it's this. It's this. What is this lady? What is this lady? Oh. Oh, I don't have the big sensor, but she got turned into spaghetti. It was a Byford dolphin experiment. Long lady. Wait, now I have the sensor bubble. What? Does the sensor bubble appear whenever there's like shit on the road? Like, I don't understand. What is this? What fucking is this? Spaghetti. I wanted to look at the lady because she had pretty colors. All right, we've inspected Neguer. Where are we gonna go from here? Where are we gonna go from Neguer? Panchu! Panchu sounds cute. I like some Panchu. Panchu's a circle. All right, okay. Let's the community health center. Surely the community health center. We're gonna plop right there. All right, okay. We got like a cute little chip shop. Oh. Okay, well there's trash all over the ground here. And all over the ground here at the health center, by the way. There's the bricks for starting riots. Oh no. There's more trash over here. Still cleaner than some US cities. True. I feel like you could do this in like San Francisco or like Chicago or like Detroit and you would have a very, very similar experience. They aren't going to start themselves. Just two guys in a little tractor hauling bricks. Oh yeah, it isn't a tractor. It's not on a pallet. One-to-one experience. Honestly, less trash than you got when you tried it. You got mountains, but you were near the bigger cities. I mean, doing it in the big cities would be way too easy, right? I'm trying to do it in like more not city areas. I don't want to say rural because I don't know if this is rural or not, but there's a temple. Surely the temple will be clean. What the fuck is that? Okay, well, it's cleaner. There's only a little bit of trash. There's only a little bit. I'm on top of like a car. Yeah, there's only little tiny piles of trash. This looks like the city that you play in the secret world when you get to Egypt. Oh, there's more street donkeys! I'm so jealous of their fucking street donkeys, dude. They're so cute. They're so cute. Oh, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that thing? What the... Go down this road. What the fuck is that thing? How do I see that better? Oh, a cute little heart thing? I don't think I can see that better. Oh, there's another one! There's two of them! That was a giant... Oh, giant dung pyramid. The Kirsche wants to be in a donkey show. No, thank you! No, thank you! Alright, Poncho, you're a pretty clean district. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Let's zoom out again. Let's zoom out again. Manya. New Delhi. Ghaziabad. Gurugram. Gurugram sounds fun. Gurugram. What the fuck is that bridge? What the fuck is that bridge? Narsingpur. Hotel Ajay. Matrikiran High School. Shihi Village. Where do I want to paradrop? Gilrugamesh! Yeah. Big Boy Toys Car Showroom!
Supposedly the
That's where we're
blurring of the
going.
ground in certain countries on Google Maps Street View is primarily due to privacy concerns and regulations.
That just looks like a dirt pile. There's trash all along here. There's trash along there. They got killer palm trees! I like the palm trees. This is fairly clean. This is like normal city cleanliness, I would say, right around here. This is normal city cleanliness. We finally got one. We finally got one that looks like a normal city. It's the same thing everywhere. Did Ubisoft make that map too? Yeah, everything looks very, very similar around here. Suku! Too many roads, 5 out of 10. I have bad news for you. About roads. Oh, that was a cute little ticket booth. I don't know what they're selling there. In a perfect society, we'll have no roads. You just got back. What are we looking at? Ozzy Horror suggested to play a game. Oh, the big boy toys. Oh, yeah, this is what I wanted. The big boy toys. I would visit the big boy toys. What is this? Oh, they got fucking lions outside? No way, dude. Holy shit, what a con. The fucking lions! No way, dude. Spinks World HQ? I don't know what that is. I'd go to the big boy toys, baby. Look at how crazy this building looks in comparison to everything else here. God damn. They have Lamborghinis, but they can't pick up their wrappers. That's pretty fucking cool. All right, we'll paradrop one more place. We'll go one more place here. Let me zoom all the way out. Oh, that's too far. We gotta go back to India. Let's go like way south. Puducherry! I'm a cherry. Let's go to Puducherry. That's where we're going. Oh no, but Bommy Yam Palam Yam sounds fun too. Bama Yapalayam. Bama Yapalayam. Bama Lapayayam. I can't fucking say it. Alright, inside Puducherry, let's go to the Botanical Garden. Surely.
Stroke?
Surely the botanical garden will be a clean place to look at. Botanical garden. I don't know what I expected, but it certainly was not this. I don't know what I expected. Where's the... This is all just trash! This is not a botanical garden! I don't even know which way the botanical garden is. Let's go this way. What the fuck is this? Only the finest palettes in their botanical garden. Oh my god, what is this? Is this just like free pallets? Why do these cars look like minions? Like, I know what a tuk-tuk is, right, chat? I've seen tuk-tuks before, but these look like they took minions and made them into cars. I guess pallets in their natural habitat. Oh my god. Tuk-tuk patrol.
Like a dirty dog you are!
Which way is the botanical garden? This has more trees, so let's go that way. Let's go that way. Is this a botanical? Is it a garden? This is Mani Electronics and Mani Furniture. What is this, Tarkov? Where just like one company makes everything? Which way, Indian man? The botanical gardens are the wood pallets you met along the way. I don't know what's happening. What is this? What is wines, wholesale, and retail liquor? That's not what I'm looking for. KM Furniture? That's also not what I'm looking for. Mobile furniture. So I don't think it's this way. So botanical garden, maybe this way. Maybe you just gotta like round these buildings. Oh, look at that cool statue. It looks like it's on a bell. What a cool statue. Seeing Indian traffic is weird. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Why are they all so close together? Why are they all so close together? Okay, there's no one there. Okay, now this just looks weird. Maybe I just don't see enough like motorbikes together, but that's how they used to build buildings. The traffic is scary. Yeah, that looks scary to me. Gotta avoid the killer street lamps. There's so many of them. So surely if I go this way, I can find... What? Walkaru Garden Shoppe. Is that how you get to the botanical garden? You get there's trees behind there. I'm mourning. There's trees behind there. Wow, a road with lines. Tibet Momo. Street food. Ooh. Look in there. Ooh. Oh god. I can't get a good look, but like look, it goes back. Maybe that is where the botanical garden is. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go back out. Botanical garden. Can I paradrop in fish aquarium? Can I paradrop inside here? Why is there a kidney hospital inside the botanical garden? Let's drop inside. Indian man jump scare! Bro, back up! What the heck? If we position it perfectly here, it's like he's holding us. It's like he's a streamer and we're watching him. Is he like the Google man? Is that why he's so close and not blurred? Thanks, Google man. All right, this looks like a botanical park. This looks like a nice botanical I don't know what these fucking weird flowers are or how they're supported on such a thin stem. What the fuck is that? That's cool as fuck. I was like, they got a little tiny stick and a giant flower on the top. I like that. I like that. His phone is cracked. Is it? Or is that just like animations on the phone? I feel like he's gonna talk about tech at any moment. Why are there weird metal pikes in the ground? At an angle? GS per Perotetet founder. Okay. Alright. Oh, that's not a person, that's just like a Washington monument. Alright, okay. I can't move from here. So I have to go back out and paradrop somewhere else in the botanical garden. Alright, let me get my person. There's stuff I can paradrop on here? Botanical garden toy train! I don't see a toy train. This looks like it would be a really fun place to have in an indie horror game. Like, parks and shit are terrifying. Look at this tile. Okay, I'm actually upset now. I'm actually upset. The way that they pixelated this, it makes it look like some parts of it don't line up, and I know that's not the case, but it's upsetting still. Those are the rails for the train.
The Kirsche poster has been delivered and framed. It now hangs above the InfoWars flag.
I guess those could be the tracks for the train. I was hoping to like actually see the train. It goes to nowhere. Indie horror or the horror of living in India? Both? Both? But like, look at how rusted and like just infected with tetanus this shit looks. And then you can imagine like spooky ghosts from Indian folklore like coming at you, dude. Hello, ma'am. We're calling about your car's extended warranty. We require payment in the form of $500 Walmart gift card. Please do not redeem. Amber Greedy, they give you the $10. It's a rideable toy train. They're cute. Yeah, I think they're adorable. I like seeing those. Stalker Abandoned Edition. Whisperer! Beep, 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 beep. Glass House? Which one would give me the better view of the glass house? Let's go there. Unidorsal, thank you for the 5 gift subs, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Big giftus. I could move to India and become their next queen in less than a week. Why is there a random plastic chair here? There's a random bottle on that bench. This is a very strange botanical garden, because, like, I'm seeing a lot of trees, and I'm seeing a lot of, like, random foliage, but you know what I'm not seeing? Flowers. I don't think I've seen a single flower. Where... This does look like the glass house, and it's far less impressive than I was hoping. I was like, it's very sad. Why does that metal closet have an obelisk on top? That's a good question. We looked at an obelisk monument earlier as well. I want more pallets. They ate the flowers. What the fuck? If you look at it, you live in around the pool of water. What do you mean? What do you mean? Nature center block. For street view. Okay, the Kamaram. What is a Kamaram? Kamaram. It's a treehouse. That looks cool. We found flowers. I found them, chat. I found the flowers. They're near the treehouse. They're near the treehouse. That branch goes right through that tree, just like in the Minecrafts. Ooh. Oh, I don't know why this is... Why is this covered in, like, little stump fence? There's nothing in there. There's nothing in there. Alright, so the Kamaram had some flowers? You have to walk far, I guess. You're back? What did you miss? We're exploring India. We took a segue from ESG. Because Ozzy Horror said something and it made me want to go look. I was curious. There's 2 aquariums here. There's an aquarium in Balb Havan and a fish aquarium in Botanical Garden. Well, I got like a little botanical lighthouse for some reason. There's a bucket in its wild environment. can't see shit. Where's the aquarium? Where's a motherfucking aquarium, chat? Where's the aquarium? I can't drop on the aquarium. What about the other one? The Bulbhaven aquarium. Ooh. Chat, normal aquariums smell really bad, but I can smell this one from here. You had to step out for so long. Where the fuck are we? How did we get here? Come see some fish. Get tetanus in the process. This is probably like lead paint. Aqua Kids. It's a nice street though. The street has flowers painted on it. Nice little pavement flowers. I like to see it. You love to see it. I don't think the fish are still alive in that aquarium. I can probably get a different shot of the aquarium because there's a couple of angles you can plop yourself down on. There's a Guardman's next to a Parkman's. Is that in English? Oh, I can zoom in. It's not in English. Stavelwa. I did not know I could zoom in, but now I know, and knowing is half the battle. Lotus Pond, restaurant, Joy Train, kids play area, nature center, state lawn. You know, you're right. I'm just a little bit illiterate, don't mind me. What the fuck is happening here? What animal is this? And what is happening here? Dog. I mean, I guess it could be a dog. It is kind of curled up. They're handing out dirt. Special dirt. I guess this is the tail end of the aquarium. What a delightful country that we have just taken a detour in. What a fun time. Hooray. Did you ever see the poop festival? No. No, I did not. Get your protein, woman. Hold on, I gotta finish reading the article that we tangented off of. I've been like typing in so many things. I never use fucking Google Maps, but recently, since I've been looking at like houses everywhere, I've been like typing in random fucking addresses of houses that I find for sale, just to like see what the street view looks like around them. Not that I can afford any of the houses, but still. Designated, thank you. Thank you for that strange fucking tangent, Ozihara. That was really fun. That was fun. I'll have to do that again with other places. I have to make up different games because it can't just be trash every time, you know? GeoGuessr stream when? I don't know. I've never tried GeoGuessr. Have I ever looked at ghost cities? Yeah. I love ghost towns, dude. That shit is nuts. Fun geography tangent. I love geology. The trash game is India exclusive. Yeah, I'm saying you should think up a different kind of game for other countries, right? Like how many times can you find somebody drunk on the streets in Russia? I don't know. I'm not good at thinking up games. Doomer, find the trash game versus Bloomer. Find the flower game. I love flowers. Have a lot of ghost towns here. I think my favorite ghost town so far is the one that is perpetually on fire in Pennsylvania because of like an underground gas fire or some shit. How many times can you use Google Maps on Romania and not see Kick V? How many alpacas can you count? I love alpaca. This shouldn't be surprising. It gets colder higher up a mountain because the air is thinner. Climate change operates under the same basic principle. To get us back into the article. Further, there is a plastic patch in the ocean bigger than the state of Texas, and microplastics are now found everywhere on Earth. Water is one of the most abundant resources on Earth, but poor water management is leading to scarcity in many places, and significant populations are dealing with a lack of clean, safe water sources. I don't want to be that bitch, but like, poor water management. We should take care of the poor water management in our country before we outsource our money to other places, right? Like, I don't want to fix other people's water problems when we have places like Flint, right, who have had water issues in the US. And also significant populations dealing with lack of clean, safe water sources. Not my fucking problem. If they can't even figure out
Is it
how
bad
to
be
make clean
attracted to
water
a cartoon
sources,
fox that you don't
why
even
am
know that well?
why am I taxes paying for it? Demon Forney, thank you for the 7-month resub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Stanley Cup for the at-home Flint lead water experience. Jesus Christ. Obama proved Flint's water was good by drinking it. Yeah, I'm sure it was Flint water. We should cut off water going to Mexico. I don't think you can cut off rivers that way. Dams take a while to build. Biodiversity is decreasing at an alarming rate, and the impact on humankind is immeasurable. We are losing potential sources for new medicines, threatening complex food chains that ultimately allow us to grow crops, which are dependent on pollinators like honeybees. Looking back in 60 years, we do not want to find that a focus on political victories has turned us into history's latest iteration of Mao Zedong. You're already heading there, buddy. Don't worry about it. Also, the honeybees thing. Isn't the honeybees thing because people brought over species of like hornets and wasps to the US that aren't native to here and they're killing the honeybees? Am I crazy? I remember talking about this. Pesticide, well yeah, pesticides as well. But like, I remember the fucking invasive species. Oh, the African bees. Those pesticides, they already fixed it. If the pesticides are already fixed, we just gotta fix the hornet issue. The Moida hornets, the Africanized bees, but they also produce more honey. Halo 5678, thank you for the $2. Honeybees are invasive. We don't need them. Honeybee not invasive. Honeybees aren't even native to America. Well, they seem to be thriving here. If you put an aluminum can of soda, it has a plastic liner. What? There's plastic inside the aluminum? Honeybees have a variety of issues, but the Americas never had a native bee species. They're Europore bees! Well, I guess it's a good thing that we brought the bees here, but please don't bring the mortar hornets and the Japanese hornets here either. Invasive means they take over native wildlife. Yeah, like the kudzu! Kudzu is an invasive plant in the southern states. All soda cans have a thin film of plastic to prevent it from reacting with the metal. I did not know that. The plastic stops the soda from eroding the metal. If the cans need a plastic liner to prevent the soda from eroding metal, why are we drinking something that can erode metal? That's a question I have. You get a picture of you with a murder hornet on a leash? Why do you have a murder hornet on a leash? Because it tastes good. Water erodes metal? It takes a long time for water to erode metal, though, right? Carbonic acid decays into CO2 quickly. It's where the fizz comes from. I like the fizz. I like the way the fizz feels. Why would you not have it on a leash? You want it to just sting you? Well, how did you get a pet murder hornet? Mountain Dew, legal defense included, if it was real, it would have dissolved. Wait, what? Kirsche is dying. I'm always dying! Salt water can go through metal pretty fast. I guess I don't know what they treat boats with to make sure that they don't have, like, the adverse effects from the salt water. Carbonated water is slightly acidic, just don't drink too much of it or use a straw. I love straw! We're all dying just really slowly. Non-FBI, thank you for the 2. Poor water management. Hawaii fire. That whole situation was also weird. The pet was the Bengal monitor lizard we used to eat mice and rats around the compound. I'm sorry, what? Why were you eating rats and mice? And why were you using a Bengal monitor lizard to catch them for your consumption? Proof that water is completely fine. And drink salt water. Why would you drink salt water? US Navy ships have a degaussing system that helps. I don't know what degaussing means. Boats have special paint, special sacrificial zinc electrodes, which decay in place of actual metal And many boats are made out of glass fiber that doesn't rust. Ooh. That kind of makes you wonder if water erode metal from the salt water erode metal, how did we have so many functioning wooden boats? Master Go, they give it $2. Nearly protein time, and I haven't checked Discord. I have not. You weren't eating them? The lizard was? You were eating great, thank you! Well, next time type less ESL. Wood was also treated. Wood boats get worms. They get repaired constantly. Wood is a different material. Well, yeah, but like wood I feel like would deteriorate faster than metal, wouldn't it? Tar and lacquer. Properties of wood are completely different. Yeah, but like it's wood. It would be watered easier, right? Copper bottoms on old sailing ships as well. Imagine stripping that shit down and selling it. Hardwood is also resilient to salt water, and tar helps fix a lot of problems. That's kind of crazy. Most materials have different things that break them down. I don't know. You see like driftwood and shit all the time, and it gets like super smooth and tiny. Treated wood lasts a lot longer than metal exposed to water. Interesting. How does jet fuel erode steel beams? Total mystery. Chemical reaction, not pure chemical force. Wood is more chemically stable than sheets of metal. Shipworm! Any of the approximately 65 species of marine bivalve mollusks of the family Pterididae. Oh, that's true. You did used to see a lot of mollusks on ship hulls. We should make boats out of diamonds, the hardest metal. I think we can only do that once we have access to, like, other planets' diamonds, right? We used to be very smart monkeys, Kier. Our boating skills proved it. We were the smartest monkey! Master Go, thank you for $2. Blue objects were spared from the Hawaii fire. Blue object? At the USS Constitution Museum, you can see wood from ships before they used copper sheeting, and they were just full of worms. Do the museums have the worms, too? Or just the wood? Diamonds are not metal, silly fox. They're gem, but they're, like, super hard. Someone in chat said the word metal, so I was reading their comment. We can make artificial diamonds. We can even decide their shape. Artificial diamonds are used for drills? That doesn't surprise me. Diamonds don't work like they used to. They're too brittle in many sides. Copper oxide and aluminum oxide are good examples. Now, the worms are dead. The wood is full of their holes. But couldn't we have preserved the worms? The ship worms? Because, like, those worms are part of history, Kirsche. Yeah, that's what I'm saying! Because, like, I'm assuming you don't get the same worms now that you got on your boat in, like, the 1700s, right? Or even, like, well before that. It's like, what kind of worm were eating the historical boat? Kirsche, enjoy it. Thank you for the $1.99. Thoughts on the Hawaii space laser theory? I don't know what that is. Worms don't live forever, but you can trap them in like amber, like all of the bugs that we have trapped in amber from the dinosaur era, right? You got like the big mosquitoes and stuff stuck in the amber in the trees. So if you find like a shipworm, you just cover it with amber and then you have it forever. Diamonds are not as precious as they say, but a single company has a monopoly on them. Have I seen how badly kept together Lenin is? I don't know what you mean by this. Kier. What? I think that kills them. Well, worms don't live very long, so it's not like you'll be able to preserve a live worm, chat. People eat shipworms? I mean, I guess if you're like a poor person on a ship back in the day and you had nothing to eat because it was just like the food was given to the sailors or the people that paid money to be there. So you would just have to like pick the shipworms out of the holes in the hull of the ship and you eat the shipworms. I feel like that would probably give you a lot of digestive issue. The worm species is still around and is a big problem for third world fishing boats that don't protect their ships from them. Can someone explain to me if all of you guys are telling me that we protected our ships with like lacquers and other kind of stuff to make sure that we could fend off the shipworms for as long as possible? How are there places in current year that are still struggling with figuring this out? I was like, what? What? They are poor? So were the people back in the day! What do you mean? Don't ask questions. I can't consume product. Weevils would get in the hardtack all the time? That's just extra protein? Isn't Weevil the guy in Yu-Gi-Oh? Why are there still people living in mud huts? I feel like legally I can't answer that question. He's named after a bug, Jesus Christ! I didn't know that! I didn't know that! Good job, that was a trap. I noticed trap! Speaking of traps, ESG also demands a human-centered approach. This means that outrageous and unscientific goals that exclude all fossil fuels and result in economic disaster and people freezing to death. What? That was randomly put in there. Must be challenged and debates held in good faith. Reaching a broad population and having a workforce that is representative of the American public is meritorious in advancing humanity, and also leads to demonstrate financial gains. But superficial diversity prioritized over company success benefits no one and gives fodder to the naysayers. I like how he specifically says superficial diversity, because when you look at Bridge had the same complaint, that with ESG, it was just lip service and superficial diversity, whereas companies need to implement diversity at the source. Diversity and equity need to be from the ground up process where companies use them in their concepting phase, their manufacturing phase, and their distribution phase of giving products to people. And one of my biggest questions when I read that was, how are you going to ensure equity of availability? Are you going to offer less of a product in certain areas because people are too much of one skin color, or it's too straight or too Catholic of an area? Like, how are you going to ensure this? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, in practice, it doesn't make any sense. Doing the thing didn't work. Double down. Actions have consequences. How ironic. And the denial of that is just a formula for failure. SVB learned that in the worst way. And the entire world will likely have to bear at least some of the burden of those consequences. Just like the Soviets and Mao and the engineers for the Titanic and so many others. Myopic, rigid adherence to a narrative has never turned out positive for the people who do it. And we, the people, suffer as a result. We now have an opportunity to do some meaningful things that can serve humanity and this planet for generations to come. It seems as if we are more interested in attacking people for their beliefs to score political points than we are in engaging in sincere discussion and disagreeing productively, politics aside. Amidst a cacophony of negative voices, we need only ignore them, and they lose all their power over us. Let's stop politicizing ESG before we add it to our list of historical regrets. This is an absolutely crazy propaganda puff piece to me. And I genuinely can't tell if the guy writing this is someone who is purposefully trying to lie and obfuscate the purpose of ESG, or if there's someone who's like one of the quote-unquote true believers, like that woman we watched in the YouTube video talking to Cheryl Dijah. And there's someone who's just like, ESG is not bad, and here's why all of the things it's going to do are good. Right? Like, I can't tell if this is a true believer or an actual disingenuous fuckwit. These are Marxists. What do we expect? Oh my god. Yeah, this was written by Robert Yates. Oh, Robert Yates. Let's click on his name. Let's see what comes up. That's really strange that I clicked on Robert Yates and it just brought me to the main page, and that is a terrifying eyeball by Robert Yates. How will ESG author R. Yates? Yeah, it should go to his page, but it doesn't. All right, hold on. Let's just see if I can like Google his name really quick. Robert Yates. Who the fuck is you, baby? Robert Yates, ESG. Let's see. I don't want to log in. He's got a LinkedIn profile, but it doesn't really have any information on it. Rob Yates, Director of Communications at Owl ESG. There's another Owl ESG thing, another LinkedIn page.
Because you interact with our...
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, let's fucking go! Robert Yates posted something on LinkedIn. ESG signals can predict stock downturns, making them potential short targets. I know shorts and puts, but I can't explain them because I have a small brain. Reliable data and precise analytics correlate ESG signals, sparking a key question. Is discussing this easier with value-driven investors? With Benjamin Webster, Connor Platt, and Nathaniel Nigerario.
Because you interact with our clients more directly than I do fairly regularly. So the investors who are truly interested in driving their values, it's much easier to have the conversation with them on the importance of ESG data, right? Like, if you want to limit emissions, yeah, you need to know how many emissions there are. But I obsess over the whole rest of the investment world. And it's not that they're necessarily against sustainable investing, for example, but they're value driven. If they're not making money, then they're not interested. But there's a flip side to something like this, and I'm curious what you all think in terms of something that the way our clients think. If you can use signals like this to predict that stocks are going to fall, is there an argument that...
inflate my penis like a dick balloon. I want to read that one.
All of this for a Ponzi scheme.
This isn't propaganda. This is a useful idiot who is trying to say please stop using ESG to force wokeness. I just want to protect the environment, not realizing the environmental aspect was always a Trojan horse.
True and real. But he also brought up diversity as a point in his thing as well. It wasn't only about the environment, but that is definitely heavily his focus. And hearing him talk here, where he's saying exactly the thing that, Cheryl Dijah and the Bridge people are pushing, where it's like, you need to find the people with the values who want to invest, not just the ones who want to make money.
They can make to portfolio companies an engagement that, hey, here's these signals. This tends to correlate with falling stocks. Why don't you look into changing this operationally?
There's that word again. I can't remember how they phrased it, but they used like some sort of fucking weird ass like operational insider language shit when we were reading Bridge. And all of us were like, that's a really fucking weird phrase. He's pro wokeness, but seems like he's trying to pretend that he's not. Yeah, that is very much what it seems. Gotta change the inside of the company, man. Also, this guy's name changed to Bwebs? When did that happen? Like, Bwebs?
I think, without a doubt, I think you have to look at the type of investor and what their time horizon is, right? And so I've talked from investors that are like even day trading, like coming in out of trades. I've talked to investors that have like 2-day time horizons. Week time horizons and all the way to holding to for 10 plus years time horizons, right? And then there's quants versus fundamental investors, and fundamental investors with more concentrated portfolios are more likely to engage, right? I truly believe that ESG is very much an operational issue. And what I mean by that is any company who is in business and is doing their best to figure out what are the decisions I need to make to either maximize my profit, reduce my costs, operate more efficiently, right?
Uh-huh.
And ultimately, if you have a longer term horizon and you're an investor with a thesis that there's something that's materially relevant for that company, you definitely want to engage with them and have them improve how that company operates.
What is he fucking talking about?
Whether it's reducing injury rates in the workplace.
What?
Hey, you can get sued for that. Want to reduce that, right? If you're a mining company and you have most mining companies have high water use. Okay, well your mines, your access to fresh water is this, right? When this runs out, right? Or water prices go up, whatever it may be, this is a huge risk for your business. Maybe you should figure out how to be more water efficient, right? I think when you actually get down to the details, no one would argue detail, issue by issue, is this relevant or not when you're looking at an individual company, looking at individual issues.
Because you interact.
I'm having like PTSD flashbacks to that interview I did with that fucking CEO lady. God damn. This man is brain damaged. Sounds like he's saying a whole lot of nothing, but in business speak, yeah, it does. It really does. Me trying to figure out what the fuck he's saying. He stammers more than I do. That's kind of impressive. That's kind of impressive, man. All right, okay. So let's also see here. Let's see if there's anything else. I kind of wanted to see if he had a Twitter, because I feel like Twitter would have been the best place to see something from him. You guys said his middle name is Lee? Oh, no. The first thing that comes up for Robert Lee Yates is a guy who was a murderer, suspected of over 18 murders. Your Control-C failed, don't worry about it. The Wolf and Wings, they give you the 3-month member. More keywords equal more points. That's true. That's true and real. Spokane serial killer's daughter share their pain. Alright, so clearly this is not who I'm looking for. Not who I'm looking for. Robert Yates. Let's see. Twitter. Robert Yates. ESG. Okay, alright. What? This looks like a different Robert Yates, but he also works in ESG. That's kind of crazy. Is there something like with that name? Yeah, this is a completely different Robert Yates, who also works in ESG nonsense. What the heck? Chuka Umana has joined us as the Executive Director and Head of Environmental, Social, and Governance. Welcome, Chuka! Welcome, Chuka. You're not who I'm looking for. Maybe if I type in, Owl, because that was the name of his company. Owl ESG. If your name is Robert Yates, you're required by law to eat the paint chips. I guess so. Here's another Robert Yates, but they're an editor, an assistant editor for something at Bale Guilford Prize. Trustees of Stonewall might wish to consider doing their damn jobs. Alright, well, I don't know what this guy's talking about, but it's not what we're looking for. Another Robert Yates. Let's see, is this the guy? Is this the guy? He also looks very soy, but he's a different guy. Humanities Public Fellow at Publix Lab. Oh, he's a GC cutie! We love Cunny University. Owl ESG, About Us, Robert Yates, Director of Communication. Apparently this is your brain on LinkedIn, right?
It feels like the people pushing ESG and Bridge are the people that have no real job, but just have meetings all day and talk in a loop. These programs feel like the end result of letting useless jobs grow and expand. It's all just an office space bit.
I agree. It's pretty weird. Oh, Robert Yates previously worked at Bank of America? That's not what I'm looking for, but still interesting information nonetheless. All right, what if I okay, we'll take out that and we'll do Owl ESG Twitter. Rob Yates. Another small step towards publicly financed UHC in California. No, that's not it either. Rob Yates, Charlotte Mayor? Probably not the same guy. Owl ESG. Maybe this guy just doesn't have a Twitter. I was really hoping he did, so I could find more information. But it seems like he don't. A Bonk America. Yeah. Just dropped by to say, you love me, weird cat! Thank you! The person that wrote the article also said it in the video? What? They can't find one if they have all of them? Did I check the YouTube video description for socials? Oh. That wasn't a YouTube video. That was a LinkedIn video. It was a LinkedIn video. And I don't think they had any links on it, but I'll check.
Foxu, I need your advice. I've found a girl at work that makes me feel gushy, clouds my judgment, and I want to know her better and make her
gushy.
Laugh. However, I'm not 100% sure she's single. What would you do in my situation? I don't want to be blackpilled.
If she's not single, then you don't go after her. That's not even a question. What do you mean? What do you mean? If you're not 100% sure, you just ask her. It's that simple. I just make sure you don't do it in a private place, but just be like, hey, lady, we've interacted a few times. I'm kind of interested. Would you like to go on a date with me? And if she says, sorry, I have a boyfriend, you give up on her and look elsewhere. And just ask if she's single. How about his article? No, I didn't find anything on the article. KB posted a link. He said they run a similar ESG channel to the After 5, where ESG is already mainstream with Liz Shimmy. 19 subscribers, eh? Why are all these channels so tiny? Videos. They don't have any shorts. All of their videos are really long. Armchair ESG. This one has clowns on it, so we're gonna click on this one, but I need to get protein first. I need to protein before I deep dive into another one of these fucking ESG videos, dude. Man, this is crazy. That was crazy. Godhand, thank you for the $5. I hope for your sake the woman is not single. Good luck. Or I'm sorry, I hope for your sake the woman is single. So you can take her on a date. Please understand my brain is soupy. Damn. I hope she is single so you can take her on a date and she agrees to go out on a date with you. I hope you have a good time. Please report back. Hopefully only success. Hopefully only success. Turn off the pain inhibitors. Sorry, Kier, but men should still try. In soccer, there's a goalie, but you still try to score? No. If you're someone who would go after another man's woman, you're probably a piece of shit. I'm just gonna say that out there. Don't be a homewrecker, right? Like, it's a different story if she's, like, in a legitimate abusive relationship and you want to try to help her. But you should always respect relationships. Do not homewreck. That is shit tier rat behavior. Dr. Fost MD, they give you the $5 doodles. Thank you. They all feel like they have no real job and they're just in meetings all day and talk in a loop. Yeah, they know that if the grift stops, they're gonna have to get a real job. Something you might want to look at. Elon just released a doc he got from an anonymous source about Disney's diversity standards. Link in stream suggestions. I still have to find that story in stream suggestions too. I have to look at so much shit. Toast Engineer, they give the $10 doodles. I definitely disagree that with your take, thinking that it was just please stop using ESG to force wokeness. ESG in and of itself is born of wokeness. And like if you are someone who be like got propagandized by believing that ESG will do something good, like that's just like please don't believe that. It's not true. It's not going to do anything good. It was warped from its conception. It's like you can't separate politics from ESG because that's all it is. Are you tripping, or did the membership icons go away? You're tripping. They did not go away, and they did not go a-gay either. That's why you drew the line with married women. Your uncle went through a phase like that. Surprised he's still alive. Jesus Christ. You say that, but every woman has a man who has been cheating or chatting her up, and once she leaves her current man, she gets with another. So while you take the high road, the men who don't care get the girl. If you're talking to a woman while she has a boyfriend, and she's willing to flirt with you and be emotionally invested with you while she has a boyfriend, that is showing her quality of character. And even if you get the woman in the short term, she is going to fuck you over somehow. She is not going to be devoted. She is not going to be reliable. You are going to be in the same position as her boyfriend that she was cheating on with you at some point. You don't want the people who would be willing to do that. How is this everywhere if this 125 episode podcast doesn't even break 100 views for post? I said the same thing when we found the other ESG channel, man. The story as old as time, really. Yes. And her name is John Cena. Also true. Also true and real. Skippy Dingle Chalk, thank you for the $5. I'm glad you are enjoying your poster. And I'm glad I'm above the InfoWars flag. Thank you. The Saya No Computer, thank you for the 3 months of Prune. Thank you for the Prune. Thank you for Prune. A Demon Forney, thank you for the 7-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Tony the Mighty, thank you for the $1. I will judge their ideas of botanical and garden by my standard. Oh, Sugoi, thank you for the 15-month resub. God damn. Botanical garden and pallet seller. I am Binary Mind. Thank you for the $5. The blurring on the ground in certain countries on Google Maps Street View is primarily due to privacy concerns and regulations. I mean, I suppose that makes sense. But, like, I don't know what privacy concerns would be directly underneath my feet on Google Street View. Oh, weird. Oh, weird. Sorry to hear about your pussy. It's Never Lupus. Thank you for the 9-month resub. Good job on being born! Cheeseburger.
Wait, are investors using ESG criteria as a sign to short a stock? Or are they shorting stock for companies that show signs of following ESG? This is actually a very big deal either way.
I'm not exactly sure. I don't have investor brains, so I couldn't exactly follow what they were trying to talk about as far as like ESG as a means to decide whether a stock is like shorting or whatever. I would unironically need someone to like explain that specifically to me, because like I know what shorting stock is, and I know what like puts are, but like I don't understand it in the context of what they were talking about that specifically in. Where's economics, man? Yeah, that's probably something he would like to hear. It's Never Lupus. Thank you for being born. The 9-month resub. Kissinger sadly knew where Cambodia was. Unlucky for Cambodia. Unlucky for Cambodia. I know. FT Sansode. Thank you for the 6-month resub. It's that time of the month, not the bloody one, too. Thank you. Visit Kirsche, give you the $2. You have no idea where all the Tate followers come from. Never chase a woman who's in a committed relationship. If she's being abused, you can get her out, but not for the sake of being with you. You do it to help someone. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like go find an abused woman and try to get into a relationship with her so you can save her. But it's just like, if she is in an abusive relationship, I think that would be the one disqualifier for like the don't be a piece of shit to go after a taken woman, right? Because if the guy she's with is literally a piece of shit, then it's just like it doesn't matter that you're flirting with her.
I know. Basically, ESG is about investing in companies that have high ESG scores over ones that make money. He's coping that high ESG companies actually make more money because low ESG companies will get sued.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for the mini explanation, Toast Engineer. Thank you for the $5 redoodles. Thank you. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5. And I kind of just answered your question. I was like, maybe I could have Econ Man on again now that we're finding all of this like weird investing nonsense as far as ESG goes. Pick them up at a woman's shelter. Not while the boyfriend is still beating them. Porque no los dos. They're saying that one of the problems ESG has is that people have figured out companies that go woke are likely to go broke and thus will accelerate the failures of woke companies by shorting their stocks. That's also potentially what he was saying, because again, they used the operational thing that the bridge people were talking about, where they need to make ESG an embedded operational thing that companies do, and not just like a lip service side note in marketing. Which is why you also see some like DEI employees getting fired, because they don't need these specific like DEI officers anymore. Try to eat jelly beans from my anus. They want to embed it with other employees and have other employees who are able to do other things that they can't be fired from the company for, to also push the ESG nonsense. Also, Asmaria, thank you for the 21 jelly beans in my anus. You can't eat them. Thank you. Thank you. I also like the little cute hearts. That's probably my favorite like gift sub icon flare. They're so bubbly and cute. Thank you. big huge dick in 21s. Thank you. Fluffbringer 12, thank you for the 100 biddies. The farmers' protest in Europe looks like it succeeded in its goals for now. Take a look at how they stood up to freedom, or for freedom, in the EU. I remember watching the farmers in France put like manure and shit all over the place. Unidorsal, thank you for the 100 biddies! You just want to see what fun quote might pop up when you send biddies. Where I gotta get a menu made again. Don't worry, menu will exist again in my panel soon, TM.
Episodes over years and get heavily recommended on Spotify, despite the fact that no one listens to them. Don't notice.
That's weird that they're actually being heavily recommended on Spotify, because on YouTube it's like the exact opposite. Especially when we found the other channel, I was like, how How is there a channel that's like promoting Cheryl Dijah, who is the creator of Bridge? How are all these like high-powered people who interact with CEOs and CFOs and control the corporate landscape? How do they have no views? How do they have no subscribers? Like, what the fuck is happening? That's weird. That's weird. You guys keep telling me to go get protein, but I have to finish my thank yous. Toast Engineer, thank you again for the $5. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna get my protein before I die. Oh my god, it's 6:45. Ah, that's a time. Time is hard. I'll be right back. If you're on Twitch and you're not subbed to me, thank you for looking at ads. Thank you for putting up with ads while I'm gone. You're not missing anything. I'll be right back. Thank you. Thank you. You can give me butt scratches like I'm a real pet. Welcome to Toxic Sluts. I was late, so I fucking shotgun that shit. Giga shotgunning. Oni, thank you for member. Thank you for member on the YouTube. Thank you. Fox jump scare. You can afford your gray away formula? What the hell? Help! Master Go, thank you for the $5. It's not about home wrecking. If the girl is good, she won't stray. If she's not, you might as well be the guy that defeats the goalie. Defeats the goalie for what? You're getting yourself a shit woman if she goes with you. You're not defeating anything. It's like that's like claiming you went on a vacation to Africa and you came home with Ebola, so you won. Like, what kind of logic is that? Motherfucking Master Go, they give the $2. The guy's job is to try, the girl's job is to deny. No, both of them are shit. The man is not respecting the sanctity of their relationship, and he's getting a shit woman in return. They're both garbage. You shouldn't be trying to remove a woman from her relationship, nor should she be allowing herself to stray from her relationship either. This is the same, like, dumb logic of, like, the key people, right? They're just like, a good key opened many lock, but a bad lock is unlocked by any key. Shut up with your Andrew Tate logic, dude. Zero, they give the $5. You no longer need the teachers when the students are loyal black shirts as the next phase in every communist takeover? Yes. Yes. Agree. Cult of personality, they give the $2. As an econ man yourself, Def do it. Econ man stream fun. I'll have to poke him and be like, please help me understand some of these things. Cult of personality, thank you for another $5. Matters not. How many people view something in the right people view it? Think how bad CNN viewership is, yet the viewers are the judges? That's fucking weird, dude. On the video you sent, the timestamp is where she really starts getting into ESG and DEI. Alright, I'm gonna have chat scrolled so I don't lose that link. Thank you, KB. Thank you, KB. Is this Persona 3? Well, I had considered possibly playing a game today, but we found ourselves in another rabbit hole. We found ourselves in another rabbit hole? Did Kier talk about how it was found out that Hassan's dad is an actual billionaire? I'm gonna be real fucking honest with you guys. Like, somehow I had, like, Pavloved myself into already thinking that Hassan was some sort of, like, billionaire's child trust fund baby, right? So even though I didn't have that information, I had just always assumed it to be true anyway. I was like, the only reason he even has a Twitch channel is because Senk Yuger is his uncle or whatever, right? Like, they're related. So Senk knew people that could basically boost him. Right? So I was like, I don't know. I don't know. It was known before. Yeah, I mean, maybe it was known before, but I was always just like, yeah, it's a trust fund baby. Like, does anybody believe otherwise? Anyone surprised he was from money, didn't pay attention? Pretty much. Wow. Champagne socialists and being from wealthy families, name a more iconic duo. You thought we already knew he was born with a silver spoon rammed up his ass? I thought we did. I don't know, man. Send in the Sam, man. I like how scared of Sam he is. Didn't the CEO of BlackRock say something about having to force certain behaviors? Yes. And I'm pretty sure in the same VoD that I go over all of the bridge stuff, I play that video from Larry Fink and him saying the time for passive implementation is over. The time for using DEI as marketing is over. We need to force certain behaviors in people. And that's exactly the same thing that Cheryl Daijo was saying. Again, I am beside myself that as a brain-damaged fox woman on the internet, I am the only one talking about bridge. To be honest, that stuff doesn't really matter. Okay, alright. You can believe that. Pretty much all communist leaders were born from wealth. Mao came from a family that owned a lot of land in China. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, KB. I scrolled down out of habit, so I don't have your link anymore. I scrolled down out of habit. Thank you, KB. Thank you, KB. What would my small brain do without some of you people? Also, I should fucking really give you a diamond in the chat so I can spot you easier. I can spot you a bit easier.
So broadly reflective of a well-governed company that takes this long-term strategy into account. So I guess that long-winded, my question is, with all these metrics you're looking at, what are the things you're seeing that are really starting to correlate with well-governed companies?
Well-governed
I think a really good example is racial diversity data. And so I like to throw the big West Coast tech companies under the bus a lot, mostly because they're in many ESG portfolios, and I don't think the data suggests they're trying that hard, but they're very good at making setting goals and making nice websites and marketing. You know, like who was it? Apple had the big sustainable video thing about a month ago, where it showed a really diverse team at a table talking about, you know, it was their sustainability report in a video form or something like that. But when you look at the data for those,
you guys saying that like different ways for me to open links, I can't. I use OBS for my Twitch and my YouTube chats. And for some reason, whenever I click on links, instead of opening in my default browser, they've been opening in a strange OBS browser. This has only been a problem recently. I haven't updated my OBS. I don't know why it's doing this. I wish it would stop.
Specific big tech companies, not necessarily Apple, but all, you know, them and as a group, post George Floyd, they all spiked in specifically.
Post St. Floyd, they needed to really come up and show that they were dedicated to racial diversity.
Black folks in leadership roles and in tech roles. And then all those Black folks quit the next year. And you can see that in their data.
Did they quit? Did they quit? I'd need to see that data.
And that alone doesn't necessarily say that those companies are naturally poorly governed. It's just they didn't know what they were doing when they were recruiting folks and didn't know how to retain folks, because
I know the G in ESG is for governance, but I really don't like referring to companies as like well governed or saying like the company wasn't governed well. It's like that weird fucking double speak that when you hear it, it makes your brain just kind of like recoil, you know?
There are companies in states that hate ESG and DEI. There are companies in the Midwest. There are industrial companies. There are companies that are not cool, flashy West Coast cool tech companies who actually have made progress on all this stuff long before, you know, the rest of the population came around
because
to
it
these
works,
issues.
not because it was.
Yeah, because it was never, you know, the more women or any racially diverse folks that you can hire and increase numbers into leadership, the more you've improved and expanded your hiring pool. That's
a really weird thing to say. I don't think their racial minority status or them being a woman should matter. I don't think that should matter whatsoever. It should be based on their skills and abilities and experience. Like, the less white men. I just like, what the fuck? How?
You know, it sounds like I'm saying that, you know, diversity is really just about money. You know, no, but you can say the opposite. Not caring about this stuff is leaving money on the table. And so, you know, it takes a lot of work to change your workforce, to recruit differently, to change your systems of recruitment, to ensure your culture is continuing despite a new cohort of people, whether that's 2 women on the board, or a 5 or 10% increase in diversity in leadership. And, you know, that's hard to do. It's easy to,
but why is it necessary to
disclose
do?
Your stuff to the CDP?
Why is my space bar isn't pausing things anymore, and it's very obnoxious as well. Why is that necessary to do? Like, it's not. And that's why this is all just like ideology pushing crap. To destroy departments with crap employees that weren't hired based on skill and ability? Yeah. It's just like, it's awful. She glowed too powerfully right there, yeah? How dare you keep your culture? Again, like, we went over this with Bridge. They want to change these companies from the inside. They want to make these practices inherent with how the companies function, not just marketing campaigns. And more than that, they want to make sure that the companies are trying to change the opinions of consumers as well. If they can embed this doctrine in companies and how they work, then companies will be able to change the opinions and the way that their consumers think. And that's part of how indoctrination happens. Especially if people are just like, well, I just don't want to pay attention to it. I just want to go buy my Pepsi. You know? Please, spacebar. Shit.
It's easy to claim you're going to do science-based targets. It's hard to achieve science-based targets. So it'll be very interesting to see who from now for the next.
That was also terminology used when we were going over the giant circular graph thing from Bridge, where they were just like, we have these science-based targets for how much of which type of people that you should have. And I was like, there's no way you can convince me that there is a science-based outcome for how many black people, how many Mexicans, how many Native Americans, how many white people each company needs. Like, there's no way you can convince me of that, dude.
10 years actually makes real progress on these claims. And same thing with DEI. Everybody 10 years ago, 20 years ago wrote policies, claimed to do all this, but only some companies are actually achieving it. And to be super clear, our industry is the single worst industry at all of this stuff. And I think we can all agree that the investment industry has a big governance issue. And you can look at lawsuits and culture issues and, a company like Goldman Sachs hiring 50% diverse classes at a school and everybody being gone 4 years in.
If they hired diversely and those employees didn't last more than 4 years, I don't think that's a problem with the company. I had to figure out how to say this. I don't think it's a problem with the company. I think that's a problem with them hiring people that might not necessarily be able to do the jobs they're hiring for. I hate the woman's lust for being under the boot of daddy government. To say that like the investment industry has an issue with governance, and like there were the companies 10-15 years ago who were writing all of this stuff down and like trying to appear that they were for the ESG. And now with all of the go woke, go broke nonsense, they found out, these baseless marketing campaigns aren't enough. We need to change the implementation. We need to change the organization.
It's not that we're innately evil. It's just that, if again, percent diverse, classes at a school and everybody being gone 4 years in, it's not that we're innately evil. It's just that, if Midwestern industrial companies can figure this out, why can't all these other companies, selling diverse linked products?
I know she meant we are not evil, as in the investment industry, but I took that a completely different way. Need to make sure the people making the Titanic are woke too, so that they can fail at every place possible.
I was just wondering, why do we know why 50% are gone 4 years later? Do they?
Yeah, right. We need the Alex Jones clip being like, the demons, people, the goddamn demons.
A million different things. Lack of promotion, lack of culture fit, being seen as not the right type. I mean, in institutional investment sales, it's traditionally believed a salesperson looks a certain way, and that is not young. It is certainly not a woman, and you can extrapolate a whole bunch of different other beliefs about that. Fit.
To be fair, if I had like a fresh out of college, like 23-year-old woman trying to give me investment advice, I wouldn't take it, but I also wouldn't take it from a 23-year-old man. That just seems like you got out of college and you might not have the experience to back up what you're telling me. What a revealing quote. We are the worst example of our own ideology. This is always the case. Rules for thee, not for me. Women are great at selling shit. True. Their idea is social engineer everything up to the point there will be no need to look for a market, but control the populace by creating the market for their mediocrity, even if it doesn't exist. Calling people Nazis or bigots for not supporting their ideals since they had failed, they want to mold the public to their image, shape them in a way that they are accepting everything that they come up with. It won't matter if you don't like it, they want to force it at every level. Yes. And this is what made the Bridge video that we watched so, like, just innately horrifying. Because Cheryl Dyja just says all of this outright. Like, you don't have to infer, you don't have to guess, you don't have to conspiracy theorize. She just tells you, yes, that is what we're trying to do. Unless the 23-year-old portfolio is ironclad, his opinions mean nothing. Listen here, young whippersnapper.
Our industry was designed so everybody could have a wife at home to take care of the house. And, those of us who don't have a wife at home to take care of the house, or who have a working spouse, or who, it's death by 1,000 cuts is one way to look at it.
Isn't that a good thing? That if you had an industry that was designed to, like, be able to support an entire household, like, isn't that... Why are you saying that like that's a bad thing? I don't know. What do you mean? what do you mean?
That kind of that spans the whole recruiting. I mean, a lot of folks are pushed away from the industry because we think it's all Wolf of Wall Street and, old dudes in suits. And we have all these beliefs. So I was like that. I was like, I don't want anything to do with this industry, even though I had exposure to it.
If you didn't want to have anything to do with the industry, see, these are the people that need to be gatekept, right? Where they're just like, I hate this industry. I don't feel like I belong in this industry. Therefore, I am going to infiltrate and co-opt it and mold it to what I think it should be. It's like, no, you should go into something because you enjoy it, right? Like, what?
So between when you are not from the right school and weren't part of the right lacrosse team, you're an outsider in a lot of these places, right? Even if your class is pretty diverse, the systems are set up. I mean, one of my favorite stories is at the capital markets desk, I was the main, person for, the guys got invited to Raptors games and the girls got invited to spas events. Those were the client events.
This bitch is complaining that she got invited to go to spas completely free. Are you kidding me? I would fucking kill for that. What do you mean? What do you mean? And if you had a problem that you were getting invited with all your female coworkers to go to spas, couldn't you just go to your boss and say, "Hey boss, I'm not a huge fan of spas. I really don't want to go to them. Can I go instead of my spa ticket? Can I get on the men's I want to go to the Raptor game. Can I have that instead?" I don't think any employer would fucking care. "Hey, boss, I have a cancer." She's so fucking dumb. I cannot believe. My God, you would rather go to the spa. I cannot imagine if you as an employee went to your boss, like, right, even if you think of most bosses as just like shitty people, if you're just like, "Hey, I don't really like spas, I want to go to the Raptors instead," I can't imagine any boss being like, "No, you must get the pedicure and the eyelash treatment." I cannot see that. Raptor, I don't know who the fuck the Raptors are. Maybe she's making a name up. I don't know, man. You'll go to the spa, you're fired. The ticket to the game is more than likely cheaper. Fucking possibly. I don't know, dude. She wants to make you think that that's the case, though. She wants to make you think that, like, oh, look at how sexist they are. They think all these women want spas and men want basketball games. And it's like, just ask. Just fucking ask, man. She's from Toronto. That explains why she's so dumb. Meanwhile, the US has such an astronomically big homeless problem and people are overdosing on fentanyl. But no, getting free spas from your boss is the biggest problem we're facing. Don't you know that, like, patriarchal oppression is rampant in the office workplaces? Like, I, as a woman working in an office with air conditioning and getting free spa visits from my boss is equal to that starving child in Ethiopia who doesn't know where he's going to get his next meal from or even where his parents are. I am truly a trailblazer of human rights.
And so it doesn't seem like it's problematic. Yeah, who doesn't want to go to a spa? I want to go to the Raptors game. But it's not. It's
just ask your fucking boss if you could go to the Raptors game instead of the spa. I'm sure they set it up well beforehand because they have to buy a ton of fucking packages. So when they tell you, like, "Hey, we're going to be organizing these two things," I don't want to go to the spa. Can I go to the Raptors game? Simple question. And if for some reason your boss is like a comical cartoon character and is like,
Lisa, you're a woman. You can't go to the basketball game. You have to go to the spa. You can't be coming into work with a messed up face. The spa's gonna help you look real beautiful for the office. If for some reason he says that, then yeah, then you sue him.
Not intentional for the most part. It's how the system was designed, right? It's the system needs to be changed. It's not people purposely being biased about the way somebody looks. It's the assumptions. Oh, Liz is a woman, so we got to be careful because she's going to have a couple babies, so we don't want to put her in charge of something important if she's.
Is that what they're worried about with you, actually? But also, from a business standpoint, like, I'm sorry, okay? Like, this isn't discrimination. Women have the ability to get pregnant and give birth. Men do not have this ability. Men, thus, make better workers because they do not need to take 9 months to take care of themselves while they are hosting a growing fetus. There are women who work while they are pregnant. I don't know how they fucking do it. I would probably die. Let's be real. But, like, if you are taking time off while you're pregnant or after you give birth to care for yourself post-op and with your baby being freshly born, if I am an employer, if I am a business person, I would be like, well, if you're going to take 9 months off in a year, or even like 4 to 5 months off post-birth, a man would make a better worker because he's not taking that much time off. I don't think that's discriminatory to say, necessarily, because it's just a fact. We can do something that men cannot. It's something that only we can do. Who pays for maternity leave anyway? I will agree. Maternity leave in America, kind of fucked. Like, we definitely don't get as much as we should in comparison to other European countries and Asian countries. Your mom worked all the way through when she was preggo with you until the day before your birth. She went back to work the day later. And I think, from my opinion, I think that's fucked up. I don't think if you are pregnant, you should have to work. I was just like, call me fucking crazy. Maybe I have internalized misogyny. It's just like when I was younger and I still had my rose-colored glasses view of I'm going to get a husband and I'm going to have a litter of children and we're going to live happily ever after. I had to make sure I was talking to men who would be okay with when I gave birth, I would no longer be working. Your mother was a teacher and had 7 kids. She was back to work a week afterwards every time. And I think that's fucked up. I think that's fucked. Mothers should be raising their children. Fucking hot take. Instead of being a slave for a corporation, raise your child. Why would you want to outsource raising your child to daycare workers or strangers or people who you don't know how they're going to treat your child or what ideas they're going to plant in your child's head? You should be intrinsic to the raising of your child, especially in the early developmental stages. That's just nuts to me that so many women have wanted to give that up. And it's like, I'm not saying that women can't have careers either. Like, you certainly can. You certainly can. And there are examples of plenty of women who have been pregnant, given birth, raised their kids, gone back to work later. It's just like, man, that shit's so fucked right now, in my opinion. Your mother had 5 kids in 14 years. You think she worked? Maybe. My grandmother had like secretarial jobs when she was younger. And as soon as she got pregnant, she left her job, never went back. She had 4 kids. And after she raised those 4 kids to adulthood, my grandparents had a few years to themselves of quiet. My dad had me. My grandparents raised me for all intents and purposes. When my uncles and my aunts started having children, they were, unfortunately, the beginning of it's very fucking hard to make enough money to get a house and raise a child on one income. So both of them had to work. My uncle had to work, their wives had to work, my aunt was working alongside her husband for a while. Finally, when my aunt's husband got enough promotions, he was like, I don't want you working. Please quit your job unless it's something that you very much enjoy. I would like for you to take care of the kids. My aunt is a very religious woman. So she was like, yes, I want to quit my job. I want to take care and raise our children. And it's like, it's okay if not everybody thinks that way, right? Like, if you want career, again, that's fine. That's fine. But it's like, I know so many women who are just like, I would like to be a housewife. I would like to raise my own kids. But that gets harder and harder each consecutive year. Having one income, unless your man is making a crazy amount of money, it's going to be really hard. The well remains undefeated, or the wall. Yeah, both are fine. Both are fine. It's okay to want a career. It should be okay to want to be a housewife. And previously, women used to have the ability to choose. Ironically, the Equality Act in the 1970s removed the ability to choose, littered the workforce, made shit worse for both men and women, and now we're just both slaves to corporations while our children get indoctrinated by the state. I think propaganda had muted a lot of women's natural maternal instincts. I mean, fucking maybe. A single income source is almost impossible anymore. It's real fucking hard. Like, you've had to basically been working from your late teenage years to try and get into a high-powered position at that point. Or, like, fucking try and get your own, like, trade service industry thing, like, make your own plumbing company kind of thing. I think working from home will revolutionize a lot of childcare. I think working from home is a wonderful idea. I do not understand. I mean, I guess I kind of do. But, like, the amount of companies that are just, like, hardcore stranglehold, you must come back to the office or you will get fired. And it feels like the only reason that they do that so hardcore is because, again, all of this bridge nonsense wanting to change the company culture from the inside out. If you're not at the office, they can't monitor you. They can't be telling you what to think and how you should be disseminating that to your customers and your clients. If you're allowed to be at home, if you're allowed to have your own time without the company watching you, you're going to be able to think on your own as well. Marxist core of feminism succeeded in making all adults into labor and the state into the parent. Yes. This is very unfortunate how that's happened. They're doing it because they paid for their shitty offices. They could just sell the offices. They're a corporation. I'm not going to cry if a corpo has to lose a couple tens of thousands of dollars on some fancy offices they bought. If only we purged all forms of Marxism while we could. Our parents and grandparents waited too long, man. They decided, I don't want to pay attention to it. I want to live comfortably. And that's why the people who say, I just don't want to pay attention to politics, I look down on them more than someone who just disagrees with me. Never let evil take root. Good men, it is time.
Gonna go on. Matt, like all these kind of tiny things that we can change and that other industries have done a much better job at changing, but the other industries aren't selling DEI-linked products or environmental-linked products. We are. And so that's one of the major pushbacks from the end.
The big lie of traditional women stays home, father works is that before kids went to work with their parents so they got to interact. Nowadays it's too separate. Even if you had, right, like your father wasn't bringing you to work as a child, you still had the interactions because your mother wouldn't just have you home 24/7. She would have you participate in activities with other neighborhood children. The mothers would know everyone in the neighborhood. They would have gatherings all the time. They would do events for their kids. It wasn't just sit at home, watch TV. Men dying for women for thousands of years has been considered just fine by women, but women being passed over for promotions because they can get pregnant is unfair. It's like, I don't think it's unfair at all. I don't think it's unfair. I can understand why people would think it might be unfair, but it's like, if you're going to be taking time off, yes, from a business perspective, they have to think about what kind of investment they want to make in an employee. And when you invest in someone who's thinking about having children and would possibly take time off or just leave, the better investment choice is the person that is not capable of birthing a child with the toll on their body. It's unfair to the people not planning to have kids. Maybe that should be a question in job interviews. I don't know. It's illegal apparently to ask if someone's planning on having children. But like, maybe that should be something they ask. I don't know. I don't know how you
Both men and women need to stop
this kind of thing. Because like, I don't see it as a problem necessarily that women would be
for most of human history.
Picked less due to the ability to give birth.
The family unit.
And it's like, it sucks sometimes, right? Because as a woman, I'm sure there were instances of people denying me for a job because it's like, oh, young woman, clearly she's going to want to get married and have kids, and that will take time out of her work schedule. They were right, I wanted to, but... It should be a question. It does affect both men and women's worth ethic. I would agree, but I mean, I guess maybe people think it gets too personal. I don't know. It's illegal to ask, are you planning to become completely or mostly unproductive? All women need to work in the mines so we can tack them. Frogmeister, thank you for the 2 Canadians. You were asked last week if you were married. Not legal. That's weird. That's kind of weird. Your coworker's been out of the office for the past 10 months because she got pregnant. Pretty sure she doesn't really do shit at home other than maybe make 1 or 2 work calls. That's just like, man. And I'm sure people would retort with like, well, if I get pregnant and I have to take time off, that means I'm not making money, which means I'll have less money for my child and we might not know how to pay bills. And it's like, well, we've kind of gotten ourselves in this situation where it's like the pregnant women no longer have the choice of taking copious amounts of time off sometimes because we are in this horrid economic period that like removing the choice from women to do that in the first place is part of what got us here. It's called life planning.
Done with the fingerprints and groceries. What did I miss? Last thing I heard was something university.
Oh my god, we're in a rabbit hole right now. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the $10. Couldn't stand it working from home when you were at Amazon. You need a hard mental divide between work and home where you feel like it's impossible to relax, even if you're not on the clock. I mean, Nim says the same thing about me, and I'm someone who obviously works from home. And it's like things definitely do blur together. Like when you do something like I'm doing, there's no like on the clock, off the clock. There's on stream and then off stream work. And there's no real divide about like how much you should do off stream work. And especially when I am myself with no management, I have to do everything myself. So it becomes like all encompassing. And the goal would be to finish the all-encompassing work so that you can have other people do these things or maintain these systems that you set in place. Kirsche, pregnancy tangents. You might be the only weirdo who gets more done at home. At the office, people kept trying to talk to you and distract you from doing any work. Having something to get you out of the house is necessary when you work from home. I agree. Outside's scary, but I would like to try and reach out to the outside a bit more often. All comes back to inflation. The devaluation of currency has made single-income families uneconomical. Yeah, but there's been more than just... I mean, I guess you could call it inflation of the workforce as well. Because it's not just inflation of the currency itself. You go to the grocery store to get out of the house. You like a mix, you do some work from home, or as an occasional support in refurbishing specialized cables or building batteries, but you're still forced to stay in NM for 3 weeks at a crack house? I don't know what that means. You're going to get some language classes, and they told you that it was online, skipped out on it. You need to be away from home. I'm sure there's some people that, like, can't function working from home, and for them, it would be fine to, like, have an office to go to, but they don't need, like, giant, fancy offices with, like, yoga centers and nap centers and indoor pools. The companies don't need to spend, like, that crazy amount of money for some weird tax write-off nonsense. People hide in the bathrooms to work less, so unless you're extremely lazy, you'll always do better from home. Some people just work differently. Like, it's the way that people get motivated. It's not always necessarily, like, out of laziness, right? People get motivated in different ways. You don't need to go 5 days a week, but at least 2 or 3. When we went to the gold standard, everything went doo-doo. You love being able to work in a t-shirt and boxer briefs. I love not having to wear pants, and I love not having a commute. At least not white collars. Haven't been outside since September. I am forced to go outside twice a month for my massage stuff. So I at least have that.
Consumer is, okay, BlackRock, show us how you've improved your diversity on your team. And when you go in and you look at the impact reports and the ESG reports of asset managers, they don't talk about their own diversity. They talk about their proxy voting, and they talk about their...
That's because BlackRock isn't meant to be taking their own poison. BlackRock is the one pushing the money to encourage other companies to do their bidding for an ideological war. They're not going to live by the same sword they are using on you.
Engagement. They don't talk about their own emissions. They don't talk about their own DEI. That's where the industry is going, in that, you know, our companies, the ones we hold in the portfolio, all report all this stuff. And it's the asset managers and you know, some of the banks are very confusing because some of the bank parts are okay and some of the asset management sides are iffy. But again, it speaks to governance. It speaks to leadership. It speaks to a whole bunch of metrics that you know, what is a successful.
I wonder why they don't question the fact that BlackRock doesn't do the same thing that they're wanting all these other companies to do. And BlackRock is the one that has the copious amount of funding to convince these other companies to do what they're doing as far as ESG goes. I wonder why they don't ask that. How dare leaders hire qualified people? How dare they? Kirsche, enjoy. Thank you for the $4.99. You don't like the idea of leaving home to work, but a lot of people need the structure. You don't understand it, but you respect it. Yeah, some people need structure, and that's fine. I feel like I work better from home than I do at an office, but that's just like my workflow, man. Hayden, thank you for the $5. You work 800 miles away from home and stay at work for 14 days straight, and you have a 4 or 5 days off. Work-life balance isn't a real thing. It's kind of fucking nuts. I could not imagine a work schedule like that.
Company, and I do think, you know, the next 10 years of ESG and sustainability will evolve a lot around the science of governance and leadership, because we are early in academia on studying, you know, what is stakeholder capitalism? What does that mean? You know, quantitatively different, and it's very complicated.
We've heard the terms like stakeholder capitalism be interspersed with shareholders, and we've read some articles on stream about the difference between shareholders and stakeholders, and that's a little weird about what they're trying to do with some of this shit. Nanook Gaming, thank you for the 500. As an owner of a small company, you like to say that when managing your own business, you simultaneously always have time off and are always at work. Yeah. You just gotta, I'm sure it takes time to figure out as well. You gotta figure out like what things can sort of, you can take your time with and you can allow yourself to have a bit of a break, and what things are like incredibly important and cannot be put off.
You know, what makes a good team? What makes a successful team long term? How is that different from a board versus the management team? What are metrics? You know, having 2 women on your board, that just means you put 2 women on your board, right? And that's why we use it as a qualification criteria. What we're looking for is that board and that management team.
You put 2 women on your board, and that means nothing besides you put 2 women on your board, and so we use that as a qualification criteria. If you think it is pointless,
go ahead.
Then why would you use it as a qualification criteria?
There we go.
Jesus Christ. Oh, I hit play, but it just brought up a different window.
Ability to increase diversity in their workforce, right? At all different levels, because that's where the interesting evidence of their success is. So yeah.
There's a lot to unpack there, but some really interesting stuff. And I think one of the first things you have to ask is what you just said. What is diversity? What constitutes diversity? Because you can make up an aesthetic diversity that means nothing, that isn't helpful to a business in any way whatsoever. And one of the examples I find fascinating and hilarious, and I've cited on this podcast before, but I want to say,
you know, I know she's saying it's pointless for the actual ESG because it's just ornamental to just arbitrarily appoint 2 women, and that's kind of what's been happening. And that, again, because they're trying to push the restructuring of companies from the inside out. But why would she say that? It's just ornamental, and then also in the same breath be like, this is something we use as a qualification. Like, it just shows how fucking silly it is.
2011, 2012, India passed a law that there had to be at least 1 woman on every board. The day after that law was passed, something like 1,100 wives of executive directors were named to company boards. So is that diversity? I mean, but when it comes...
Well, look at that, I can increase my household income by just giving my wife a position. Wow, diversity. That's called being fucking smart. I don't know if it's even smart, or I guess in a way it's smart, but it's like, they're not doing what these ideologues want them to do. The companies are just like, well, okay, I'll give myself double the income by hiring my wife.
Back around full circle to good governance, that's where I think you start talking about the situation where you had this incredible racial diversity and then everyone quit. The intentions were probably good, but they have to learn what were the training programs. That's probably the biggest deficiency right now is you have lots of very smart people at a young age, and if you're not picking from certain groups, they never get the training and development, and then they're not positioned to succeed later on. And it's not that some of them can't, it's that there's opportunities in some areas that just...
Pay no attention to the men behind the BlackRock money. Ignore the people that advocate rules for thee but not for we.
You can't notice too hard, Spider God, because then you wake up dead. That doesn't help anybody. Thank you for the $7 doodles. Well, thank you. BlackRock Real Estate. Yes, they stopped coming to work because we didn't train them. And this is like the equity part, right? They don't want equality of opportunity. And even if people have the same ability to be taught something in a field, they want the equity. They want the, you should pick people who might not even be interested in this to train them for it because they have the right skin color, the right genitalia, the right background.
Other people don't have. And I did a study on this in 2015. So I took 5 metrics. It was like ROI, ROE, EBITDA, I think pure revenue, and maybe earnings per share. I got a throwaway metric. And I did it purely on gender diversity because it's much dark, like there's one and the other.
Yeah,
it's not as messy.
Well, there was no data, frankly, on anything beyond gender diversity until quite recently.
ISS had some, but you couldn't trust it because you didn't even know it was being reported. Sometimes we were going off like black and white pictures, trying to figure things out. But I found a roughly 10 to 15%.
There's no metrics. There's no studies. All of the numbers were, hard to figure out. It's sometimes just wrong, but like, trust the science. We know this is good for you.
Increase on all 5 of those metrics on boards that had more diversity. And when we did some of the case study element and looking into it, it turns out that it wasn't that they were poorly run before. It was that when you have a homogenous board, they think in the same way. And there's just ideas not being introduced. But one really interesting thing, Nate, we did a little side project and we found that
some of those ideas are not very good, as we can see in the video gaming industry when they inject people who have no business being there and who hate the consumer base, and then things just get really bad. Reproducibility cries in the social science. Yeah, unfortunately, Pulp Man.
Everything else is potentially good diversity, but people from Chad they bring every company down that they've ever been in. I wonder if you want to comment on that part, Nate. If you, Nate's from Chad for the record. So I was about
to say, I can't tell like if that was a joke or not. Like, what did he mean by that?
It's giving him a hard time. No, I'm
no comment.
I do want to pick on one thing you said.
Okay.
Training, for example, like training women as portfolio managers is great. A lot more training is needed in the organizations that employ them to remove their beliefs and biases and decision making and assumptions around, let's say, what a woman looks like and how they should be. I'll tell you a good story.
How did she go from training a woman for portfolio management to the ideas of what a woman looks like? What does what you look like or even you being a woman matter for your ability to manage a portfolio? I don't think it matters. Is she capable of doing the job while you're training her? Is she actually learning? That's what would matter.
So I was hosting a panel in Florida. I like to say I've been to Florida twice this year to talk about DEI and ESG and have not yet been arrested. And it was the head of trading at a large asset manager and myself. And she gave this story. She said she had 2 new analysts on the desk. One was a guy, one was a girl. And a big trading desk, big public markets manager. Mm-hmm. And she noticed that all, because everybody's guys, just to be super clear, even at the firms that have done a lot of work on this, she noticed that the guys were stopping in to chat with the guy analysts about sports and stuff. And that would lead to deeper conversations about trading and industry related stuff. And so she pulled her team away and said, listen, I know you're not doing this on purpose, but I noticed that you are not going to chat at all with this young female analyst. And they were like, oh my God, you're right.
Oh my God, men relate to men with conversational topics more than they relate to women? Stop the fucking presses! We can't have that. This is exactly why we need to have companies imbue their consumers and their clients with this new ideology so they can unlearn their biases and talk to that woman about sports instead. So that I can look at you blankly and ask you, what is a Celtics? Synergy detected, stop that! You don't even have to be a human to manage a portfolio. There are bots for that. Oh my God. Women in Western countries are dangerous.
And that changed everything. And then people started to chat about stuff. They just figured it out, right? Started to chat with the woman about stuff.
I'm sure they just started to chat. It was completely organic. It wasn't that they feared having another talking to with HR and that their job might come into question if they don't start talking to this other woman. It's just a completely... They just did it of their own volition. They just had things that they had in common all of a sudden.
Oh, then she feels more included. Then... that it's so simple. It had nothing to do with either of the activity that the employee was doing. It was everybody else in the...
If I was working at a job and people weren't talking to me until my boss basically threatened those people to talk to me, I would feel really fucking bad because all of those people... I wouldn't feel included because all of those people would probably be very upset. They would probably be very upset. I would get a new job. Yeah, I feel like I'm not wanted here. I should look elsewhere. Your anxiety would be through the roof. I don't understand how someone can be in that position and then be like, I feel included now. They're finally talking to me, even though they didn't before and had no reason to do so. How are them periods? How are them boobs? Not interested in what most other people talk about. Yeah, like the small talk, it's just like, meh. Why is this even an issue? Who's going to work to socialize? Because I guess if they're portfolio managers and the man is getting more people who want their portfolios managed by him, because most of the people who are coming in are men, right? Like I guess it's just like she's not getting as much. Do they get commission as a portfolio manager? I don't know. I don't know, dude. Hey, and they give the $10. When that woman said the men aren't going to talk to this young woman, then one of the men should have said, shut up, why are you like this? Oh my God. That's a skill issue. And I mean, like, I can't tell from, like, this story if she's talking about people who work there who would have to fear for their employment if they don't talk to this woman, or clients coming in. Because, again, if I'm a client somewhere, and, like, the boss of the place talked to me, and they were like, hey, we know you come here and you talk to this person, but we want to know why you haven't been talking to the male manager. Isn't that kind of sexist? I would be like, well, why would I keep coming here if I'm going to get some sort of moral lecturing when I walk in? Right? Like, it's just like, either way, whether she's talking about clients or people who work there, it doesn't make any sense. It's called initiative. Agent Warlock, thank you for the $2. We gotta get you an interview with Libs of TikTok. I saw something going around recently. I don't know all that much of Libs of TikTok. I liked watching all the stuff she posts. I think it was very important. Apparently, and I'll have to look it up. Apparently, she cropped a video recently to remove one of the Hello Fellow Whites people talking about something in their video, and she removed part of the video to show off that they had a necklace on. She posts some good stuff. Yeah, she does post some good stuff, but like, I don't know. That could have been an accident. Could have not been an accident. I don't know. I'll have to look at it because I like cursory saw it, and then I was like, so fucking, I don't know how much I care. Maybe, but like, I guess I'll look into it later. When you saw that it wasn't her cropping it, whoever she got it from had already cropped it. Yeah, like that could be a very simple explanation, and people are trying to like put more than what's really there on what happens, right? I was like, she reposts content from everywhere all the time, and I wouldn't expect her to go and look for like 5, 6, 7 different sources. If she finds one video, looks up, makes sure it's real, and then posts it, like that's typically what I would expect from someone of that size. So like, I don't, especially with how much stuff that she's been outing from people, I don't exactly want to assume a malice on her cropping like one video out of 7 trillion, right? Your working ain't trying to catch a case. So, do they want to segregate men from other men or force them to talk to women in the office? The one thing men fear to do? Well, a lot of the like Me Too nonsense had created the atmosphere in the office where women were saying that men don't want to train them, and that's sexist. And it's like, well, men don't want to be one-on-one in a climate where it's not advantageous to be one-on-one with a woman. If you want access to being trained by the men who know what they're doing in positions above you, you're going to have to take the consolation here, unfortunately, that in this climate, there's just no benefit to doing that because they don't know what your personality is like. Yeah, the Mike Pence rule. Even before all of this nonsense kicked up, I've mentioned back when I was younger, I dated a guy in finance. His father's advice to him was also never be alone with a woman. His father was a very high-powered, very rich person working in Wall Street, and his father was just like, never be alone at work with a woman. In our industry, being alone with a woman is akin to career suicide. If you happen to find yourself in this situation, find a way out of it as soon as possible. Whenever you make a meeting, whenever you have training, whenever you do anything with a woman in your field, have other people present. Not just about losing a job. A false accusation can follow a man for his whole life. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, this was before all of the like this was before Me Too. So, women at your workplace work hard and customers know this fact and feel comfortable because they are competent. Absolutely. I'm not saying that women are incompetent. Not an FBI, they give it $2. Counterpoint, ew, girls, no. Crazy how they get away with it. Gotta hand them the punishment the false accusation would give the man. I agree. Especially after watching like the Mattress Girl saga, how she like completely ruined that one dude and basically got off completely scot-free. If you levy false accusations against someone, I feel like your punishment should be identical to what that man would have gotten if he had actually done it. At a bare minimum. I mean, even if the accusations were proven false, it'll always haunt you? Yeah. Womatin sounds like a protein supplement to you? Probably, dude. Probably. Slide your frostbite, they give the $5. As someone who's hired people in the past, you honestly couldn't care less who or what they are, as long as they do what I pay them to. And I feel like that's the correct opinion to have. Like, I don't give a shit if you're like male, female, trans, black, white, Mexican, mixed race, whatever the fuck. I don't care. Can you do the job? Are you competent? That's what I care about. They wonder why men don't want to approach women anymore. Equal application of justice. What is this? The Dark Ages? Didn't one college guy commit self-forever sleep because the accusations got him kicked out of law school? Maybe? Maybe, I don't remember. Do what you want with yourself. It's your life. Based. Not Mattress Girl. I hate the Mattress Girl fucking story, dude. It makes me so angry. It makes me angry. Oh, God. Women and actually paying for their actions? No. A slap on the wrist. That's just like, I would have to read through it again to make sure I am remembering correctly. But I also remember the Brock Turner case where both of them were drunk. He was like fingering her outside of like a club or some shit. And then like bikers came in and stopped him. She had, I guess, like passed out because she was alcohol induced. But it's like, if you were doing something before you passed out and both of you are drunk, why does the man suddenly become responsible for the entirety of your actions? Like, it's a shitty situation that you passed out because you were that inebriated. But if you had consented to doing it, if you were there, I don't get why this is suddenly all on the dude. You don't remember the details, but wasn't she okay with it prior to passing out? That is what I remember. And if I am wrong, like, I'll fucking eat that L. But I definitely remember her consenting to it prior to that. When both parties are drunk, the man is assaulting. It's just, like, insane to me, dude. That's insane to me. Women cannot give consent ever. Women are children and thus can't give consent, but children are adults and thus they can chop off their genitals and also consent to sex. Be continued while she was passed out may be weird. You gotta think about it from the perspective of someone who's drunk, right? If you are drunk to the point where you're passing out and the guy is with you and has drunk just as, if not more, there's a good chance in his inebriated state he did not notice that she passed out. Women switch between being independent adults and being toddlers depending on the context. Women have quantum responsibility. If she succeeds, then she's a girl boss. If she fails, it's the fault of the nearest man. Oh, God. And I genuinely hate the rhetoric where it's like, oh, if we punished the false accusation people, then real victims would be afraid to speak out. And it's like, no, you're an idiot. You make real victims more afraid to speak out because now they're going to be literally crucified because everyone's just going to assume they're lying. And you know what? Anytime I see some sort of sexual assault allegation on Twitter, I immediately think, this is a lie. This is for attention. I'm not going to believe it until more information comes out. Because that happens so many fucking times that you can't believe it anymore. You just can't. The amount of false accusations makes you doubt every single one. Exactly. And like the people that try to pretend otherwise, like I don't know if they're malicious or they're dumb, but it's one of the two, man. You let stuff cook and wait and see. A lot of the times it's best to not give your opinion on something immediately and then just wait and see. That modeler recently is a very good example. I didn't care about his edgy joke. You can make edgy racist jokes if you want. I don't give a shit. You can pat your cat. Could be sus. You know, I would expect a video of him petting the cat just to make sure, right? Now that was put out there, just like it could be weird, could be completely normal because sometimes cats just have weird meows. But then the grooming came out, and I was like, well, there's no defense of you wanting to listen to pornographic audio of a 15-year-old, so get fucked. You formed a new class at your school after a 6-month-long rat line. You think this is the ultimate way to build culture through shared suffering and forging brotherhood, not the forced diversity bullshit. You posted some videos and real-life pics. Congratulations, the class of 2027. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Good job, Dag. Good job, Dag. Cauldroneer, they give you the $10. Test number 5. Cauldroneer, what you testing? What you testing? Holy shit, it finally worked! What was wrong? What was wrong over here? What was wrong? Kirsche references stuff I don't know the full story. You gotta do your reps. Watch previous streams. Feminism is like the shitty parent spoiling one of their children and neglecting the other one. I agree. And unfortunately, some people's answer to feminism was the MGTOW movement. And MGTOW was literally just feminism, but for men. It does no good, it adds to the poison, and it drives rifts further. Both of them are bad. Two wrong do not make right. YouTube doesn't want him to give you money! The bros supas wouldn't go through? What the fuck? Took 5 attempts to send a super chat? I'm sorry, YouTube was cuck blocking you. That's really weird. That's real fucking weird. Shit, you too? You tried 3 times and it just errors out before giving up? If supas aren't working, I do have a stream elements link below my video. So if YouTube wants to cuck you, you can just say, okay, YouTube, fuck you then. I won't give you a cut of the money. I'll just donate directly to the Fox woman. She'll get 100%. You heard that from multiple people today? That's really weird. That's really fucking weird. Both sides. 2 wrongs don't make a right, but 3 rights make a left. Remember when feminists started hating egalitarians because they're the same thing? Oh my god. YouTube often messes up member gifting and supas if you have ad block on. That's so strange. That's so strange. Oh, no cut. You stand correct. Yeah. Yeah, Stream Elements does not take a cut at all. No cut. No cut. You just don't get the fancy box. You get an alert on stream instead. For those of us who work for a living and don't collect meme ideologies like trading cards, what the fuck is a MGTOW? I like to pronounce it MGTOW because it just makes more sense, but apparently MGTOW is the correct pronunciation. MGTOW stands for Men Going Their Own Way, and it basically co-opted the, wow, men's rights are an issue, and the courts are stacked against men. And instead of trying to work to make things better, it was basically just a collective black pill of, hey, yo, fuck women. Women suck. Women are terrible. All you want to do with women is fuck them and dump them. They're not worth it. Don't get married. It'll fuck up your life. Don't have children. It'll fuck up your life. Don't bother with any of this shit. Men, go your own way. You don't need women. Drop out of society and let them suffer. Unrelated, when is the Kirsche waifu gamer subs? It'll probably take a while. Combining pickup artist shit with it. Like, originally, people wanted to just bring more attention to men's rights issues, and then MGTOW basically became that. I'm gonna be honest with you, it sounds gay. The Tate School of Retardation. This was the ideology before Tate even came into the news circuit. It's just for men to drop out of society. Yeah, dropping out of society is what weak men do. Strong men try to reforge society in their image. It's not all sophists are Marxists, but all Marxists are sophists. If they're espousing the neo-Marxist crap, you can't take anything they say at face value. Oh, yeah. Originally, it was just divorced men sharing their pain. Yep, and now it's been completely overhauled. The black pill seemed to have soured the whole movement. Yeah, because I remember at the beginning of, like, men's rights wanting to have a platform further. It was in the UK, and they basically were just, like, resoundingly kicked off of everywhere they tried talking about it. MGTOW's actual argument is accelerationism. They think if society collapses from men backing off, it will just reset at some point. You don't necessarily believe that, but that's the argument a lot of them make. If you dislike accelerationism, you don't see how change can occur without some form of collapse. The collapse needs to happen, but that's the wrong kind of accelerationism. Dropping out is just going to make everything more incompetent, and it's going to make their ideology more embedded. You have to put in the work and the effort to uproot it. Just like Danny DeLito said earlier, his dad brought that bridge information to his work, and his work was like, well, yeah, fuck that. We don't want to do that. Be the strong man, not the weak man. Accelerationism worked great in China. They barreled right into socialism. They quit that real quick. Probably can't kill all the humans even with a nuclear war. True, MGTOW is exclusively having romantic relationships exclusively with men. Ironically, watching MGTOW videos on dark female nature is pretty funny, though. I can give you that one. I will give you that one. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the $5. The only time MGTOW was funny was when Dick Masterson was a guest on Dr. Phil. Literally had a pic of him with the caption, Dick Chauvinist. Oh, hello, Bot Raid!
I like
hello,
some
Bot
parts
Raid.
of MGTOW, mainly the work on yourself first. Become who you want to be. Not the cowardice that came with not fixing the problems and hey-oh more call-outs.
Tits or get the fuck out. Yeah, working on yourself first is very good advice. Working on yourself first, very good advice. You don't necessarily need to be a perfectly prepared package either. I don't want to loop on relationship advice, but it's like you don't need to be perfect. You just need to be in a good place. You were late for the Foxy. Welcome! Also, yeah, Jesus, the bots are happening. Thank you, mods. Thank you, mods! Acceleration could also end in 500 years of slavery and misery. That is a possible outcome. Yeah, it is a possible outcome. Wizard Karasaki, thank you for the 100 biddies. You think that's a black-pilled version of what MGTOW is? No, that's just the reality of what it is. It is feminism, but for men. Anyone who is MGTOW and thinks they are not the male equivalent of a feminist is kind of lost the plot at this point. Was a movement, not a group, and a lot of the people headed the movement wanted to focus on brotherhood. They were not at all, or even mostly from your experience, actual shitheads saying just drop out. Never fully agreed with where they stood, but they weren't all that bad. Most of them are shitheads, and I assume some are good people, just led astray. Sounds like a Russian fighter jet. MGTOW is where the I sex man ass therefore am based meme came from? Yes. Yes. How is fuck this I'm out the same as screeching for unequal benefits with guaranteed political backing? because it's abandoning the society. You're doing the same exact thing, and it's not just fuck this, I'm out. It's fuck this, I'm out. All women are poison. They can shit in the bed that they made. Not all women wanted this. You're damning an entire society for a radical sect that, yes, put men in a terrible position. But that is, again, why strong men make changes and weak men drop out. The society deserves to be abandoned. Fuck society. Rebuild it in your own image. I've said many times, like, the military shit, where they're trying to recruit again, there's no reason to fight for this country in its current state. There's no reason to fight for a country that basically treats you as worthless. Who would do that? Who would do that?
Ooh, black guy!
I like the Mictor of advice of becoming a gym rat, and single fathers are as good as two parents.
Most women did want it. Oh man. You should look at the coalition of housewives that fought against Gloria Steinem. Most women did not want it. Most women did not want it, but corporations and politicians saw it as a way to exploit women as an additional workforce. Even if society deserves to be abandoned, doing so is not the wise choice. Even if a society no longer works for you and does nothing but demonize you, that is a society you should seek to correct. Right? I'm not gonna glow too hard. But if that society has failed you, it is time for a new society. We can make things better, bros. Yeah, wag you, chat. Wag you, chat. Bratty society needs correction, and only you can apply it. MRA and MGTOW are not the same, and that bears saying, yes. Men's rights activists, based. MGTOW, not based. That's how you know. That's what my country, right or wrong, used to mean originally. It's your responsibility. Yeah, but now people don't even want that responsibility. They just flee their country instead of trying to make it better. The media doing what it does best is all to say not to glow too much. Gotta be careful about how much you glow in public. Prepare! Society needs correction. Both men and women in current year voted, supported, and live feminism ideas.
Sorry to hear about your pussy.
Yeah, but that's not 100%. It didn't have 100% support. I talk about glowy shit on my stream all the time, being pushed by people in positions of power, who probably shouldn't have power whatsoever, and how indoctrination has been rife in our country for decades, since before any of us were even here. Probably have the right idea if it's really that bad. Look at the people that hop jobs instead of having company loyalty. Why would you have company loyalty in current year? Back in the day when you had mom and pop shops and you just worked for people who were going to basically be with you for almost ever, you had a reason to be loyal. Not anymore. Not anymore, dude. It's because they can manufacture consensus. Manya. It's like saying not all rainbow people didn't want to become the cancer the old guard warned about. Spoiler, look at where we're at now. Women need to take responsibility for this one. Yeah, we have plenty of women who speak out against feminism and how toxic it was and how it was a problem and how the Equality Act in the 1970s never should have been passed. But also, women could not have gotten any of that shit passed without men doing it. LGBT people fighting what we have now? Yeah. Not driving a wedge between men and women is exactly what these people want. They want you fighting women, they want you fighting men, they want you blaming each other, because while you're blaming each other, you're less focused on trying to find common ground and fight against the actual fucking issue. Manya. Speaking out, where's all the fixes? It's gonna take a long time. It's gonna take a long time to fix anything, and you know, all of the fixes, we're probably not going to see anything in our lifetimes. The tree in the shade, man. Twitch thinks you can't chat even though you're a follower. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. I don't know. We have shield mode on right now because we got a bot raid. What did I do to bag, man? What do you mean? My daughter thinks you're cute. How do you break it to her that I'm loud and smelly and I don't like tea parties? I do like tea parties, but I'd rather have warm apple cider. I'm glad she likes watching me wiggle, but hopefully she doesn't hear me talk. Want nothing to do with someone who can ruin your life? Well, don't be with someone who is going to ruin your life. Not all women are going to ruin your life, and thinking that all women will ruin your life is a very dangerous attitude to have. Actual issue is fundamental foundation of creation is messed up. Sorry to hear about your bussy. Vetting is super important, very important.
Toast engineer! Thank you for the $5.
How do we fix things other than collapse things exist in software too? People keep thinking things are bad, so throw everything out and start over, and it never works. What does work is called the Strangler Vine. You build an alternative system, be it software or society, piece by piece, coexisting with the existing system, but working more closely with the other parts of the new system. Over time, you strangle the old system and take its place. That makes a lot of sense. And it's like, we also want to demonize the people that came before us for getting us into this place to begin with, but if you're someone who says, fuck this, I don't want to even make it an attempt to try and make things better, even if that better won't happen in my lifetime, how are you any better than the people you complain about that came before you? After dealing with Canadian women, you've given up hope. Please do not give up hope. There are decent people. There are so many shitty women. There are so many shitty men, but do not give up hope. Hunting through the trash pile will demoralize you and make you feel bad, but you will find someone and it will be worth it. Conversation rather than outright destruction. You've been fucked over and seen many other guys get fucked over. It just made you really picky. Yes, and it should make you really picky, and people should understand the pickiness as well. You should be picky. You're picking someone to have your children, to raise your children, to spend your life with. That should be where you are the most picky.
Regarding your comment on military service, a lot of us are against the forced bullshit. Some of us chose to stay in because we saw the writing on the wall a decade ago and decided to fight it.
I'm glad you were trying to fight it from within. Arrested today, Cal, thank you for the $5. I'm just saying that I understand the perception of people who are not currently in military. When the United States is like, hey, yo, we might start drafting again. You know, we might need you guys. We need some bodies. Please sign up. I can understand why people would just be like, well, why would I sign up for something that I already know hates me? Like, if you're already in the military, that's good that you guys were already in there. You tried standing up. You want to change things from the inside. That was good. That was good. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the $5. Unironically, go to church. Jesus will always be there to welcome you back, preferably Catholic or Orthodox, since too many Protestants are subverted. I've never heard anyone of any religious or non-religious affiliation say anything good about Protestants. I don't know why, because I couldn't tell you the difference between the different denominations. Never heard a good thing about a Protestant. I don't get it. The new Pope is pretty woke, though. Catholics are getting fucking subverted hard, dude. If you don't believe in you changing in society, then believe in the you that believes in me, that believes in you, that changing, or that society can be changed. Yeah.
Simps are the enablers of all that is wrong with today's society. We must jew all the simps. Hail tall man cock.
Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. It is our duty to bring the kingdom of heaven to earth and better it despite all odds. Even if you're not a religious person, I feel like that is a sentiment that you can agree with. Right? Like, if you want to see change, you have to understand it will start with you. You can't expect other people to enact that change for you. Even if the limit of your power is very small, and just talking to people around you in your community or your friend group, that's still doing something. It's still spreading knowledge. And knowledge is power. It sounds really gay, but it's true. Cold Acid, thank you for the 5 Canadians. It's really fucking hard to just deal with the way things are, never mind change them, but yeah, we gotta do something. They want you demoralized. And if it was hopeless, the propaganda wouldn't be necessary. Don't get blackpilled! Tiguini, thank you for the $5. The math doesn't work out on your logic. If most women suck, by extension, that means that most men cannot have a good wife, no matter what. Tiguini, I've been in almost all bad relationships. I've dealt with physically abusive men, emotionally abusive men. I've been abused in ways that I still cannot fully explain in words, because it would blackpill you to the point that you would want to strangle the man sitting next to you. If I can go through these things, if I can have been basically destroyed for all intents and purposes, and I can still believe that there are decent men out there, I can't believe anything you would tell me would make me feel like, you know what, you're right, women are shit, and you should just stop trying to find one that will love you. Men can have a good wife. Be picky. Find someone that aligns with you, ideologically. What they want out of life is what you want out of life. It's not hopeless. And stop trying to have a pity party thinking that it is. No one's going to pity you, they will just disregard you. Sounds like I have really shitty taste in men. Yeah. I was like, it's not only their fault for being shitty people, it's my fault for not being as picky as I should be. It's my fault for allowing certain behaviors to happen longer than they should have. Sometimes shit is hard. Anyone who's dealt with someone who's been abused knows it's hard to leave those relationships once it's been embedded. And also everyone knows that abusers aren't going to be abusive in the beginning of a relationship either. They have that mask that they wear to reel you in so that they can manipulate you and make you feel like this is exactly where you should be. Twitch chat is fixed now. Hell yeah!
On the state of society. Let's put it like this. When a home is irreparably damaged, sometimes the only option is to tear down and build anew.
Money. Money.
Happy to come on stream and talk about Contributor Covenant, or whatever else. Would love to become a Fox News correspondent next to the Economist guy. BTW, I'm a Protestant, Baptist, and my church is fine.
You should take your meds. Meds, hey! You can't make me!
Pro tip to men and women. Anyone can fool you for about 1 year. Then their real personality comes out. Pay attention the second year and decide if that's who you wish to be partnered with. Also stop having FOMO you coom brains.
No cooming! No cooming! 10 out of 10. How are you supposed to teach people to think for themselves when people blatantly ignore facts of the world around them? That is a good fucking question.
Into the frog
and it is also a
vomit
question I
butthole,
have.
But like,
how do you
I'm
reverse
curious if you've done
brainwashing?
it.
How do you cure these
As a man
people?
who wants to have kids, a family, wants to be seen as the provider and father, you can't get black-pilled. I make changes where I can and try to be a positive influence. Try to teach people the way things should be. Mold the world around you.
Agreed. That was a very good outlook, Hayden. Thank you for the $20 doodles. I completely agree with what you said. It's all bluster, especially talk about purging people from someone who's never been in a fight. Or all bluster. Bluster, by the way. Yeah, no, it's just... I don't know. I don't know how you fix people who've already been indoctrinated. And I wish I knew how. Because then I could give a better answer on that degree in general. But it's just like... Man, I guess there's a reason. There's a reason for that quote. The guy was like, "How do you feel about having killed so many people?" And the guy's just like, "Well, I wouldn't know. I've only killed communists, so." Don't glow too hard. Feminism and MG Tao have the same but wrong view on the past, with men as the tyrant of the household, not as an integral part of the household. Agreed. Men were not tyrants. Sure, there were evidence of some, but there's always been shitty men, always been shitty women. Can't use that subsect as like the average or the norm. Men and women worked in tandem as a partnership in a household, and that's how it should still be. Dating in current years like having a basket full of apples, most of which are poisoned, and the only way to tell them apart is by tasting them. I disagree with the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Because there's no reason, and you have no attachment to this world if you don't want to bring anything into it, right? If you don't desire to have children, if you don't desire to want to build a family, what are you doing? Why are you here? What would be your reason to care about anything going on? You don't have one. Just to suffer. There's a 90% chance that Kirsche's abusive boyfriend was Pippa. You do not desire to create, then you just exist to destroy. Oh, nice quote. I didn't choose to be here. To a degree, you have, because you're still here. That is correct, yes. And that was, do not kill yourself, chat. if you are feeling that down bad, please talk to someone. My streamer is my reason to go on. I've had some fucking down bad, dark times in my life that I've also talked about. I was like, you know, sometimes I also feel, oh man, shit sucks. Why is it worth it? Oh man. I'm gonna sound hella gay. But like, ever since I started streaming, I had a reason to get up. And sometimes I push my health a bit further than I should. Because I'm just like, even if I feel bad today, even if I don't feel good mentally or physically, like I might feel sick or I might be having a depression day, it's like there are people, to a degree, who rely on me. And it's like, I don't want to make myself sound important because I don't think I'm important, but it's like people count on me to be here. And so I should be here. And sometimes I lose sight of my own mental health and I should take care of that a bit more than I do, to be fair. But it's like, I don't want to have other people feel down. And so I come and I talk about crazy clown world shit, and it's not to demoralize you, it's not to make you sad, it's to like, look, shit's bad right now, but you can fix it. You can change things. If you're here, if you're listening to me, if you like me talking about this stuff, we can fix it. You can change the crazy. You legit feel better after streams? We appreciate you. Even if I talk about worm sounding. I can fix it. You can fix it.
Yeah, big guy.
That's a reframing of feminist argument. You have a bowl of M&Ms, 10% are poison. Do you eat the M&Ms? Don't take the black pill, it's a suppository. Once again, proving the point that the MG Tau people are quite literally
Juicy,
rebranded
fat,
feminism
pale,
for men.
booty mom getting spanked at work.
Reset the clock. Fuck it. Break the clock. Build a new one. Silly foxwoman. If you need to deal with your own shit, ain't like we'd give you shit. Oh, I know. It's just, you know, I'm a very people-pleasery kind of person, so I put other people ahead of myself frequently. And I've been slowly learning to put the care into myself as well. Mind you. Cease the sounding. You agree, but what should we do to fix it? It depends. It depends on exactly what you're looking to fix. You can't just look at the overwhelming issue, right? Because if you try to, like, I want to fix everything, you're gonna get overwhelmed and you won't be able to do it. Target something. Target something and start in one place at one time. Think about what you specifically can do in your situation. Maybe where you live. Maybe you can influence your local politics. Again, I'll bring up Danny DeLito. He talked about his dad bringing the bridge shit to his employer. If you see your company trying to implement this ESG nonsense, you could possibly talk to someone there about it as well. Just small things. Small things. Streams have been invaluable when dealing with shit after work. Certainly helps. Yeah. You might not be a Napoleon whose name is going to be written in tablets of history, but you can still make a difference. Cold acid, thank you for the 2 Canadians. Make life take the lemons back. Squeeze those fucking lemons in life's eyes. Make them suffer. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your damn lemons! That's true. That's true! Look forward to a Kirsche stream. Thank you. Thank you. Speaking of looking forward to it, though, we did not finish this video. We did not finish this video. I feel like we got the basic point of what they were talking about. I would like to go through some of these videos on my own and like pick out different clips of them and like show the clippy stuffs on the stream. Video? What video? These people are crazy, man. Portal 2 playthrough when? Your thought for the Mantle Spirit as well as MG Tau should be getting a hold of technology like AI, since it is the future and we should be using it for many things, like storing information and imposing our values onto it. We gotta stop the censorship of AI. Point of life is to reproduce, which gives us fulfillment in life. Yeah, I like that. I'm sure there are people who like genuinely, for some reason, don't want kids. But if they don't want kids, they have no reason to care about the world they live in, and they have no attachment to it, because once they die, they're not leaving a legacy behind. Why would you take advice from those people?
You have to focus on the little things around you. Make changes around yourself and the people in your area. Influence grows. Think of a pebble in a pond. The ripples continue out from the point of impact. Those ripples in changing society echo.
Ah, yeah. Hayden, thank you for the $10. You are much more eloquently worded than I am, and I appreciate you. College Engineer, thank you for the $10. You have siblings that are young enough to be your actual kids. You halfway raise them. You get half the experience, so you don't feel like a total failure. Oh yeah, good job. Good job on helping raise the young ones in your family.
Have the sex. Raise the children. Fight the globalists. Pet the anime foxy woman.
Not Shinzo Abe! Thank you for the 556. Have children! Make Shinzo Abe proud! Abe told you to have kids. What's your excuse not to? Silly Gordo, thank you for the 100 biddies. Speaking of MG Tao, good on think before you sleep leaving that community. He did get a girlfriend and he said that he regrets ever joining them. Good. I'm glad that he has found happiness and hopefully he has picked a good woman to spend his life with. Nobody wants to see someone pick poorly, you know? Nobody wants to see someone suffer. Massive Doggo, thank you for the 690. Kirsche Pippa 2028. I don't think we'd be old enough to do that. Orismador, thank you for the 100 biddies. We're all individuals with the capacity to do better, except me. Not true! We're all gonna make it! Wag you chat! Orismador, not except you. You will make it too! You bitch! I will beat you! Happiness is coming and you cannot escape! I think before you sleep has become a joke, not because he got a girlfriend, but because his viewpoint, just like a lot of people's, change to leftist after they get a girlfriend, just like when they go to California. I don't know who he is, so if he has adopted some sort of like weird commie propaganda, that's unfortunate. I'll ban you just for being a miserable asshole. Oh my god. Hayden75, thank you again for the $20 doodles. Danny Delito, thank you for the 5. Pro tip, anyone can fool you for about a year. That was also good advice. Sometimes the mask comes off well before a year as well. You will be lucky if they can't mask themselves for more than a few months, because that is less of a time investment. It's less of a time investment. Don't have kids if you're not ready financially or emotionally for the responsibility. Don't ruin their life. I partially agree, but I partially disagree. Part of the reason why we have such a crisis of certain people having kids and other people not having kids is because a lot of the people who should be having kids try to wait until they're financially ready. And there's no real point in your life where you will be financially ready. Right? You just have to kind of like, if you are in a committed relationship, if you have someone that you trust, that you accept in your life, that you want to spend your life with, you just kind of have to full fucking send. You just kind of have to be like, we're probably never going to be ready. There's probably no good time for this. We should just start. You have to make it work. Just like the intro to Idiocracy. Yeah. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the $10 doodles. I will not eat the bugs, I will not live in the pod, and I will find a loving wife to create a family and share the rest of my days with. I will own things, and I will be happy. Black pillars be gone. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I agree. We loop on this, especially at the end of stream, pretty frequently, because I feel like people who are typically aligned with like what we all have in common politically tend to get black-pilled very easily because of the frequency with which we stare into the abyss that is clown world. You have to remember to stay white-pilled, man. You were lost cause, but now you're at the end of your second growth, and your whole house stinks, and someone turned a bunch of skunks inside out. Looking around at 6 ounces per plant this time around. There's hope for everyone. I want to visit that guy. To fight for a better future, you have to be alive. Exactly. Stay alive, man. Good night. Good night. No. Toast Engineer, thank you for the $5. And saying you're willing to talk about the Contributor Covenant. Thank you, thank you. Ninth Circle, thank you for the $5. Put it like this. When a home is irreparably damaged, sometimes the only option is to tear down and build anew. That is very true. That is very true. Romeo Echo Delta, red. Thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Spaz the Space Wizard, thank you for the $5 doodles. Simps are the enablers of all that is wrong with today's society. We must, I can't. Thank you for the $5. Space Monkey, thank you for the 100 biddies. I don't know if it's TOS to discuss this, but if YouTube and Twitch takes a piece, what's the best way to support the stream? Throne and Stream Elements? Yes. Throne and Stream Elements. Stream Elements doesn't take a cut. So when you dono through Stream Elements instead of Super Chats or, well, Twitch doesn't have an equivalent to that. I get 100% from bits because bits, there's like a tax to you guys when you buy bits. The Twitch tax is sucked up by you. So Stream Elements just means like you don't get the Twitch tax on bits, and also YouTube wouldn't get a cut from Super Chats. It's Blazy Dono. Beard, thank you for the 10 euro. Well, most women are kind of wonky. There is rarely something more malleable than a woman lusting after a good man. Be that man and stick to your principles and she will change for you. Also very true. If you are a strong, logical man, you'll be able to impart your ideologies onto someone else. I've tried the other way around. It doesn't work. Like I'm a real pet! I've tried fixing a commie. It doesn't work.
In my opinion of Mictor, from what I see is it like a rainbow. There's some that say do the monk life, some that say be a man whore, some that say marry virgins, and some that become single fathers. They all say be a gymrat.
Gymrat. Just some guy times 4, thank you for the 100 biddies. Here's $1 for getting that. It'll be multiple generations before this is solved. It's painful truth nobody wants to say out loud. Fuck you, I say it out loud. Fuck you, I say it. West Arias, thank you for the 369. You're starting your own company. They mandate you need to hire a female. You'd like to put me in a position. Also, know any females looking for a job? That's... Why would they mandate that? That don't make no sense. Especially if you're starting your own company. What the fuck? What the fuck? Arismador, thank you for the 100 biddies. MG Tau isn't worth thinking about because they have no institutional power. I'm sure someone said that about feminism at one point. Junebug Tower, thank you for the $13 doodles. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright, I think I have done. Kirsche is always right. Fluffbringer, thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Junebug Tower, thank you for the $5. Accelerationists are here! I'll be a gym rat. Being a gym rat isn't a bad thing. Not a bad thing. Go to the gym, get swole, dude. What do you say you identify as? A woman? They won't question it. That's true. Just be like, I am a woman. What now? I guess you'd have to look up your state's laws. If it's self-ID, it's easy to do. The problem with feminism, it has too much institutional power. It shouldn't ever be taken seriously. MGTOW is an organic, grown group of men who saying just walk away from society, nothing more. I would not want to see MGTOW have any institutional power. Those people being given power would be just as bad, if not worse, than feminism. Swole doesn't sound healthy. Go for the non-binary, the double dip. Oh my god. Speaking of double dipping, I gotta go find somebody to raid. Dip. Oh. Don't listen to my voice. Male model debut. Yeah, we're gonna go raid Bagman because he's male model debuting. We're gonna support him no longer using woman's skin. We're gonna support the Bagman being the big beefcake man he's known to be, instead of falling down the femboy pipeline that all male VTubers eventually succumb to. Man, that fucking guy, I don't remember his name. I don't remember his, everybody knows who he was.
Hey, last super. Have a great day.
Super! Holy shit. Quebec! Thank you for the $50! Jesus Christ, big slapping me across the face. Thank you!
The collab is dead before it started. Or's Rage Golden Eagle is very Mictor.
Unlucky. Junebug, thank you for the $5. Quebec. Thank you for the 50. Big thick 50, and thank you! Thank you. MGTOW's doomership giving up is weak. Become the master of your destiny. Exactly. Collegineer, thank you for the $5. Companies with less than 15 employees are exempt from a lot of the bullshit. They just don't hire more than 15 people. Simple, easy. Simple, easy. I mean, I guess you want to grow and expand, so eventually you might need more than 15, but also you can just have your employees lie about it, right? If you're in a self-ID state, just have them self-ID is fucking the nonsense. That's so simple. Pipeline raid. You're gonna pipeline raid. I'm sorry, mods, that I keep going over every night as well. I know you guys are populating the stream end slide, and I just have not been doing it much recently. I appreciate you, moderators. Thank you. And I'm sorry I have brain damage. I'm sorry I have brain damage. Bagman is live on YouTube, if I can find him there too. Oh, maybe. I don't usually dual raid, so one of the two people typically gets cucked. I hate YouTube raids. They're so scuffed, man. They're so scuffed. It won't even let me type. Well, this one says model debut, so I'm gonna assume it's him. I'm gonna assume it's him. So YouTube, you guys you might actually get over there. You might actually get over there. What a day. What a day. Broken pipeline raid. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me on this motherfucking Tuesday. I got very busy next 2 days, dude. I'm about to be a very busy Foxu. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I opened my script. I'm fucking nuts. I'm fucking nuts. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, heckin' Fifth Venom, a dude named John, a good neighbor, Azertonic, Backlog Gamer, Bitos, BBF John, Bear in the Woods, Bears in Chess, Bill No Name, Bingo Bango Tango Mango, Bone Man Bobby, B-Sack Monster, C14 Dog, Carbonog 565, Campion Ra, Cantuna Piano, Carbon Foxo, Carcastador, Centurion Max 789, Cobalt Ogre Magus, Cool Grave, Crispy Fried Wontons, Dan Tran 13, Dead Asparagus 14, Deadly Flame 17, Disran Guy 1997, DJ Pienda Milk, Dracostix, Dr. Faust MD, Alfini, Fighting Food, Gio Rico, Jin Ganinja Supreme, Genja Ninja Supreme, you name it, kills me! Goombas, Goonermon, Helen Razor 978, Happy Mars 24, Hell Nico, Honor Blinn, Happy Hollow, I Am Binary Mind, Icy Bard, JKVT, J-Dog 87, J Hill 7009, GZ Long KB version 2, Kusa, Lars Sadbro, Lavi Rin, Lithium Matrix, Lindener, Low C23, Lord Rick Dolphin, Lotus EX, Mr. Dan Boyd, Munya, Neko Mario, Old Like the Hills, Paracia Soldito, Payaso 6091, Pipiro, Potion Dweller, Prague Maestro, Pugs Go Postal, Romantius, Rage Scholar, Rave Master J, Revenant 465, Rick Bane, Robzer, Romeo, Cho Delta, Rolly Winkle, Shadow Knight, Silly Gordo, Smee23, Small Tank 2, Spider God 99, Stayin' Anonymous, Stray Wolf X, Swift Sword, Synth Latran, Talondex, The Contra, The Ranman, The Hoss 12, Tiger Tamale 87, Twigga Point, Teaspoon, Toonsy, Uwuga, Vandil, Venom of Bathory, Vinny Shitward, Wicked Scary, Watches Too Much, and Ziz 39808. Thank you! Thank you for spending this motherfucking Tuesday night's anal night with me. I'll see you guys on Friday. Probably a normal Tangent Friday this week. I don't think I have anything planned. I don't think there's anything crazy planned. Please give Bagman some love for being a man and no longer skinwalking as a woman. Please encourage this behavior. Encourage this behavior. And I will see you guys on Friday. Have a great rest of your night. Bye bye.